What kind of sparks will ignite when Minecraft collides with other universes? Fang Jie, an ordinary MC player, carries the rules and mods of the MC world as he traverses through myriad realms. In the Marvel Universe, he is a close companion of Iron Man, reconstituting the Brotherhood of the S.H.I.E.L.D. and becoming the Supreme Sorcerer, instilling fear across the multiverse. In the world of Harry Potter, he vanquishes Voldemort, unearths ancient magic, imparts his knowledge of mystical arts, and transforms the relationship between wizards and humans. In the realm of Transformers, he thwarts the nefarious schemes of the Decepticons, establishing a new sanctuary for the Autobots in the X-Men universe. He unites and leads mutants, preventing the outbreak of a third world war and rewriting the fate of a world on the brink of ruin. Through his incessant travels, Fang Jie gradually attains enlightenment. He will ascend step by step to the pinnacle of the myriad realms. Chapter 1. My World. Several cold gun barrels are aimed squarely at Fang Jie's head, leaving him no opportunity for escape. A burly man with a thick beard strides forward from the crowd, evidently the leader of this group. He babbles a torrent of words that Fang Jie cannot comprehend. Language barriers present one of the most formidable challenges at this moment, compounded by the presence of these armed men. Clad in tattered tactical vests, their sun-baked, darkened skin and ferocious gazes resemble that of predators stalking their prey, further accentuated by the three modified off-road vehicles equipped with heavy machine guns parked behind them. Undoubtedly, this is a group of well-trained, bloodthirsty terrorists. How did he descend to such depths? Captured by a band of terrorists with guns pointed at his head. His first experience after the second traversal is being taken prisoner. Fang Jie's thoughts drift back involuntarily to the moments before everything began. It was supposed to be an utterly ordinary weekend afternoon, the only flaw being the thick clouds outside, heralding the onset of a thunderstorm. As an orphan, Fang Jie, still young, was preoccupied with work and, seizing the weekend, intended to indulge in Minecraft once more. Just as he excitedly downloaded and installed a S.H.I.E.L.D. mod pack, preparing to create a new world, a dazzling bolt of lightning suddenly struck through the window. The flash resembled a vicious dragon, hurtling directly towards Fang Jie. He had no time to react, and was instantly charred to a crisp by the lightning. When he opened his eyes again, he was greeted not by the sterile white ceiling of a hospital, but by a vast sea of clouds, both large and small, all square-shaped. With the return of consciousness, Fang Jie uttered a painful groan, every inch of his skin aflame with excruciating pain and an unshakable numbness. He gritted his teeth against the agony, propping himself up, only to discover he lay upon a grass block, beside which stood a square-shaped oak tree. Where on earth am I? Is this still my homeland? He muttered, attempting to alleviate his confusion and fear, surveying his surroundings. Apart from the grass beneath his feet, there was only an endless expanse of clouds. This scene struck him with a bizarre sense of familiarity. Wait, isn't this the very world he was about to create? The S.H.I.E.L.D. mod pack. Have I traversed into Minecraft? Despite the incredulity, this speculation sparked a flicker of uncontrollable excitement within him. Although his body still ached, curiosity about this world fully consumed his heart that he began to look around, meticulously observing this realm that was both strange and familiar to him. Suddenly, his gaze was drawn to the other side of the oak tree. There lay a chest, quietly resting on the ground, as if awaiting his discovery. Fang Jie cautiously approached and curiously opened the chest. Upon seeing its contents, his eyes widened in astonishment. A bucket of lava and a block of ice. With a bucket of ice and lava, the essentials for the S.H.I.E.L.D. are complete. As he beheld the familiar surroundings, the tension in Fang Jie's heart gradually dissipated, akin to a taut string finally relaxing. However, just as he breathed a sigh of relief, the excruciating pain surged back like a tide, causing him to gasp sharply. Oh no, I almost forgot I had just been struck by lightning. Fang Jie chuckled wryly, shaking his head as inspiration struck him. In Minecraft, one can rapidly restore health by consuming saturation. I wonder if that applies here. Right, the apples from oak trees can also restore saturation. Let's give it a try. His gaze slowly ascended, ultimately resting upon the leaves overhead. The vibrant green leaves swayed gently in the breeze, seemingly beckoning him. Fang Jie took a deep breath, silently praying. In the game, if I don't get saplings, I can just restart. In reality, if I don't get saplings, there's no second chance. This is my only lifeline. I hope this tree brings me good fortune. If no saplings drop or they fall into the void, I am truly doomed. Though the pain in his body rendered him somewhat weak, Fang Jie gritted his teeth and slowly raised his arm, swinging vigorously at the leaves. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. Each swing was accompanied by pain, Yet he did not pause for even a moment. Better to endure the pain now than later, and if he didn't work, he would be in even more pain. Before long, the leaves surrounding the oak tree were stripped away as if swept by a fierce wind. Beads of sweat adorned Fang Jie's forehead, and his breath grew rapid, yet his gaze remained fixed on the fallen leaves, fearful of missing any potential apples or saplings. Finally, through Fang Jie's relentless efforts, all the leaves were broken. Fortunately, his labor bore fruit. His backpack now contained 1 apple and 3 saplings. Fang Jie examined the apple closely. Its red, supple skin bore not a single blemish. As though it had been plucked straight from a painting, he devoured the apple in 2 or 3 bites, a warm sensation coursing through his body. In an instant, not only did the pain subside, but even the burning and itching sensations on his skin faded away. However, after a while, the warmth seemed to dissipate, and a slight pain returned to his body. It seems the saturation has run out. That makes sense, as the apple doesn't restore much saturation that I should probably get another apple to fully recover. I need to plant more oak trees. Fang Jie expanded the island using wooden stairs and constructed a simple cobblestone generator with the ice and lava from the chest, mining some cobblestones before replacing the makeshift wooden stairs with cobblestones. He planted the saplings and sat idly on the chest, awaiting the growth of the oak trees. As night fell, the sun dipped below the sea of clouds. With the initial survival crisis averted, Fang Jie sat atop the chest, beginning to systematically analyze his situation. The solitude of being alone and the anxiety of the unknown were undeniably present, yet he understood that what mattered most at this moment was to comprehend the rules of this world and his position within them. First and foremost, this world adheres to the rules found in Minecraft, he calmly deduced. The block-shaped materials, the defiance of Newton's gravity, and the effect of consuming saturation to restore health all corroborate this. Chapter 2. The power of the world. What of him? What is his position in this world? Firstly, I am currently unable to utilize commands. This conclusion was easily reached. Fang Jie attempted to silently recite game commands in his mind, such as game mode creative to enter creative mode or weather rain to change the weather. But all were in vain. Even when he uttered game mode creative softly, the world remained silent, devoid of any change. Subsequently, he tried commands like give S Diamond 64 to obtain items, yet they too fell into the abyss of failure. These setbacks did not surprise him, as they were anticipated. Then, he sought to find the game interface within MC, such as menus and inventories. While he did not locate a visual interface, he did sense a space akin to an inventory capable of storing items. So, what is the nature of my relationship with this world? Am I a player thrust into this realm? An observer? A creator? Or perhaps some more unique existence? He recalled the moment before his traversal, when he clicked the button to create a world. Could that action have bestowed upon him a special identity? This thought invigorated Fang Jie, prompting him to explore his connection to this world. His diligence bore fruit, as he felt an extraordinary link with this floating island world. The entire realm appeared to him as a colossal embryo still in gestation, greedily drawing power from the endless void beyond, transforming that power into sustenance for its growth. This sensation was profound and awe-inspiring. Gradually, his consciousness began to detach from his body, and an unprecedented sense of freedom surged within him. Fang Jie's vision expanded, penetrating the soil and flowing over the water. Ultimately, his consciousness merged with the entire floating island world. He felt as though he had become the world itself, sensing every block and entity. Was this observer mode? Or perhaps creative mode? Fang Jie mused within his consciousness, while a flicker of realization dawned upon him. This peculiar power bore a striking resemblance to the creative mode in Minecraft. Let me see if I can harness the capabilities of creative mode. Fang Jie focused his consciousness on a verdant grass block, gently willing it into his possession. In the next instant, an identical grass block materialized in his mental inventory. Simultaneously, he felt a quarter of his power dissipate. This power was the very pulse that sustained the growth of the world. It seemed that duplicating items required an expenditure of power. This realization prompted Fang Jie to reflect, noting that this consumption differed from that in Minecraft, granting him a preliminary understanding of his abilities. As his consciousness returned to his body, he opened his eyes and began to test whether he retained any abilities in his ordinary state. Concentrating his mind, he envisioned himself soaring into the air. Miraculously, his body began to shed the shackles of gravity, truly floating and moving freely in the air. Eager to test whether the teleportation command still functioned, he imagined himself instantly transported to the opposite side of the island. In an instant, the scenery blurred before him, and the next moment, he found himself at his destination. Remarkably, Neither of these attempts at flight or teleportation consumed any of his mysterious power. Summarizing his experimental conclusions, Fang Jie excitedly analyzed the situation. Currently, actions such as directly acquiring a grass block, which involved conjuring material from nothing, consumed power, while flight and teleportation, which did not involve an increase in material, did not. However, he remained uncertain whether the power consumption varied with the procurement of different items. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to name this power the power of the world. This power, essential for the world's growth and connected to Minecraft, would henceforth bear this name. Fang Jie beamed with joy. This ability was nothing short of an extraordinary boon. He resolved to continue experimenting, to validate more of his capabilities, in hopes of mastering them. Once again, he entered observer mode and focused his attention on a common cobblestone, attempting to acquire it. In an instant, a cobblestone appeared in his inventory, and the power of the world diminished by 1/10. Indeed, the power required to acquire different items varied, yet the precise differences warranted further testing, he mused. It seemed that creating valuable or complex items demanded greater expenditure of the power of the world. Next, he experimented with placing blocks. With a flick of his thought, a grass block appeared on the ground before him, seamlessly integrating with the surrounding dirt. The power of the world was not diminished at all. This delighted him. If merely placing items did not require the conjuring of new materials, then he could arrange and combine existing resources infinitely. What of destroying blocks? Fang Jie concentrated on a grass block on the ground, and it vanished in an instant, while another appeared in his inventory. Once more, the power of the world remained untapped. This indicated he could endlessly acquire and place existing materials, as long as he did not conjure new substances from thin air. He then attempted to modify the terrain, envisioning a deep pit dug into the ground. The floor of the floating island instantly disappeared, with the displaced stones automatically accumulating at the edge, forming a small mound. The power of the world remained unaffected. This suggested that his control over the world exceeded expectations. As long as he did not increase the total quantity of materials, he could reshape this realm at will. This meant that, provided he had sufficient materials, he could even construct magnificent castles from nothing. It appeared that my abilities resembled manipulation of the world, rather than mere material creation. Fang Jie pondered deeply, meticulously analyzing his newfound powers. Creating material consumed the power of the world, while manipulating existing matter, altering its form, or instantaneously transporting it incurred no cost. He resolved to conduct one final test of conjuring a material. Fang Jie envisioned summoning an iron ingot. Although he had never possessed an iron ingot since arriving in this world, the gleam and hardness of steel were vividly clear in his mind. However, the iron ingot did not materialize with his imagination. It appeared that he could not conjure items he had never owned. Or rather, the prerequisite for creating an item was that he must first possess its concept or data, or have previously encountered it. Fang Jie felt a twinge of disappointment, but he quickly reassured himself that despite this limitation, the might of the power of the world was undeniable. He merely possessed too little of it at present. Even summoning a cobblestone consumed 1/10 of his resources. Every fragment of the power of the world was invaluable, and certain items obtainable through Minecraft mechanics did not require its expenditure. Nonetheless, he could not be overly frugal. If he needed to use it, he would do so judiciously. Chapter 3. The journey begins. A desert? Just as he pondered how to acquire more of the power of the world, numerous insights gradually surfaced from the depths of his mind. The first method was to allow this world to grow continuously, drawing more power of the world from the void. The second method involved journeying to other realms to perform beneficial deeds, such as improving destinies, elevating civilizations, or saving worlds. In return, those worlds would reward him according to his merits, sometimes with rewards that were not one-time gifts. The final method, the most ruthless of all, involved annihilating or assimilating a world to forcibly seize all its power of the world. The first method is undoubtedly the righteous path. As the world grows stronger, the power obtained will increase in tandem. The second method allows for initial gains by assisting well-developed realms, with the opportunity to explore other worlds later. In the final scenario, although Fang Jie is not the type to recklessly destroy a thriving world, when faced with apocalyptic circumstances such as a zombie apocalypse or a frigid end of days, he deems it appropriate to rescue the survivors, considering the powers of the world as his recompense. From the perspective of the second method, he can proactively traverse to other realms, thus liberating himself from the confines of the Sky Island. As Fang Jie surveyed the scant resources on the Sky Island, a preliminary plan began to form in his mind. However, he needed to ensure ample preparation of supplies, uncertain if he was in extreme mode, as failure was not an option. Initially, he utilized the powers of the world to replicate a block of water, creating an infinite water source alongside the original. Subsequently, leveraging the previously established stone generator, he incessantly produced cobblestones. Through the recently acquired destruction privileges that do not consume world power, he collected the cobblestones into his inventory and strategically placed them at the edge of the Sky Island, gradually expanding the land beneath his feet. Days passed as Fang Jie diligently constructed the Sky Island, which has now more than doubled in size. The island boasts two prominent structures, one being Fang Jie's modest matchbox dwelling, furnished with a bed crafted from spider silk, and the other a mob tower. Although he initially lacked iron ingots to create buckets, he ingeniously employed his movable block privileges to position water blocks appropriately, constructing a rudimentary mob tower that yielded a plethora of valuable items over the past few days. Adjacent to his abode lies a tree farm, limited to 9 trees due to the scarcity of soil, but the rapid growth of the trees has allowed him to gather a significant amount of wood and apples. Additionally, he established 3 miniature farms, each containing 6 plots of tilled soil, utilizing his total of 27 soil blocks. These farms are sown with wheat seeds acquired from grass, as well as potatoes and carrots dropped by zombies, with Fang Jie also employing bone meal to expedite their growth. Observing the steadily increasing abundance in his inventory and chests, Fang Jie felt a surge of accomplishment. The initial fear and anxiety he experienced had been dissipated by this familiar rhythm. He was no longer the helpless ordinary individual, but rather an MC player and the master of the Sky Island, commanding the very realm he inhabited. Once his supplies were sufficient, Fang Jie resolved to once again harness the powers of the world to seek out other dimensions. As he traversed worlds, a wave of heat engulfed him, and a cloud of yellow sand swirled at his feet. Armed with a stone axe in one hand and a shield in the other, he also carried a stone sword, a bow, and a spare shield in his inventory. Not only did he bring weapons, but he also carried stone tools such as a pickaxe and a shovel. Despite the fact that the raw materials for these tools were primarily wood and stone, under the rules of Minecraft, they were as effective as their modern counterparts, excelling in speed, albeit limited by the game's regulations, as they would vanish upon depletion. In this venture, Fang Jie could be said to have brought nearly half of his assets along, packing several sets of useful food items and even a few blocks of soil. Even if he were to find himself stranded in a barren wasteland devoid of resources, he could still survive comfortably. However, it seemed as if Minecraft had accompanied him on this journey. Fang Jie suddenly realized he could perceive his consciousness within his mind, which was home to his Sky Island. Moreover, he sensed he could return at will. After attempting to express his desire to return to the Sky Island, akin to his previous teleportation trials, he found himself instantly back in his constructed matchbox, and upon wishing to exit, he reappeared at his previous location. Fang Jie had initially thought that after utilizing the world traversal, returning would require a substantial expenditure of world power. But it appeared that the situation was not as he had presumed. The world traversal resembled a bridge connecting 2 realms, allowing him to traverse effortlessly between them. Observing his surroundings, he found himself transported to a desolate desert, devoid of human presence. He needed to test whether his abilities to fly, teleport, and replicate were still functional in this foreign world. Fang Jie began to systematically test the efficacy of his skills in this new realm. He found that flying, teleporting, and instant mining were ineffective, likely due to the fact that he was not in his own world. However, unexpectedly, his replication ability remained intact, and the features inherent to survival mode were still operational. With a sigh, Fang Jie took out his shovel and aimed it at the sand beneath his feet, uncertain if he could mine sand as he would in Minecraft. With one scoop, he created a small pit, causing the adjacent quicksand to cascade into it and fill the hole. Curiously, while the blocks he had just placed could be mined without issue, the sand here proved resistant to his shovel. After a moment of contemplation, Fang Jie deduced that the cobblestone he had placed belonged to his world, while the sand was part of another realm. He decided to experiment with his world power. Wrapping his shovel in the powers of the world, he observed cracks forming on the sand, and within seconds, he successfully mined a block. He resolved to gather more sand to craft TNT, as the absence of heavy artillery left him feeling somewhat apprehensive. Just as he was engrossed in his task, a cloud of dust rose on the distant horizon. He halted, narrowing his eyes to observe. 3 modified off-road vehicles raced across the sandy terrain, heavy machine guns mounted atop, filled with armed militants. Recognizing the vehicles and their occupants as a group of terrorists, Fang Jie immediately felt a surge of alarm. The vehicles approached swiftly, halting near him, and the fully armed militants disembarked, aiming their firearms at Fang Jie. One burly, bearded militant stepped forward, conversing rapidly in a language Fang Jie could not comprehend. Feeling the threat of the guns directed at him, Fang Jie instinctively raised his hands in surrender. His mind raced in frustration. The language barrier rendered him unable to discern their intentions. What did they want? He was utterly baffled. Chapter 4. Let us speak Chinese at that moment. A peculiar shift in the world power caught his attention, as if urging him to take action. An idea related to Minecraft suddenly surfaced in his mind, loading a mod. After all, mods are an indispensable aspect of Minecraft. Was there a mod that could resolve his current predicament? Fang Jie concentrated his thoughts, silently employing the powers of the world to understand their speech. As the world power was consumed, a refreshing sensation coursed through his mind. The automatic translation update, I-18N update, mod successfully loaded. In the next instant, he could comprehend the militants' rapid chatter. Boss, this kid is out here digging sand all alone. Dressed in rags like a lunatic, one of the terrorists remarked. Having not yet changed from his singed attire after the lightning strike during his traversal, Fang Jie now appeared to them as a madman. Why not just kill him? Another terrorist suggested. We just kidnapped Tony Stark. This is a critical moment, and we can't afford any mistakes. What if this guy is a spy? A lunatic? Where do you find so many lunatics? Even if he is mad, we should take him back for interrogation. The bearded leader snorted, instructing several nearby subordinates to bind Fang Jie. Now understanding the situation, Fang Jie realized they mistook him for a spy. He swiftly assessed the circumstances, comparing the combat capabilities of both parties. He glanced at his stone axe, then at the automatic rifles, submachine guns, and mounted machine guns wielded by the militants. Clearly, he lacked the TNT and iron armaments necessary for a confrontation, making it evident that a direct conflict would be unwise. He needed an opportunity to maneuver, slowly raising his hands to signal his lack of hostility. Fang Jie's mind raced with potential strategies. This expansive environment is not conducive to effective action. Upon reaching their base, guerrilla warfare would be more suitable for one possessing the MC excavation ability like myself. It seems I must learn from my predecessors. Perhaps I could even acquire a base without much effort. Bind him and take him away. The burly leader clearly had no intention of allowing Fang Jie a chance to resist. Two armed men approached, roughly seizing Fang Jie's arms. He did not struggle, but, as he was led toward the vehicle, discreetly placed his frequently used weapon into his quick-access slot from his backpack. The convoy of off-road vehicles swiftly departed the desert, heading toward a concealed valley. Hidden within the valley was a rudimentary base, surrounded by numerous watchtowers, with several terrorists patrolling the area. Fang Jie was brought into a dimly lit interrogation room, his hands bound to the chair. The air in the room was thick and oppressive. A group of specialized interrogators, with eyes sharp as hawks, fixed their gaze on Fang Jie, as though attempting to see through him entirely. Speak. Who are you? What are you doing here? I have already stated, I am Fang Jie, a traveler who got lost in the desert. Fang Jie wore a sincere expression, his tone imbued with a hint of authenticity. It was not that he was unwilling to speak. Claiming to be from another world would be far less credible than simply being lost. A traveler? The interrogator scoffed, impatiently tapping his gun against the table. Dressed in such peculiar attire, digging sand on our territory? Do you think I am a 3-year-old child? Fang Jie felt a jolt of anxiety. Apparently, his sand-digging activities had not gone unnoticed. Fortunately, they remained ignorant of the fact that the sand was intended for TNT. He maintained his composure. My hometown is far away, and our clothing is simply like this. As for digging sand, I was merely bored and wanted to build a sandcastle. This excuse was so feeble that even Fang Jie wanted to laugh, yet at this moment, he believed it wiser to feign ignorance. As expected, the interrogator's patience was waning. The methods of interrogation escalated from threats and inducements to physical violence, yet Fang Jie felt no significant impact. After enduring for some time, he vaguely sensed he had lost some health, but by skillfully dodging all critical questions, the terrorists gleaned nothing after several hours. I see this fellow is simply a madman. Mentally unstable, muttered a lackey nearby. The interrogator, feeling frustrated, waved his hand dismissively. While he did not believe Fang Jie's absurd tale, he had indeed failed to extract any valuable intelligence. Fang Jie did not resemble any spy trained by a nation, yet they could not afford to release him so easily. A glint of menace flashed in his eyes. A useless madman was merely a waste of resources. Lock him up in the cave with those two. The interrogator commanded harshly. Let him witness Stark's fate. We will question him again tomorrow. If he remains silent, we shall dispose of him before their eyes, to set an example. Stark's capture. A cave. Wasn't he this a scene from Iron Man? Had I traversed into the Marvel Cinematic Universe? Answers would soon be revealed. Confused, he was roughly shoved by 2 terrorists deeper into the cave. Meanwhile, In the dimly lit cave where Tony Stark was imprisoned, the atmosphere had plummeted to a freezing point. Cough, cough. Tony Stark erupted into a violent coughing fit, each convulsion exacerbating the injury to his chest, rendering his already pale face even paler. The electromagnet beside him buzzed ominously, yet it was evidently powerless to halt the decline of his vitality. His condition is deteriorating. Doctor. Ethan urged anxiously to the guards and the burly leader who had just entered to assess the situation. The shrapnel is getting closer to the heart. If we don't find a solution soon, he won't last 2 days. Then find a way, the burly leader shouted, seizing Ethan by the collar. I kept you here to save his life. If he dies, you'll be the first to accompany him. Dr. Ethan's face flushed crimson as he gasped for breath. Struggling to respond, the medical conditions here are dire. I need medical equipment, at the very least stable electricity, and a clean environment. I'll bring you the supplies. But if you cannot save him, the leader threatened Ethan. Just then, Fang Jie was slowly ushered in. Boss, we brought the person. Instantly, all eyes in the cave focused on the newly arrived prisoner. The burly leader glanced at Fang Jie and mockingly said to Ethan and the weakened Tony, Look, this is your new neighbor, a madman claiming to dig sand in the desert. Tomorrow you'll witness the consequences of defying us. Fang Jie was roughly thrust into the cave. After stumbling slightly, he regained his balance and began to survey this new abode. The air was thick with the stench of blood, sweat, and diesel. An electromagnet connected to a car battery emitted a faint, buzzing sound, and beside it lay the critically injured man, Tony Stark. His face was extremely pale, and the bandages on his chest were soaked with blood. Nearby, Dr. Ethan was cautiously wiping Tony's forehead with a damp cloth. Chapter 5. Can't eating food restore health? Bang! The iron door slammed shut, isolating them from the outside world. The cave descended into a deathly silence. Indeed, this was Iron Man. I had entered the Marvel Universe. As Fang Jie confirmed his suspicions, his gaze swiftly scanned the rudimentary cell. His eyes paused momentarily on an inconspicuous corner of the cave, where a hidden camera was intently observing the prisoners. I am Dr. Ethan. Child, don't worry. Dr. Ethan broke the silence, comforting the new captive. As long as we do not lose hope, we will find a way. His voice carried a soothing power. A derisive snort escaped Tony's throat as he struggled to open his eyes, casting a glance at Fang Jie with a hint of self-deprecating humor. Even if hope is found tomorrow, at least there will be company in death. At least I won't be lost on my way to heaven. Fang Jie ignored Tony and instead smiled at Dr. Ethan. It's fine. I'm not worried, doctor. No need to comfort me. I won't die. He spoke with such ease and certainty, as if convinced nothing could harm him. Dr. Ethan was taken aback. The sympathy in his eyes shifted to confusion. Could it be that the Ten Rings gang spoke the truth? Was he truly a madman? Tony was further amused, coughing painfully, baring his teeth in agony. Kid, confidence is commendable, but arrogance is not. Look at me, Tony Stark, CEO of Stark Industries. Even with a fortune of billions, I lie here awaiting death. Why should you be any different? Because I can dig my way out, Fang Jie replied, slowly approaching the camera's blind spot. With his back to the camera, he faced the rock wall, extending his fingers to tap it, as if assessing the material of the stone. This action appeared in the surveillance footage as a desperate outburst from a newly arrived prisoner. However, from Ethan and Tony's perspective, what transpired next completely overturned their understanding. Fang Jie, with his back to the camera, obscured most of the view with his body and shadow. He lowered his head slightly, and with a subtle movement, a 1-meter square wooden workbench, marked with peculiar patterns and adorned with various tools, silently materialized in the shadows behind him. Shoo! Fang Jie turned, signaling the astonished duo to be quiet. Tony quickly covered his mouth to suppress an exclamation of disbelief. Intense movements exacerbated the wounds, causing him to break into a cold sweat. Yet, the physical agony was utterly eclipsed by the tumult within his heart. Dr. Ethan clutched his clothing tightly as he watched Fang Jie conjure sand and some dark gray powder from thin air. After a series of operations at the peculiar workbench, a cube emblazoned with the letters TNT was crafted. Material reconfiguration? Spatial technology? What is that in your hand? Explosives? Tony murmured softly, a genius inventor. Yet the unfolding events transcended any scientific understanding he possessed. Fang Jie carefully stored the TNT and produced a pickaxe. He glanced at Tony, who was momentarily stunned into silence, and gave him a knowing look. In an instant, Tony understood the cue. Cough, cough, cough. He immediately erupted into a fit of violent coughing, the sound reverberating through the cave, effectively masking numerous subtle noises. Dr. Ethan quickly reacted, stepping forward to pat Tony's back. creating a greater commotion while simultaneously shielding the side angle of the camera with his body. Under the cover of the coughing, Fang Jie began to excavate in the blind spot of the surveillance. He worked swiftly. The hard rock yielded easily under his pickaxe. Before long, a small hollow was formed, suitable for concealment. Stop. Hold on a moment. Tony urged, his voice urgent. What is the molecular structure of that pickaxe? What alloy possesses such hardness and cutting efficiency? And your method of excavation defies ergonomic principles. Yet the efficiency is astonishing. Tony was instantly captivated by this phenomenon that defied logic. After a while, Fang Jie halted his digging, realizing the rock layers were thicker than anticipated and uncertain of the correct direction. He then shifted to execute a third plan. He signaled to Tony and S.H.I.E.L.D to provide cover and approached the iron door near the cave entrance. He looked up at the rock wall above the doorframe, a perfect visual blind spot. Once again, he produced some sand blocks and a wooden trapdoor, constructing a small platform above the doorframe as if building with blocks. Under the astonished gazes of S.H.I.E.L.D and Tony, the platform consisted of a wooden trapdoor covered in sand with a wooden button attached to the side. A quicksand trap, Fang Jie explained, clapping his hands. If anyone pushes the door open, I press the button, and the sand will instantly fall, burying them alive. The others behind will be blocked from entering, giving us ample time to react. Tony and S.H.I.E.L.D stared at the deceptively simple, yet ingeniously conceived trap, rendered speechless. They could certainly create such a trap, but it would take far longer than mere minutes. They gazed in astonishment at Fang Jie, who, within a short span of time, exhibited several extraordinary abilities. A madman? A superhuman? Or perhaps a deity? The following day, Tony had scarcely slept. He forced himself to stay alert, his bloodshot eyes fixed unwaveringly on the corner where Fang Jie was located, evidently still mulling over the previous day's events. Dr. S.H.I.E.L.D, having recovered from his shock, began to contemplate how to leverage Fang Jie's abilities to break the impasse. Who exactly are you? Tony's voice was hoarse from exhaustion. Fang Jie, noting Tony's deteriorating condition, understood that waiting was no longer an option. He approached Tony's bedside, gesturing for Dr. S.H.I.E.L.D's assistance. Doctor, cover his upper body with the blanket and pretend to check his wounds, obscuring the camera's view. S.H.I.E.L.D complied immediately, under the guise of the blanket. Fang Jie produced a piece of bread and placed it in Tony's hand. Eat this. Tony did not hesitate, immediately stuffing the bread into his mouth. Beneath the blanket, a miraculous transformation went unseen. A warm energy radiated, and Tony could distinctly feel his wounds healing rapidly, strength returning. Yet, from the surveillance footage, it appeared as though Dr. S.H.I.E.L.D was futilely tending to a dying patient. Moments later, having completed his examination, Dr. S.H.I.E.L.D pulled back the blanket. Chapter 6. The initial acquisition of world power as Stark's body healed. A warm current surged within Fang Jie. The sensation of acquiring world power this time was far clearer than during his experience on Sky Island. A realization dawned upon him. Aiding pivotal figures in this world could be the means to improve destinies and gain world power. And Tony Stark, without a doubt, was among the most crucial characters in the narrative of this world. In the morning, the bearded leader stormed into the cell with several henchmen, prepared to execute Fang Jie as planned, while his subordinates carried the medical supplies requested by S.H.I.E.L.D. However, upon seeing the supposedly near-death Tony Stark sitting up on his own, they were momentarily stunned. Although Stark still appeared disheveled, his complexion was rosy, and his gaze sharp, a stark contrast to the ailing patient of the previous day. What is going on? The leader inquired in astonishment. Dr. S.H.I.E.L.D immediately stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Fang Jie, adopting an exaggerated and mysterious tone. I require medical supplies. I didn't expect you to bring me a shaman so promptly. Mr. Stark's condition has improved dramatically. The leader scrutinized Fang Jie closely, then glanced at Tony. The evidence was undeniable. A lively Tony Stark was far more valuable than a lifeless corpse. However, S.H.I.E.L.D continued, although Mr. Stark's wounds have healed, he remains quite weak and requires rest. Furthermore, this gentleman's healing method is exhausting and necessitates recuperation. To ensure Mr. Stark is ready to assist you promptly, I suggest you refrain from disturbing them for the next few days. S.H.I.E.L.D's words afforded them precious time for recovery and preparation. The bearded leader weighed the pros and cons, ultimately allowing greed to triumph over caution. He snorted in response, very well. I shall grant you a few more days. If Stark is still unwilling to assist us in manufacturing missiles by then, you three shall meet your maker. With that, he departed. But the number of guards at the entrance increased to 4. The immediate crisis was averted. Tony looked at Fang Jie, puzzled. Just now, I thought you would trigger that trap. Fang Jie shook his head, glancing at the door outside, and calmly replied, The trap can only resolve one or two small fry. It addresses symptoms rather than the root cause. This outcome is far better. We now have ample time. He turned to Tony with a smile. Originally, we could have dug our way out, but now we have a better option. Tony perked up, as countless questions from the previous night surged back to the forefront of his mind. This is unbelievable. How did those things materialize? How did you acquire such abilities? And how were you captured? That bread, eating it heals you? Surely, it is not some form of nanotech repair bot? In response to Tony's rapid-fire inquiries, Fang Jie merely smiled mysteriously, placing a finger to his lips while casting a sidelong glance at the inconspicuous camera overhead. Some matters must be discussed in a different location. He lowered his voice and led Tony and Eason to the blind spot of the surveillance camera. You claim to come from another world, a parallel universe, a multiverse, or perhaps some quantum foam hypothesis I have yet to encounter. Tony leaned against the wall, the weakness he had felt dissipating. Yet curiosity burned within him like an unquenchable flame. You may understand it as me hailing from a world governed by entirely different rules. Fang Jie's explanation was succinct yet profound. In my world, everyone possesses an invisible backpack of sorts. He patted his own body, indicating its capacity to store items. The bread he produced was retrieved from this very backpack. He paused momentarily before introducing a rule that would fundamentally alter the worldview of the two listeners. In my world, as long as one is satiated, injuries to the body can heal rapidly. This is a fundamental principle, akin to the inevitability of water flowing downward or an apple falling upon Newton's head. This explanation, though simplistic, was also the most intuitive. Tony furrowed his brow, his mind racing with thoughts. Rapid cellular regeneration based on the conservation of biological energy? This defies scientific reasoning. Where does the energy originate? Your world? Does it possess its own physical laws? Initially, he attempted to interpret this through a scientific lens, only to soon realize the futility of such an endeavor. No. Even if there are different physical laws, a parallel universe should not function in this manner, being fully restored merely by satiation. This is utterly ludicrous, akin to a game. That's one way to interpret it, Fang Jie conceded. To bolster his argument and enhance the dining experience of his fellow inmates, he turned away from the camera. Under their watchful eyes, 3 items materialized in his hands: an apple, a baked potato, and a carrot. Each of these foods bore the same attributes as the bread, emanating a pure, appetizing aroma. Would you care to try? Fang Jie offered, presenting them. These are the supplies from my backpack. Doctor. Ethan hesitated before finally reaching for the apple. As a physician and scholar, he harbored a curiosity for such phenomena. He brought the apple to his lips and took a gentle bite. Crunch. The crisp sound resonated. Dr. Ethan's eyes widened, his expression morphing into one of indescribable delight, reminiscent of Fang Jie's initial experience with an apple. This is astonishing, Dr. Ethan exclaimed. I have tasted many apples, but none compare to this. Tony observed Dr. Ethan's rapturous expression and scoffed, assuming he simply had not experienced superior quality before. Crunch. He bit into the carrot, and instantly, his dismissive demeanor froze. A flash of brilliance flickered in his eyes as he slowed his chewing. Witnessing the starkly different yet equally astonished reactions of the two, Fang Jie chuckled. No one could resist the deliciousness found within MC. Chapter 7. Redstone and reactors. Moreover, to maximize my abilities, various materials are essential. Fang Jie seized the moment, steering the conversation back on track. I possess ample wood and stone, yet I require a significant quantity of steel. Steel? Tony's gaze sharpened at once. This life-or-death ordeal had irrevocably transformed some of his perspectives. Firearms and missiles are indiscriminate. They can harm both adversaries and allies. He needed to forge a weapon that acknowledged its master. He pointed to his chest, where, although the wound had healed, the shrapnel remained a lethal threat. This electromagnet is merely a temporary solution. It must remain connected to a substantial power source, making it susceptible to failure. I require a more stable, robust energy source to replace it, a miniature arc reactor. The core of the reactor requires palladium. He paused, a manic yet confident glint in his eyes. I refuse to entrust my life to another. I aim to create something, an armor that will protect me. Yet, that endeavor demands a great deal of materials. At that moment, their objectives perfectly aligned. Listening to their plans, Dr. Ethan's eyes ignited with a flicker of hope. But we are imprisoned here. How could they possibly provide us with materials? They will, Tony replied with a familiar, confident smirk. They wish for me to manufacture Jericho missiles, so we shall acquiesce. He glanced at Fang Jie and Dr. Ethan, mischief sparkling in his eyes. We will feign acceptance of their terms, requesting all the components and materials we require. Then, right beneath their noses, We shall utilize their resources to create our own devices. They desire weapons? We shall deliver a grand one. However, the wielder of this weapon shall be us. When Tony mentioned the reactor, Fang Jie felt a sudden surge within. In his memory, the arc reactor, an integral artifact throughout Tony Stark's heroic journey, was undoubtedly a significant item within this realm. Should he acquire it, even for close-range study, it might allow him to decipher its principles and subsequently implement a powerful mod. That reactor, Fang Jie spoke to Tony, hidden from the cameras, sounds incredibly impressive. Once it is constructed, might I borrow it for research? Borrow? Tony raised an eyebrow. Kid, you have saved my life twice. Don't speak of borrowing. Upon our escape, I shall gift you one. No, I prefer equitable exchanges, Fang Jie replied earnestly. He turned away once more, and in front of their gazes, he produced 2 handfuls of starkly different powders. One was a deep crimson, akin to fine vermilion, radiating a faint energy fluctuation. The other was a pale golden hue, resembling crushed sunlight, glowing luminously and illuminating his palm. What is this? Tony's scientific instincts ignited, and he leaned in closer, almost wishing for a microscope to sprout from his face. Redstone dust and glowstone dust, Fang Jie elucidated. They are unique minerals from my world. Redstone can conduct energy. Think of it as an energy conduit that requires no insulation and can be laid out freely, even self-generating energy. Glowstone, on the other hand, serves as a highly stable and efficient light source and energy, potentially inspiring your reactor design. He refrained from revealing that these items were dropped by the hapless witches from a monster-spawning tower. Tony's eyes sparkled with excitement as he gingerly pinched a bit of redstone dust, eager to feel its peculiar energy conductivity. The material's incredible properties utterly upended existing material science theories. He then glanced at the glowstone dust. An eternal light source? A cold light source? What is its energy conversion efficiency? Let us trade these 2 items for your research rights to that reactor, shall we? Fang Jie proposed. Tony Stark's notoriously avaricious nature did not extend to the generosity towards those who saved his life. He waved his hand dismissively, adopting a tone that conveyed his underestimation of Fang Jie. Don't be foolish, kid. I've told you, even without these, you can freely inspect the reactor. I am Tony Stark, not a vulture preying on the vulnerable. Consider it an advance investment, Fang Jie interjected, wrapping the 2 handfuls of powder in a nearby cloth and thrusting them into Tony's hands. Let us see what kind of generous compensation the head of Stark Industries can offer in the future. Tony gazed at the miraculous minerals in his hand, then met Fang Jie's calm gaze. He chuckled lightly, feigning indifference as he accepted the offering. Deal. But don't get your hopes too high. My compensation might only amount to a new sports car and the keys to a Malibu mansion, quite pedestrian. Though he spoke lightly, he etched this gesture of respect, not mere transaction, deeply into his heart. Another day passed, and the heavy iron door creaked open. The burly leader, flanked by several fully armed soldiers, gestured for the trio to exit with their weapons. Upon reaching the cave's entrance, their hoods were finally removed. The blinding sunlight compelled the 3, who had long dwelled in darkness, to squint instinctively. Once their eyes adjusted, they beheld the full expanse of the valley. It was an enormous, militarized encampment. Rows of olive-green tents and makeshift barracks were scattered throughout the valley, surrounded by towering piles of weapon crates, each emblazoned with the striking Stark Industries logo. Tony's jaw tightened imperceptibly. Several pickup trucks mounted with heavy machine guns came to a halt in the clearing, their tire tracks a chaotic mess. The shouts of men, the clanging of metal, and the roar of generators intertwined, creating an atmosphere of disorder and danger. Fang Jie observed that not only were there visible sentries patrolling, but also the fleeting reflections of snipers hidden in the shadows high on the mountainside and atop a few tents. This was indeed a fortress armed to the teeth. The bearded leader reveled in the solemn expressions of the 3 men. He relished the feeling of total control. Approaching Tony, he inquired in a tone reminiscent of a cat toying with a mouse. What are you thinking, Stark? Tony slowly surveyed his surroundings, his gaze sweeping over the missiles and firearms he had personally designed, finally resting on the leader's face. A mocking smile broke across his features as he replied nonchalantly, I was just thinking how many of my weapons you have here. The leader's expression momentarily stiffened, only to be replaced by a cruel grin. He pointed toward a heavily guarded massive tent, declaring, We have everything needed to manufacture Jericho missiles. Now, I need you to compile a detailed materials list and get to work immediately. Once you finish, I will let you go. As the bearded man spoke, he patted Tony's shoulder, an action that appeared friendly but was laden with an unmistakable threat. Tony inwardly scoffed. Release? He knew full well that the moment the missiles were completed would mark the end for the 3 of them. Yet, his expression transformed into one of compliance, even tinged with a hint of the arrogance characteristic of a genius. Of course, no problem. But you lack sufficient materials. I need a proper workstation, and give me some paper and a pen. Once he received the paper and pen, Tony began to write rapidly. As he scribbled, he muttered to himself, seemingly fully engrossed in his task. The missile's guidance system requires high-purity copper coils, and the core stabilizer needs palladium. Give me 16 grams. No, to be safe. Make it 2 grams. The warhead casing needs high-carbon steel plates, non-magnetic, and several pieces, as I must test their strength. He cleverly infused the list with numerous materials required for the creation of the arc reactor, the first-generation armor, and the steel needed by Fang Jie, presenting it all as if these items were indispensable for the fabrication of the Jericho missiles. The bearded leader could not comprehend the intricate terminology, but he recognized that Tony Stark had finally begun to cooperate. Greed overshadowed his skepticism, and he snatched the list from Tony, handing it to his subordinates. Bring him everything he asked for. As the materials from the list were gradually delivered into the cave, the dimly lit prison transformed into a rudimentary yet efficient secret workshop. Over the following days, a perfect drama unfolded. By day, Tony Stark would act like a reluctant weapons expert, shouting at a pile of steel parts, directing Dr. Ethan to cut and polish. The sharp sounds of welding and metal striking filled the air, sparks flying. He intentionally crafted a missile casing that appeared remarkably well made, and the progress was evident. The bearded leader and his men would occasionally peek in through the door, satisfied to see Tony diligently working before leaving a guard behind. As night fell, or during brief interludes in their daytime tasks when they confirmed that the guard would not enter immediately, the real performance began to unfold in the blind spots of surveillance. Tony meticulously cradled a small piece of precious palladium, employing makeshift tools for micron-level operations. His eyes were focused and fervent, as if he had returned to his top-tier laboratory in Malibu. Meanwhile, Fang Jie was tasked with managing the scrap materials. He approached a pile of high-carbon steel plates intended for missile casings and gently touched them. In the eyes of Ethan and Tony, those heavy steel plates seemed to vanish into thin air. Success! Fang Jie felt a surge of joy within. This proved that his world power could convert complex real-world materials into MC materials. This maneuver was truly captivating. Tony, while fiddling with the copper coils, remarked without looking up, "This never gets old." Yet Fang Jie's mind was consumed by his inventory. He gazed at the stacked items labeled as steel, feeling a twinge of confusion. In his experience with Minecraft, there was no such thing as steel. Of course, he thought to himself, the real world is not a game, and pure iron is already quite rare. The steel here was likely an alloy mixed with carbon, iron, and various rare earth elements. With a spirit of experimentation, he placed a furnace in the surveillance blind spot and tossed a piece of steel into it. A roaring flame erupted, and the furnace began its work. Moments later, a metallic ingot, perfectly square and gleaming, emerged from the output slot with a resounding clang. He quickly smelted all the collected steel into ingots, then opened his workstation to begin crafting. Soon, a complete set of steel armor, consisting of a helmet, breastplate, leg guards, and boots, along with a heavy steel shield, materialized in his hands. The armor shimmered with a steady metallic luster, its edges sharp, embodying a sense of weightiness in pixel style. Fang Jie eagerly reviewed its attributes, his face lighting up with immense delight. Steel helmet, armor value, 3 points armor toughness, 2 points durability, 220 points. Steel breastplate, armor value, 8 points armor toughness, 2 points durability, 320 points. Steel leg guards, armor value, 6 points armor toughness, 2 points durability, 300 points. Steel boots, armor value, 3 points armor toughness, 2 points durability, 260 points. Steel shield durability, 448 points. Feature, can block nearly all frontal damage. If the damage blocked is greater than or equal to 3 points, the shield's durability consumption is the damage rounded down to 1. These attributes were nothing short of a replica of diamond armor. Fang Jie felt a rush of excitement. Just then, Tony also completed his astonishing masterpiece. He connected the final copper wire, and the small arc reactor, emanating a blue glow, emitted a steady hum in the palm of his hand. Done. A relieved smile spread across Tony's face as he raised the reactor, showcasing it to the idle Ethan. See this, Ethan? Clean energy, stable output. With this, the broken electromagnet in my chest can retire. Dr. Ethan's eyes filled with admiration. At that moment, both men turned their gazes towards Fang Jie in the corner. Fang Jie had risen at some point, clad in the steel armor that seemed to have traversed from the Middle Ages, holding the heavy shield, resembling a silent statue of iron, exuding an imposing presence. All right, Sir Lancelot, Tony whistled, tilting his chin in jest, clearly referring to Fang Jie's knight-like appearance. What surprise does this tin can hold? Don't tell me it's just for looks. Fang Jie approached them, his metal boots striking the ground with a resounding thud. He extended his finger, tapping his breastplate, producing a dull clang. The surprise is substantial. Fang Jie began to explain the rules of the armor. In simple terms, in my world, each point of armor value can reduce 4 points of damage, and a full stack of 20 points of armor value equals 80. 80 points of physical damage reduction? Tony's eyes instantly lit up. As a weapons expert, he understood precisely what this number signified. What is the principle behind it? Impact absorption? Energy deflection field? Not just that, Fang Jie continued. Damage is also influenced by the resilience of the armor. High-intensity attacks, such as being struck by a sniper rifle, will diminish the defensive capabilities of the armor, approximately offsetting every 2 points of damage with 1 point of armor. The attribute of armor resilience is designed to counteract this diminishing effect. In our current circumstances, this set of steel armor can reliably provide an 80 reduction in physical damage. Chapter 9. Extreme Reactor Mod. Tony was utterly astonished. His mind raced as he calculated that if he used this 80 physical damage reduction as a base and enveloped it with the steel armor he designed, the defensive capabilities would reach an astonishing level. I've made my decision, Tony exclaimed, slapping his thigh. My armor will be built upon this suit of armor. It will serve as the perfect inner lining. Absolutely, Fang Jie replied generously, summoning 2 new sets of steel armor and steel shields that materialized on the ground. One for each of you, safety first. He not only provided Tony with a set, but also gifted one to Dr. Ethan. Ethan was taken aback, not expecting to receive one as well. As Tony and Ethan accepted this weighty gift, an unprecedented surge of world power surged into Fang Jie's body. He realized that he was not merely saving Ethan, but also providing a crucial cornerstone for the birth of the world's most significant hero, Iron Man. This realization was the reason for the influx of such immense world power. After receiving the steel suit and shield, Tony Stark made a gesture quintessential to his character. He casually tossed the arc reactor, glowing with a blue aura and invaluable, towards Fang Jie as if throwing a baseball. And here's your research material. Be careful. Fang Jie was startled, scrambling to catch the compact yet heavy object, his heart racing. Tony, there's only one of these right now. If you break it, how will you continue to live? Don't worry, Stark Industries product, drop resistant, Tony waved dismissively, though the exhaustion and exhilaration from completing his masterpiece shone brightly in his eyes. Fang Jie shook his head in resignation. He cradled the arc reactor carefully, feeling its remarkable essence. Beneath the cool metallic exterior, a powerful and stable energy surged within. The blue halo at its core resembling a miniature star ring, radiating the beauty of futuristic technology. He hesitated no longer and immediately summoned the world power within him to connect with the arc reactor in his grasp. The Extreme Reactor mod successfully loaded. The Extreme Reactor is a nuclear energy mod that is remarkably safe, with no risk of explosion or nuclear leakage. All this knowledge imprinted itself in his mind instinctively within mere minutes. The entirety of the mod's items, blocks, and multi-block structures unfolded in his mind. Their crafting methods and purposes firmly engraved, from the most basic uranium ingots and graphite obtained from smelting coal in a furnace to the immense multi-block reactor. This mod features 2 distinctly different energy conversion methods. One passively generates power directly from the reactor, simple and straightforward, while the other utilizes coolant to convert vast amounts of thermal energy into abundant steam, actively producing electricity. The steam drives a colossal turbine composed of massive rotor shafts and rows of turbine blades, spinning wildly under the steam's propulsion, transforming thermal energy into power. Moreover, the uniqueness of this mod lies in its continuous reprocessing of reaction products. For instance, the waste produced from uranium ingots in the reactor is blue crystals, which, when mixed with water in the reprocessor, can be transformed into blue plutonium, labeled as plutonium. The combination of blue plutonium and blue crystals can yield myum, and so forth. After an intricate series of transformations, one can ultimately obtain fervor ingots, the practical utility of which in reality remains a mystery to Fang Jie, who felt a headache coming on from this convoluted series of recipes. In a matter of seconds, Fang Jie slowly opened his eyes, exhaling deeply, his gaze filled with astonishment. He organized the explosive information in his mind and returned the arc reactor to Tony. Tony was quietly discussing with Ethan how to install the reactor when he noticed Fang Jie had returned it so swiftly, his expression puzzled. Is that it? Are you sure you comprehended everything? In just a few minutes? Honestly, even for me, Understanding every aspect of this little device would take several hours. Your analytical speed is something even I, a genius, cannot achieve. That is sufficient. Fang Jie nodded, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. He looked at Tony and stated matter-of-factly, I can now create reactors as well. He paused before dropping a bombshell. I can also produce elements that do not exist in this world. Upon hearing this, Dr. Ethan was left in utter disbelief. Tony's reaction, however, was unexpected. He did not express shock or skepticism, merely sighing deeply while regarding Fang Jie with a look of as expected. All right, he shook his head, a blend of resignation and immense excitement on his face. After witnessing the creation of materials from thin air, pixelated gear, and magical bread, if you told me you could conjure a black hole, I wouldn't be too surprised. He took the reactor, solemnly patting Fang Jie on the shoulder. Kid, once we escape this hellhole, you must come to my laboratory. I swear, I must see for myself just how extraordinary your world truly is. On the 5th day, the leader remarked, Boss, a terrorist responsible for monitoring spoke into the intercom. His tone filled with confusion. That Stark has been banging and clanging every day, sparks and noise never cease. But the missile casing seems to show no progress at all. A silence lingered for a few seconds on the other end of the intercom, followed by the irate voice of the bearded leader. What do you mean no progress? It's just the same as 3 days ago, the monitor explained earnestly. It seems they're repeatedly welding the same spot. Moreover, that new lunatic always lurks in the camera's blind spot for hours, and we have no idea what he is doing. An angry curse echoed through the intercom, and the signal was abruptly cut off. Inside the cave, Tony Stark had just installed the final armor plate on his rough, yet lethal suit. Fang Jie had also finished tallying his supplies. Dozens of TNT, a barrel of water, a steel shield, a steel sword, a bow and arrows, and enough cobblestones. Through his efforts, a hidden chamber for concealment and a secret passage leading to the front of the cave had quietly taken shape. The sand trap at the entrance had been replaced with a far deadlier lava trap. Suddenly, a cacophony of footsteps and angry shouts in Arabic erupted from outside. Chapter 10. Clearing the camp there here. Fang Jie's expression hardened as he urgently told Dr. Ethan, Doctor, quickly, into the hidden chamber. He motioned for Ethan to hide in a nook in the wall, then swiftly took several cobblestones and sealed the entrance with astonishing speed, making it indistinguishable from the surrounding rock wall. Tony, done your turtle shell, Fang Jie shouted. Without hesitation, Tony began to struggle into the heavy components of his armor. Just then, a tremendous crash resounded outside as the iron door was violently smashed open. Bang! The iron door was kicked in with force, and the bearded leader stormed in with a dozen subordinates, guns aimed straight into the cave. Stark, you desire death. Before he could finish his words, Fang Jie, standing behind the door, revealed a chilling smile and pressed a wooden button above his head. With a thunderous crash, the meticulously arranged trapdoor swung open. A torrent of fiery orange surged downward. It was not sand, but scalding lava. The leader with the bushy beard barely had time to emit a shriek. A sound so inhuman it was almost pitiful before he was instantly engulfed by the molten rock. His clothing and flesh carbonized rapidly under the searing heat, igniting with a horrific sizzle. The terrorists trailing behind him were paralyzed by the hellish spectacle. Some attempted to retreat, while others sought to rescue their now charred leader. What on earth is this? It's magma. How could there be magma here? How did they acquire it? Retreat. Save the boss. Fang Jie offered them no respite. Seizing the moment of their confusion, he produced a round stone and, with inhuman speed, erected a formidable stone wall at the doorway blocked by lava. The terrorists outside were utterly bewildered. A wall? Where did that wall come from? Blow it up. Our leader is trapped inside. Kill them. Inside the cave, Tony finally secured his helmet, a flicker of blue light igniting in his eyes. Well done. Now it's my turn. Let us go. The duo no longer hesitated, turning to dash into the previously excavated secret passage. As Fang Jie swiftly broke through the final layer of thin rock with a pickaxe, an exit leading to the cave's storage area materialized before them. A few guards, startled by the sudden noise of the breach, turned just in time to witness several square blocks, gleaming with white light, being hurled outward. In Minecraft, ignited TNT would silently await detonation. However, in the real world, Fang Jie discovered he could push the lit TNT out like a box. Boom. The violent explosion unleashed a terrifying shockwave and cloud of dust within the narrow cave, obliterating the guards and their weapon crates into fragments. The screams abruptly ceased. Roar. Tony, clad in the one Malawian Kwacha armor, burst forth from the smoke like an iron behemoth. Upon hearing the explosion, the guards outside rushed to assist. Gunfire erupted throughout the camp. Rat-a-tat-tat. Bang. A deluge of bullets of various calibers rained upon the armor, creating a cascade of sparks upon impact. Yet, shielded by Fang Jie's armor, which provided an 80 reduction in physical damage, and Tony's own heavy exterior, the harm inflicted by these bullets was negligible, failing to hinder his advance. Fang Jie quickly followed, discerning the situation and sprinting to a high ground, where he abruptly poured a bucket of water. The torrent cascaded down, forming a miniature waterfall that instantly disrupted the formation of several terrorists and obscured their vision. He seized a fallen gun from the ground, wielding a steel shield in his left hand and a rifle in his right, joining the fray in an exceedingly peculiar posture. Tony drew the majority of the fire, standing as an indomitable fortress, while Fang Jie utilized the shield to block stray bullets, methodically eliminating those attempting to flank them with precise shots. The battle raged fiercely, as Fang Jie toppled an enemy and prepared to relocate. A lurking sniper in the shadows high on the cliff seized the opportunity. Bang! A dull gunshot rang out. Fang Jie felt a tremendous impact at the back of his head, causing him to stagger. A sharp pain coursed through him. Yet it was unlike any pain he had previously known. It was a cold, data-like sensation. He did not bleed, but in the lower left corner of his vision, a phantom appeared, displaying a row of red hearts, 3.5 of which vanished instantaneously. The realization of his data-like existence struck him like lightning. This revelation astonished him, yet simultaneously instilled a sense of calm. As long as his health was not depleted, he would not perish. Tony, at 3 o'clock, there's a sniper on the cliff. Fang Jie shouted, raising his shield to protect himself. Received. A muffled voice from Tony's helmet responded, as his arm-mounted machine gun swung toward that direction, unleashing a torrent of furious fire. Screams echoed from the cliff. After eliminating the last enemy, the camp fell into a profound silence, leaving only the crackling of flames and the heavy footsteps of Tony's armor. This grueling battle had finally concluded. Tony Stark lifted the visor of the 1 Malawian Kwacha armor, inhaling the air of freedom tinged with the scent of blood. He gazed at the continuous flow of water beside him, then at the ordinary iron bucket in Fang Jie's hand, his expression a mix of relief and incredulity. I must admit, that scientifically implausible bucket of yours, seemingly connected to an interdimensional reservoir, has proven more useful at times than my iron contraption, Tony remarked. Honestly, without you, even if I managed to break free, I would likely have been overwhelmed by their sheer numbers. Teamwork, right? Fang Jie smiled, moving to the spot where he had set the traps, collecting the still-flowing lava and water back into the iron bucket as if they had never existed. Fang Jie struck the wall before the hidden chamber with his pickaxe. Doctor. Ethan gazed at the infernal scene outside, speechless in shock. Is it all over? He leaned against the wall, his voice trembling. It is over, Ethan. Tony stepped forward, patting his shoulder. We are free. Ethan surveyed the devastation and corpses strewn about, glancing between Tony and Fang Jie, and finally sighed deeply, his eyes filled with complex emotions. Chapter 11, Modular Power Suit. Tony's gaze swept over the destroyed weapon crates, the Stark Industries logo glaring in the flames. His expression transitioned from one of relief to profound gravity. Approaching a relatively intact wooden crate, he traced his fingers over his surname, the usual bravado fading, replaced by a heavy, unspoken guilt. These must be destroyed, he murmured. It was I who brought these instruments of death into this world. Stark, it is not your fault. Dr. Ethan approached him, his voice gentle yet firm. You cannot dictate where your inventions are utilized, but you can choose what to do from now on. You are not these weapons. Your life is just beginning. Ethan's words shone like a beacon, illuminating the chaos and remorse within Tony at that moment. He slowly lifted his head, the confusion in his gaze gradually replaced by an unprecedented resolve. You are right. He inhaled deeply, making a decision that would alter the course of the world. When I return, the first thing I will do is shut down Stark Industries Weapons Division. Do you need help disposing of this trash? Fang Jie approached, shaking the bucket of lava in his hand. Tony looked at him and smiled genuinely. Of course. In the following hour, Fang Jie demonstrated the most straightforward and brutal method of waste disposal from Minecraft. No matter how sturdy the firearms or intricate the missile components, once thrown into that small block of bubbling lava, they would instantly disintegrate into vapor, leaving no trace of ash behind. As the last weapon of Stark Industries was destroyed, the trio prepared to leave the valley that had buried countless sins. Tony gazed at the rough, cumbersome 1 Malawian Kwacha armor in the corner, which had saved their lives. His expression complex. What should we do with this? He inquired of Fang Jie. We cannot simply leave it here. Though this armor is rudimentary, the technology within must not fall into the wrong hands. Yet it is far too heavy for the three of us to carry out of the desert. Do you need assistance? Fang Jie asked, understanding the unspoken request. Please, Tony nodded. Fang Jie stepped forward and touched the cold metal exterior of the one Malawian Quacho armor. With a thought, the massive object vanished, absorbed into his inventory. However, at the moment of its disappearance, an unexpected surge of pure world energy flooded into Fang Jie's being. Fang Jie was taken aback, puzzled. Why would retrieving an item bestow world energy upon him? Was it because the one Malawian Quacha armor possessed special historical significance in the future? Or was it because it was a pivotal artifact, co-created by himself and Tony, influencing the course of the world? He temporarily set aside his bewilderment and began to harness the newly acquired world energy to analyze the armor. The modular power suits mod loaded successfully. The essence of this mod was a highly customizable power armor framework that could be enhanced with various functional modules through a device known as the Power Armor Modification Station. For instance, solar panel modules could be installed to recharge the armor, servo motor modules could enhance mobility, gliding wing modules could provide flight capabilities akin to that of a glider, and there were even holographic projectors for stealth and force field generators for shields. Yet, as Fang Jie eagerly reviewed the synthesis recipes, he discovered a complication. Crafting items from this mod required the following prerequisite mods: Thermal Expansion, Industrial Craft 2, Ender IO, or FTB Industrial Contraptions. So there are prerequisite mod requirements? Fang Jie lamented. This felt akin to purchasing a golden tree shadow only to realize he had not even acquired the base game, Elden Ring. He had no choice but to temporarily set aside this enticing mod, realizing that to truly embark on his technological ascent, he needed to find the keys to load those foundational industrial mods. All set, Fang Jie informed Tony and Ethan. Let's go. The three no longer lingered, turning away from the valley that had witnessed both death and rebirth. At the Sanctum Sanctorum in New York, standing before the world window that overlooked the entire city, the Ancient One, clad in a yellow robe, stood with her eyes closed. Between her slender fingers, the eye of Agamotto radiated a gentle green light. As countless timelines representing the future flowed like a galaxy before her, diverging and converging. Suddenly, her brow furrowed imperceptibly. Among the myriad of predetermined, observable futures, she perceived a faint yet remarkably resilient anomaly that did not belong to this universe. It resembled a cube intruding into the river of time, causing subtle, unpredictable deviations in countless futures. The Ancient One slowly opened her eyes, her gaze seemingly piercing through space and dimension, drifting towards the distant cosmos. A variable, she murmured softly, her voice ethereal and enigmatic. A new god is born into this world. In the boundless yellow sands of Afghanistan, three figures trudged wearily. Hey, Tony, would you like a pixel carrot for some vitamin boost? Fang Jie strolled ahead effortlessly, his digitized form rendering him impervious to the sweltering heat and thirst. Shut up, kid. Tony replied weakly, his tattered shirt soaked in sweat. Just looking at those things makes me want to vomit. Dr. Ethan shook his head with a wry smile. Fang Jie, with his miraculous food and seemingly endless supply of water, motivated the two mere mortals to navigate through this desolate sandy sea. Just then, a buzzing sound approached from the distance. A black military helicopter appeared on the horizon, swiftly flying towards them. The helicopter stirred up a massive wave of sand as it landed before them. The door swung open, and a black military officer in uniform was the first to leap out. Tony, Rhodey. Colonel James Rhodes rushed forward and tightly embraced his ragged, wild-haired friend, his voice trembling with excitement. You, don't ever leave me so far behind next time. Following Rhodes, several soldiers raised their weapons defensively, one of whom barked at Ethan and Fang Jie, don't move. Who are you? Chapter 12, The Novice Village Chief, Carlson. Hey, take it easy, buddy. Tony immediately extricated himself from Rhodes' embrace, spreading his arms to shield Fang Jie and Ethan. They are not enemies. They are my comrades who fought their way out of hell alongside me. The soldiers exchanged glances, ultimately lowering their weapons at Colonel Rhodes' signal. Seated in the helicopter heading back to the American base, Tony earnestly addressed Ethan. Ethan, come back to America with me. I will arrange the finest laboratory and the best life for you. You can have whatever you desire. Dr. Ethan gazed out at the barren land ravaged by war, slowly shaking his head. No, Tony. His voice was soft yet resolute. This is my home. He turned, a hint of sadness and longing in his eyes. My family is buried in this land. I once fled from here, but now I wish to stay. The people here have endured too much suffering. If I can use my knowledge to help them, perhaps my life will hold true meaning. A silence enveloped the helicopter, punctuated only by the whirring of the rotor blades. Tony Stark's private jet landed smoothly at a military airport near New York. When the door opened and a familiar figure appeared on the staircase, Pepper, waiting on the tarmac, could no longer maintain her composure as the CEO's assistant. The moment Tony laid eyes on Pepper, a familiar, warm glimmer ignited in his weary gaze. Pepper hurried forward, her eyes red from an endless cycle of worry and overwhelming responsibilities over the past days. Have you been crying? Tony approached her, his tone laced with his usual light-hearted sarcasm. Have you been shedding tears for your long-lost boss? Pepper sniffed, fighting back tears, and shot back with a perfect, professional smile. It's because I'm happy. I hate job hunting. Indeed, Tony's smile softened with relief. The vacation is over. Only then did Pepper's gaze shift to the calm, unfamiliar Eastern man standing behind Tony. Who is this gentleman? Tony's smile faded, replaced by an unprecedented seriousness. He turned to Fang Jie and said to Pepper, without him, I might never have returned. The three then boarded the waiting car. Happy, drive. Tony ordered his driver and bodyguard. Please take us to the hospital. Pepper immediately commanded Happy, her tone brooking no dissent, filled with concern for Tony's physical condition. No. Tony leaned against the back seat, eyes closed, resolutely refusing. No. Pepper's voice soared an octave, turning to face Tony, nearly pressing her forehead against his. You must go to the hospital. Look at your current state. Slowly, Tony opened his eyes, the depths of which no longer held the flamboyance of yore, replaced instead by a steely resolve. Pepper, nothing is imperative right now. I only wish to accomplish one thing. He straightened his posture and articulated deliberately to hold a press conference. The press conference at Stark Industries was teeming with people, the flashes of cameras illuminating the room like a sea of stars. Tony navigated through the crowd towards the podium, ignoring everyone, and sat directly on the floor at the front. On the periphery of the venue, Pepper spotted Fang Jie, her face radiating genuine gratitude. Mr. Fang Jie, I am at a loss for words to express my gratitude for all that you have done for Tony. Just call me Fang Jie, he replied, smiling calmly. I merely did what any fellow inmate would do. At that moment, a man in a well-fitted but nondescript gray suit, resembling an ordinary office worker, approached quietly. Miss Potts. He greeted politely. Hello. I am Phil Coulson, an agent from the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics. His tone was as steady as a straight line. Pepper raised an eyebrow, quite a mouthful. I know, Coulson replied without a flicker of emotion. We are considering a name change. Listen, Agent Coulson, Pepper's professional instincts kicked in, adeptly handling the official. People from the Department of Defense, the FBI, and the CIA have already approached us. We have disclosed all we can. We are an independent department, with somewhat more specialized functions. Coulson's gaze subtly swept over Fang Jie before addressing Pepper. We have searched global databases, and prior to Tony Stark's disappearance, there was no record of a Fang Jie in this world. Pepper's heart raced at the revelation, but her expression remained impassive as she firmly defended, that is irrelevant. What matters is that he saved Tony's life, and that is sufficient. Of course, Coulson nodded, refraining from further inquiry. We merely wish to arrange a time to have Mr. Stark elaborate on the particulars of his escape. I will make a note of it and assist in arranging that. Is that acceptable? Pepper concluded the conversation in a tone that brooked no refusal. Thank you. Coulson handed her a business card and tactfully withdrew. Just then, Tony, under the gaze of all present, announced a bombshell revelation. During my days of captivity, I achieved a profound realization. I discovered that the weapons I crafted with my own hands are slaughtering innocent lives. He stood, his gaze sweeping over the shocked reporters and the ashen faces of corporate executives. Therefore, I have decided that, effective immediately, Stark Industries will permanently shut down its weapons manufacturing division. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Tony's uncle, Obadiah Stane, the company's second-in-command, rushed onto the stage and wrapped his arms around Tony, attempting to defuse the situation into the microphone. Ha ha ha. Our hero has returned. He is merely exhausted and needs rest. The press conference is concluded. Amidst the chaos, the conference ended on a sour note. Later that night, in the top-floor office of Stark Industries headquarters, Obadiah was seething into the phone. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows lay the brilliant nightscape of New York. Yet his expression was darker than the night outside. Greed. Your foolish greed has destroyed everything. His voice was low but brimming with fury. My demands are simple. Eliminate him. And what do? You insist on keeping him, hoping to squeeze more weapons from him. Now he has returned and intends to shut down the entire weapons division. Do you have any idea how much this will cost us? Chapter 13. Experimentation. The voice on the other end, processed and hoarse, replied, This cannot be blamed on us. Mr. Stane, our entire camp has been wiped out. That Stark is far more formidable than we anticipated, along with that Asian associate. No one knows how they accomplished it. I do not care how they did it. Obadiah interrupted. All I know is you have failed. The money I paid you was to resolve problems, not create larger ones. There was a brief silence on the line as they attempted to argue. There is nothing left at the scene. No one will trace it back to you. Shut up. Obadiah irritably hung up the phone and leaned back in his chair, his eyes glinting with a ruthless light. Tony's return and decision had completely disrupted his plans. Tony, he muttered, his gaze growing cold. You are a genius, but sometimes genius can be a hindrance. An idea gradually took shape in his mind. Since the collaborators were inept, he would have to take matters into his own hands. Even if it meant sacrificing Stark, the weapons development maestro. He must retain control of the company firmly in his grasp. The following morning, the sun shone brightly. Fang Jie drove an Audi gifted by Tony along the picturesque California Highway 1, arriving at the renowned cliffside villa by the Malibu beach. Inside the villa's living room, Tony, dressed casually with a cup of coffee in hand, was conversing with Pepper, who held a tablet, seemingly reporting on something. Hey, good morning, Fang Jie entered. You are here. Upon seeing him, Tony's face lit up with a smile as he naturally draped an arm around Pepper's shoulder, introducing her to Fang Jie. Fang Jie. Allow me to formally introduce you to Virginia Pepper Potts. She is the most important person in my life. Without her, I would be left to the winds of the Northwest. This candid introduction caused a blush to creep onto Pepper's cheeks. She awkwardly extricated herself from Tony's arm, smiling politely at Fang Jie. Hello, Fang Jie. Tony has told me all about you. Thank you very much. Her response was somewhat evasive, creating a subtly awkward atmosphere. Do not mention it, Fang Jie smiled, attempting to smooth over the moment. His curiosity piqued as he surveyed the surroundings. Speaking of which, I heard you mention yesterday that you have a remarkable AI butler? Oh, I almost forgot to introduce an important member of our household. Tony snapped his fingers. A gentle yet magnetic British voice resonated throughout the villa. Good morning, Mr. Fang Jie. I am J.A.R.V.I.S., the artificial intelligence butler of Mr. Tony Stark. It is a pleasure to meet you. Suddenly, a pale blue data stream and UI interface materialized on the glass walls of the villa, displaying the day's weather, news summaries, and the villa's energy consumption statistics. Fang Jie's face illuminated with genuine astonishment. Despite having seen such scenes countless times in films, witnessing this once purely fictional scenario come to life was an entirely different experience. Even in the era before his crossing, artificial intelligence had advanced rapidly. Yet true strong AI like J.A.R.V.I.S. was still light years away. J.A.R.V.I.S. Tony addressed, record Fang Jie's biometric data, setting his access level as secondary owner, only subordinate to myself. Yes, sir. Completed. J.A.R.V.I.S. responded. Tony turned to Fang Jie. In the future, if you need anything, simply inform J.A.R.V.I.S. I have also installed a system in your villa. He will be your personal butler. Subsequently, the two men proceeded to the private laboratory located beneath the villa. The space is filled with an array of sophisticated apparatus. Mechanical arms glide silently along the ceiling tracks, and holographic projection screens hover in the air, emanating an aura of futuristic technology. Let us commence. A fervent gleam sparkles in Tony's eyes, embodying the passion of a scientist. Allow me to witness the extraordinary capabilities you possess, which defy the laws of science. The first experimental endeavor, rapid construction. Fang Jie, adhering to Tony's directives, meticulously arranged the blocks from his backpack in the central area of the laboratory. Round stones, rocks, glass, furnaces, workbenches, TNT, and even soil, sand, and gravel. Wearing data analyzing goggles, Tony keenly identified the first anomaly. Astonishingly, he circled around the pile of blocks. The sand, gravel, and soil, which he recognized as having been excavated in Afghanistan, now exhibited an entirely different physical form. They remarkably did not collapse, but instead stacked like solid matter. Next, he pointed to a piece of oak wood floating in midair, unsupported, yet steadfastly defying the force of gravity. The second anomaly revealed that most blocks were unaffected by gravitational pull. Tony documented the data. Jarvis, initiate three-dimensional laser scanning to measure the dimensions of all blocks. Measuring now, sir, Jarvis's voice responded. Apart from the workbench and furnace, all other blocks measured a standard 1 cubic meter. A mechanical arm extended a precise probe to measure the side length of a round stone. Side length, 100 billion meters. Jarvis reported. Adjust precision to picometers, commanded Tony. There are fluctuations at the picometer level, sir, but the error remains within the instrument's tolerance. No, Tony shook his head. This is not mere error. Our measuring device lacks sufficient precision. Finally, Tony retrieved the data recorded by all sensors at the moment Fang Jie placed the blocks, revealing energy fluctuations, spatial parameters, and variations in gravity. Yet, all data indicated no anomalies. This is absurd, Tony mused, gazing at the straight lines of data on the holographic screen. There is no variation in the data, as if these blocks were never placed here, but rather existed in this location from the very beginning. The second experimental endeavor, spatial capabilities. Your backpack, as before, remains undetectable by any instruments during the process of storing and retrieving items. Tony accessed the data. This was anticipated. Now, the crux. He indicated the one Malawian Kwacha armor that had been grasped by the mechanical arm and placed on the experimental table. Test the changes in material properties before and after insertion. The mechanical arm sliced off a small piece of the armor's exterior for analysis. The physical properties and chemical composition exhibited no changes. Tony scrutinized the analysis report, furrowing his brow in confusion. Chapter 14. Acquiring numerous mods. This is peculiar. There is evidently no alteration, so why can it now provide damage mitigation? In the cave, bullets had to first penetrate the exterior before impacting your armor to trigger damage reduction. However, now, attacking the exterior directly reduces damage. Tony looked at Fang Jie, his eyes sparkling with insight. I comprehend. Your ability not only alters the material itself, but also bestows upon it a layer of rules from your world once it has been collected and possessed by you. Upon hearing this, Fang Jie instantaneously grasped the implications. No wonder that acquiring items from other worlds consumes world power. His abilities draw upon energy to forcibly assimilate these objects that do not belong to the MC world, applying a patch of MC rules upon them. The third experimental endeavor, information acquisition and analysis capabilities. The first two experiments have already overturned half of the physics textbooks I studied in university. Tony Stark paced back and forth in the laboratory, his excitement palpable. Now, we arrive at the third and most intriguing endeavor, information acquisition and analysis capabilities. He approached a toolbox and extracted a uniquely designed, non-lethal sonic weapon, one of his early inventions. You claim to have analyzed the structure of the arc reactor in mere seconds. Tony regarded Fang Jie, his gaze imbued with scrutiny and trust. I cannot ascertain the veracity of that claim, but I am inclined to believe you. Now let us test this. He casually tossed the sonic cannon towards Fang Jie, who caught it deftly, feeling its cool texture. He concentrated his mind and world power onto the weapon, emulating the method he had used to analyze the reactor. Once more, a torrent of novel knowledge surged into his consciousness. Timeless and Classics Zero mod successfully loaded. Stark Industries Sonic Cannon Weapon Pack successfully loaded. This mod exists, but this weapon pack is fictional. The rewards of this endeavor exceeded all expectations. Not only had he acquired a mod capable of crafting various firearms, but he also comprehended that beneath the mod lay the existence of weapon packs. Fang Jie quickly organized the information swirling in his mind. All weapons within this mod required a corresponding workstation for fabrication. The Stark Industries weapon pack corresponded to a dedicated workstation named Stark Smart Workshop. Its construction recipe was nothing short of extravagant, necessitating substantial amounts of iron ingots, gold ingots, steel ingots, diamonds, and glass. The recently analyzed sonic cannon required 8 steel ingots and 3 glass pieces for its construction within the Stark Smart Workshop. Its corresponding ammunition, energy cell, necessitated 1 steel ingot, 1 piece of glowstone dust, and 1 piece of redstone dust. What do you think? Tony inquired with curiosity. I completely understand. Fang Jie opened his eyes, returning the sonic cannon to him. I know how to manufacture it and could potentially enhance it, but we currently lack the specific workstation and materials. Oh, that is indeed unfortunate, Tony shrugged. I was eager to witness it immediately. Fang Jie surveyed the room, observing the state-of-the-art private laboratory, replete with mechanical arms and holographic screens, when a bold idea suddenly struck him. Wait, am I not in Stark's workshop? He turned to Tony, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Tony, if I say I can transform this space into what I just described as the Stark Smart Workshop, would you agree? Transform my laboratory into your magical workstation? Tony initially paused, then burst into laughter. Of course, go ahead. I am eager to see what transpires. Upon receiving permission, Fang Jie inhaled deeply and placed his hand upon the central experimental table. He summoned the world power within him, no longer targeting a singular object, but rather radiating it throughout the entire laboratory, silently invoking assimilation. A wave of intangible energy swept across the laboratory. To Tony and Jarvis's perception, everything remained unchanged. The lights continued to shine, and the equipment remained operational. However, for Fang Jie, the entire realm felt transformed. He sensed that the foundational rules of the room had been altered. Every device and component within had become part of the Stark Smart Workshop. Done. Fang Jie released his hand. He extended his arm, focusing on crafting the sonic cannon and energy cell. In the next moment, the 9 steel ingots, 3 glass pieces, 1 glowstone dust, and 1 redstone dust in his backpack vanished instantaneously. In their place, a brand new sonic cannon, adorned with pixelated edges, and a compact energy cell materialized in his grasp. Jarvis, document the process of material disappearance. Tony commanded. Sir, there was no observable process. According to the sensor readings, those materials seemed as though they had never existed. Jarvis's voice carried a hint of confusion. Fang Jie raised the sonic cannon in his hand, aimed it at the special alloy wall in the corner of the laboratory designated for weapon testing, and pulled the trigger. An invisible shockwave shot forth instantly, producing a resounding hum as a visible dent rapidly formed in the alloy wall, the surrounding metal even taking on a slight crimson hue due to the high-frequency vibrations. Good heavens! Tony exclaimed, rushing forward to touch the dent, glancing back at his original sonic cannon. The energy is more concentrated. Its power is at least 15 times greater than mine. He abruptly turned, finally grasping the situation. Wait, so now, this laboratory, worth hundreds of billions of dollars, is what you refer to as the Stark Smart Workshop? He immediately began to explore the laboratory like a child with a new toy, asking Jarvis as he touched various items. Jarvis, is there anything different? Can I sense some magical aura? Apologies, sir, but I cannot detect any anomalous parameters, Jarvis replied. That's not fair. Tony finally stopped, spreading his hands in complaint. This is clearly my laboratory, yet I cannot utilize this marvelous function that produces items with a mere click. Fang Jie felt somewhat overwhelmed by him. He approached and grasped Tony's hand, attempting to visualize granting him access. A faint flow of world energy surged from his body, traveling up his arm into Tony. Try again. Skeptical, Tony walked over to the pile of materials, mimicking Fang Jie's actions, extending his hand and silently chanting. Create a sonic cannon. With a swoosh, the steel ingots and glass in the material pile vanished, and an identical sonic cannon thudded onto the workbench. Success! Tony shouted with excitement. He then attempted to create an energy storage box, but this time, nothing happened. Chapter 15, Datafication? Fang Jie mused. The materials must be within the confines of this workstation for them to be summoned. We have no spare fluorite powder or redstone powder. Well then, Tony picked up the new sonic cannon, enamored. The experimental content now includes testing permissions. The experiments continued. Let us analyze the non-biological, biological, and conceptual aspects. Tony's scientific spirit ignited. He first pointed to a refrigerator in the corner of the laboratory, urging Fang Jie to touch it. Mr. Crayfish 39's furniture mod loaded successfully. Countless methods of crafting modern furniture flooded his mind, from sofas and tables to televisions and computers, even including toasters and swimming pools, encompassing nearly every aspect of contemporary life. At that moment, Pepper descended with a freshly baked apple pie. Would you like a break? Perfect experimental specimen. Tony's eyes lit up, and without hesitation, he sliced off a piece from the plate and handed it to Fang Jie. Fang Jie felt the warmth of the apple pie. Farmer 39's Delight mod loaded successfully. This time, a vast culinary and agricultural system filled his mind, detailing everything from how to handle ingredients with a knife and cutting board to how to cook various stews, pies, and rice dishes with beneficial effects, along with methods to improve soil and cultivate a wider variety of crops. One last one. Tony pointed at a screen on the wall displaying surveillance footage from numerous cameras inside and outside the villa. Try this, a concept composed of countless cameras and sensors. This was undoubtedly the most challenging task. Fang Jie placed his hand on the main control panel. This time, a distinctly different mod loaded successfully. Antique Atlas mod loaded successfully. This mod allowed him to create a magical atlas. As long as he held the atlas, the places he traversed would be automatically drawn, forming a beautifully hand-drawn style map. He could mark it and even duplicate it, sharing exploration progress with others who possessed the atlas. This was precisely a concept mod for information collection and presentation. Fang Jie conveyed these 3 results to Tony. Tony Stark fell into a profound silence. Sitting in a chair, he gazed at the sonic cannon in his hand and then at Fang Jie, remaining silent for an extended period. The 4th experimental project, the ability of datafication. Tony Stark, shaken from the astonishment brought by the previous mods, refocused his gaze, and the innate curiosity of a scientist took precedence once more. All right, let's proceed. He directed at Fang Jie, his tone turning serious. The 4th ability, datafication. You once told me that when struck by a sniper bullet in the camp, your body sustained no injuries. You believe this is a form of datafication. He paused, posing a practical question. Now let us test this. Do you need to drink water? How about using the restroom? I recall you still had physiological needs while in the cave. If your body is fully datafied, these should be unnecessary, right? This query left Fang Jie momentarily speechless. He indeed still required food and water. Tony did not wait for his response and picked up a glinting surgical knife from the tool bench. I wish to replicate the situation from when you were injured, albeit in miniature. Fang Jie, understanding, extended his left-hand palm up. Tony carefully and gently sliced the surgical knife across Fang Jie's palm. In an instant, a distinct line of blood appeared, crimson liquid seeping forth. Oh. Both men simultaneously expressed their confusion. Bleeding? Tony furrowed his brow, completely caught off guard. This is entirely unexpected. Why did you suffer no harm when shot in the head? Yet here, a mere cut causes a typical injury. He suddenly became alert, commanding, Jarvis, initiate a comprehensive biological scan. Provide me with all his real-time data. Countless pale blue beams swept over Fang Jie, revealing detailed data about his body. From the macro level of organ structure to the micro level of cellular activity, all displayed in a three-dimensional model on the adjacent holographic interface, clear as day. Sir, Jarvis reported, Mr. Fang Jie's physical condition is exemplary. All indicators are at optimal levels. Cellular activity is extraordinarily high, with no signs of disease or anomalies. Tony donned a high-powered microscope, scrutinizing the freshly sampled blood from Fang Jie. Curious? Aside from being excessively clean, devoid of any viruses or bacteria, these cells are regular human cells. He removed the microscope and looked at Fang Jie. I must admit, sometimes consciousness itself is a formidable force. The placebo effect in medicine is the best testament to this. He said to Fang Jie, now it's your turn. Close your eyes and imagine you are datafied. Envision that you possess a health bar. Fang Jie nodded, taking a deep breath, concentrating as he envisioned a health bar composed of 10 red hearts. Tony gently drew the surgical knife across his arm. This time, the skin remained unbroken. Simultaneously, Fang Jie observed that the rightmost heart in the bottom left corner of his display instantly dimmed by half. Indeed, observing this, Tony displayed a knowing expression, as if to say, I knew it. It seems your ability of datafication is closely linked to your subjective consciousness. But when I was shot in the head, Fang Jie questioned, perplexed. I had no awareness of possessing datafication abilities. Why did it activate then? This may pertain to a self-protective mechanism. Tony's mind operated with astonishing speed, and he promptly presented a rational inference. When your subjective consciousness refrains from making a judgment, your capabilities automatically select an optimal solution based on the level of threat. He pointed to the non-bleeding scratch on Fang Jie's arm, remarking, see, if I lightly graze you like this, you would lose half a heart. Yet, you only possess a total of 10 hearts. If you were to lose this much each time, it would be exceedingly unreasonable. Thus, in the absence of interference from your consciousness, such non-lethal minor injuries manifest in the least damaging form. Sustaining 100 such cuts would only cause slight pain without any significant consequences. However, his tone shifted, adopting a more serious demeanor. Bullets from a sniper rifle are a different matter. That constitutes a potentially fatal attack. If the damage were to materialize, even if your steel armor mitigated 80% of it, the remaining impact would still be sufficient to cause severe trauma. Therefore, your subconscious, in a bid to preserve your life, instinctively opted for a digitized form of injury to withstand this assault. Chapter 16. Permission, the fifth experimental project. Permission. Well, the theory holds. Tony clapped his hands and resumed his lively demeanor. Now let us experiment with the permission mechanism we just explored, starting with the tools. May I use that pickaxe of yours, which can slice stone as if it were tofu? Fang Jie produced the steel pickaxe and handed it over. Tony gripped it and struck a previously placed round stone beside him. It merely emitted a crisp sound, without yielding an inch. It appears ineffective. Tony returned the pickaxe to him. Fang Jie seized Tony's hand again, envisioning transferring the usage rights of this pickaxe to him. Tony took the pickaxe once more, and this time, with a gentle swing, it shattered the hard stone into a smaller floating pixelated block with a sharp crack. Unbelievable, Tony exclaimed with excitement, gazing at the pickaxe in his hands. It works for me too. This scene sparked a sudden recollection for Fang Jie. Wait, Tony, I think I understand. Back in the cave, I directly bestowed the steel armor and shield upon you and Ethan, and you were able to don them immediately, gaining their defensive benefits. I hadn't consciously granted permissions as I am now. He pondered aloud. Perhaps, when I genuinely present an item as a gift to someone, the act of giving itself inherently confers permission. Oh, Tony immediately seized the crux of the matter. You mean to say that there is more than one method of granting permission? Fascinating. Let us further delineate the boundaries. The permission you just granted me pertains specifically to this pickaxe, correct? If you were to craft a new one, would I be able to utilize it? This question was crucial. Fang Jie promptly crafted a brand new steel pickaxe at the workbench and placed it on the ground. Tony eagerly reached for it, only to discover that upon picking up the new pickaxe, it reverted to an ordinary iron lump, ineffectual against the stone. Now, consider granting me permission for tools like this pickaxe. As soon as Tony finished speaking, Fang Jie complied. This time, the new pickaxe could slice through stone effortlessly. The conclusion emerged. Tony summarized, this permission mechanism is quite intelligent. Now, what about collective permissions? A mischievous glint sparkled in Tony's eyes as he called upstairs, Pepper, my dear, come down for a moment. When Pepper descended, perplexed, Fang Jie regarded her and thought, grant permission for the workbench and furnace to all those in Stark Villa who harbored goodwill towards me. Pepper, Fang Jie pointed at the workbench. Give it a try. Arrange these stones like this, and then think about the furnace. Although Pepper was bewildered, she complied. When she witnessed the stones transform into a furnace, she gasped in astonishment, covering her mouth. Oh my, what kind of magic is this? But that was not the end. Fang Jie handed her a potato and some charcoal. Now place this furnace on the ground and put the potato and charcoal inside. Pepper, still skeptical, followed through. And when a steaming, aromatic baked potato erupted from the furnace with a ping, she was utterly astonished. This is incredible. Tony, what are you two doing? We are changing the world, my dear. Tony beamed with pride and then turned to Fang Jie, saying, it seems this permission mechanism has deeper layers to uncover. However, let's pause for today. All right, feel free to explore the surroundings and familiarize yourself with the environment. He instructed Fang Jie, I have numerous tasks to attend to. He gestured toward a sketch on the screen. The new 2 Malawian Quatch's armor must be prioritized, and I need to thoroughly study the redstone and glowstone powder you provided. He instinctively tapped the glowing blue arc reactor embedded in his chest, a hint of impatience crossing his face. This temporary device must be replaced. I need to create a new one. He looked at Fang Jie with a glimmer of hope, inquiring, by the way, can your marvelous abilities assist me in extracting those remaining fragments from my body? Fang Jie shook his head apologetically. I'm afraid, Tony, I do not possess that kind of immortality, nor do I have the means to instantaneously restore life or heal all ailments. My regenerative capabilities are currently limited to replenishing health through sustenance. Very well. Although Tony felt a twinge of disappointment, he had no choice but to set it aside for the time being. As Fang Jie explored the vast cliffside villa, he issued a series of commands to J.A.R.V.I.S. Assist me in procuring a batch of materials to be delivered to the villa next to mine. The list is as follows, a substantial quantity of pure iron, steel, wood, and stone. He paused to include some special materials from MC. Additionally, lapis lazuli, obsidian, flint, string, leather, feathers, clay, sugar cane, pumpkins, melons, honey, beets, bamboo, cocoa beans, milk, kelp, quartz, books, and 3 diamonds. He then recalled the mod he had just loaded. Oh, and don't forget to add some cabbage, onions, rice, tomatoes, ham, and some uranium. Understood, Mr. Fang Jie. J.A.R.V.I.S.'s voice responded. There are a few details that need confirmation. What type of books are required? How many carats of diamonds? Any type of book will suffice, Fang Jie replied. As for the diamonds, he contemplated that it was unlikely to find natural diamonds as large as a fist in the real world. This was also the reason he had not sought Tony's assistance with gold ingots. Purchasing them with dollars was not cost-effective. Let's use lab-grown diamonds. The larger, the better. Understood. I have ascertained that the largest size of lab-grown diamonds requires customization. They are expected to be delivered to your villa in 2 days. The rest of the materials will arrive this afternoon. After touring the villa, Fang Jie drove home. Upon his arrival, he found the vacant lot next to the villa piled high with various materials. He began to demonstrate his abilities, touching the materials, and the enormous heaps swiftly vanished, transformed into neatly organized MC items stacked in the boxes within his villa. What once occupied a vast area soon became completely empty. In truth, what Fang Jie most desired to study was an essential enchantment system within the MC framework. However, crafting an enchantment table required diamonds, which were still in the process of being cultivated. As a secondary option, he turned his gaze toward the obsidian blocks. He wished to see if, in this world, he could activate that portal to the nether. Chapter 17. Gu Yi in the spacious garage of his home. Fang Jie meticulously arranged the obsidian into a frame measuring 5 blocks high and 4 blocks wide. He took out flint and iron ingots to create a flint and steel, and with a spark, ignited the interior of the frame. In an instant, the empty space within the doorframe began to warp, and a layer of deep purple, adorned with twisted patterns, materialized from thin air, emitting a low, resonant hum. Success. Meanwhile, far away in the heart of New York City, at 177A, Black Street in Greenwich Village, the air within the sanctum was suffused with the ancient scent of sandalwood mingling with the aroma of aged tomes. Time here seemed to stand still as sunlight streamed through the grand circular windows, embellished with the mark of the Vishanti, casting mottled shadows on the floor. In a room where a massive globe floated, a mage responsible for monitoring dimensional fluctuations abruptly opened his eyes. The magical compass before him trembled violently, its needle wildly pointing in one direction. A strong fluctuation from the hellish dimension has been detected. The position is locked in Malibu, California. The on-duty mage immediately communicated telepathically to report the alarm. The message swiftly reached Master Daniel Drum, who was instructing apprentices in the meditation chamber. Hellish dimension? In Malibu? Master Daniel opened his eyes, his gaze sharp. Assemble a team immediately. Prepare to open the portal. I shall personally investigate what dares to breach the gates of hell on earth. Yes, Master. Just as several mages were preparing to draw the portal, a calm and ethereal voice resonated in their hearts. No need. The figure of Master Gu seemed to emerge from the interplay of light and shadow, silently appearing in the center of the room. She wore her customary simple yellow robe, her gaze tranquil as a bottomless ancient well. Supreme Master. All the mages, including Master Daniel, immediately bowed in reverence. This matter I shall handle personally, Gu stated softly. Upon hearing this, all the mages breathed a sigh of relief. In their hearts, there was no issue that the Supreme Master could not resolve. Meanwhile, Fang Jie remained oblivious to the fact that his actions had stirred the guardians of Earth. With a mix of curiosity and caution, he stepped into the purple portal. Following the expected wave of dizziness, he found himself standing upon a dark red wasteland. The air was thick with the acrid stench of sulfur and decay, and the sky was a perpetual murky yellow. There was no sun, only the distant, erupting cascades of lava providing a dim light source. A colossal archway, constructed from unknown bones, spanned across a river of lava, while distant sounds of despair echoed, as if providing the background music for this desolate land. This was not the cartoonish underworld of my world, populated by piglins and ghasts. This was the hell of the Marvel Universe. The first hellish creature Fang Jie beheld sent shivers down his spine. They were variously grotesque demons, some with the heads of goats and bat wings, their bodies ablaze with green flames. Others were distorted humanoids, their wax-like skin continuously dripping, crawling on the ground with limbs bent at impossible angles. And some were merely writhing masses of flesh, adorned with mismatched eyes and jagged teeth. This was far more terrifying than the withering skeletons, Fang Jie thought to himself. Just then, from a nearby lava pool, a gargantuan entity slowly emerged. It was a colossal monster, entirely composed of flame and obsidian, its form constantly shifting, with countless burning tentacles dancing in the air. Its faceless visage turned towards Fang Jie and the still humming portal, seemingly intrigued by their presence. Encountering an elite monster right at the beginning, Fang Jie did not expect to face such an ominous creature so soon after his arrival. Engaging in combat here would likely attract even more terrifying beings. Exercising caution, Fang Jie hesitated not a moment longer and promptly retreated back through the portal. As he clumsily emerged from the purple portal, the disorienting sensation of crossing dimensions had yet to fully dissipate. But the sight that greeted him made his hair stand on end. The garage appeared unchanged, yet the atmosphere was entirely different. A figure stood quietly before him. It was a woman clad in a simple yellow robe, the fabric neither silk nor linen, yet seemingly imbued with a flowing luster. Her countenance was serene and harmonious, betraying no specific age, embodying both the clarity of youth and the wisdom of age. Most striking were her eyes, which seemed to perceive everything, deep and profound like the cosmos. She bore no weapons, her hands tucked within her sleeves, standing quietly yet radiating an aura of centrality as if she were the fulcrum of the entire world. Though he had never seen her before, a name instantly sprang to Fang Jie's mind. Supreme Master, Gu Yi. This is bad. The opening of the hellish gate has caught the attention of Earth's guardians. Fang Jie's heart sank, yet he feigned an innocent demeanor, resembling a concerned homeowner disturbed from his peace. Madam, he began, attempting to seize the initiative. This is my private domain. If you have no appointment, please leave. Master Gu Yi regarded him with a faint, knowing smile that suggested she saw through his facade. She remained still, her voice ethereal and clear. Traveler from another world, Fang Jie. You are well aware of who I am, and I am equally cognizant that you are not a native of this realm, are you? In an instant, the air in the garage seemed to freeze. The sunlight filtering through the window appeared to slow, and the dust motes suspended in the air seemed to hang in stasis. Fang Jie's heart plummeted. The moment she spoke, she revealed her hand, leaving him no chance to disguise himself. Every muscle in his body tensed, his mind already connected to his inventory, ready to don his steel armor and wield his sonic cannon to fight to the bitter end. Just as the atmosphere reached a freezing point, on the brink of conflict, Master Gui began to laugh. Her smile was like the spring sun melting snow, instantly dispelling the suffocating pressure. The air resumed its flow, and the sunlight regained its warmth. Relax, child, Gui said gently. If I bore you any ill will, you would not even perceive my arrival. I come today not to seek retribution. She stepped closer to Fang Jie, her gaze sweeping over the still humming portal. From the moment you descended into this world, I have been observing you. Chapter 18. Learning Magic. Master Gui's voice carried a note of approval. You saved the life of the doomed Dr. Ethan, altering the fate of Tony Stark. Your actions and the things you will undertake exemplify your benevolent nature, pure heart, and immeasurable potential. She looked at Fang Jie, her eyes filled with anticipation. I foresee that your arrival will bring an unprecedented and beautiful future to this world, which has suffered greatly. The sudden flattery took Fang Jie back. He had braced himself for a fierce battle, only to find that not only had she refrained from attacking, but she had also praised him as if he were a chosen one, leaving him feeling rather uneasy. You flatter me, Fang Jie replied, somewhat embarrassed. No need for false modesty. Master Gui continued to smile. Were it not for this dimensional anomaly, I would not have come to disturb you so soon. But since we have met, I would like to ask you a question. She gazed earnestly into Fang Jie's eyes and asked, do you wish to learn how to truly master your own power, to understand it, and to control it? And in doing so, contribute to the protection of this world you have begun to influence? With Master Gui's lofty expectations laid bare, Fang Jie found himself unable to concoct any reason to refuse. Moreover, mastering one's own power is undoubtedly a matter of great significance to him. He was willing. Splendid. After Fang Jie agreed, he instinctively tensed his body, bracing himself for what lay ahead. He imagined that he would experience a soul extraction akin to that of the Doctor Strange in the movies, embarking on a grand journey through the multiverse. Gui seemed to discern his thoughts and chuckled softly, stating, your soul is rather unique, as if firmly anchored by countless rules, quite heavy indeed. I cannot budge it. Fang Jie exhaled in relief and pointed toward the portal behind him, inquiring, do I need to dismantle this door? Unnecessary, Gui explained. On the other side of this door lies the dimension of the Lord of Hell, Satanish. He was created as a nail by the dark dimension demon Dormammu to infiltrate the hellish realm, brimming with chaos and malevolence. But fret not, she added with a gentle wave of her hand. This door remains intact. It may prove useful in the future. For now, it has been isolated beyond the dimension of Earth. She looked at Fang Jie and instructed, once you have dealt with your current matters, you may find me at 177A, Black Street, Greenwich Village, in the heart of New York City. Upon finishing her words, the figure of Gui began to fade into transparency, and the surrounding space underwent strange transformations. The entire garage appeared to shatter like a mirror, fissures emerging from the center and rapidly spreading, accompanied by a crisp sound reminiscent of glass breaking. The world was collapsing and reassembling, reflections of the garage in various angles flickering amid the fragments. When the final crack echoed, everything returned to normal. Fang Jie found himself still standing in the garage, with everything around him unchanged, save for the absence of Gui and the purple portal, which had vanished without a trace. It turned out that from the moment he returned to Earth, they had been situated within a mirrored dimension. The allure of learning magic and mastering his own power was laden with irresistible temptation. He yearned to pack his belongings immediately and rush to Greenwich Village, to knock on the doors of the sanctum. However, he restrained this impulse. In his mind, the plot of the film Iron Man vividly unfolded. Tony, after MK, would fall victim to the treachery of Obadiah Stane, with the arc reactor stolen, nearly costing him his life. Following that would be the fierce battle between Iron Man and Ironmonger on Stark Industries and the highway. Leaving now is not an option, Fang Jie contemplated. Tony is my friend. I cannot stand idly by while he is robbed. At the very least, I must wait until this matter is resolved. Resolute, he dedicated all his energy to researching the new mods he had acquired. The first was the Extreme Reactor mod. He discovered that the reactor casing came in two varieties, basic and enhanced, both of which could be crafted using iron or steel ingots. Their production efficiency was identical. The only distinction lay in the size limitation. The basic casing could only accommodate a 5 by 5 by 5 reactor, while the enhanced version allowed for larger constructions. However, upon seeing the extravagant recipe for the enhanced reactor controller, which required an entire block of diamond, he promptly abandoned that idea. The ordinary controller required merely 1 diamond, but even that would not arrive for another 2 days. Thus, this mod would need to be set aside for the time being. Next was the furniture mod. Fang Jie glanced at the crafting list, which was filled with an array of modern furnishings such as sofas, refrigerators, televisions, and bathtubs. He couldn't help but shake his head. While these items might eventually serve to adorn his home in the sky island of my world, they held little utility in the technologically advanced world he inhabited. Then came the ancient map mod. Following the recipe, he combined a book with a compass at the workbench, resulting in an antiquely covered blank map booklet. Curiously, he opened it, and instantly, an aerial view of his villa materialized on the map, with surrounding grass, pathways, and trees illustrated in an exquisite hand-drawn style. Intrigued, Fang Jie took his car for a spin around the villa. As he moved, the blank areas on the map were rapidly filled in, revealing the contours of the roads, the outlines of surrounding buildings, and even the doghouse and fence in his neighbor's yard, with astonishing detail. When he returned the map booklet to his inventory, the vivid image remained etched in his mind. Quite impressive, Fang Jie remarked. Although it may not compare to those high-tech map mods capable of real-time updates, layer switching, and enemy marking, it is undoubtedly a priceless asset in areas devoid of navigation signals. Lastly, he encountered the piece de resistance, the renowned Farmer's Delight mod. Among the countless mods in my world, Farmer's Delight stands as the unequivocal king of food-related mods, heralding the era of culinary delight. It not only introduced a variety of food items, but also established a comprehensive and profound cooking system, transforming the act of eating from mere survival into a source of enjoyment and empowerment. This mod also offered 2 unique and powerful buffs: nourishment, which could halt the depletion of hunger, and saturation, allowing players to focus on combat or exploration without concern for food, pausing only when damage was taken, facilitating health recovery through consumption, and comfort, which acted as a gradual healing aura, restoring health even when hunger was not fully satisfied. Chapter 19. Midnight Poisoning. More importantly, upon its realization, the food in MC was astonishingly delectable. Fang Jie couldn't help but envision how mere carrots and apples could leave the worldly wise Tony and Ethan singing praises. What exquisite flavors must await in the diverse dishes of Farmer's Delight. Perhaps he could even stage a culinary feast that would enchant the Church's Saintus, leading to an exchange of skills from a reclusive master in gratitude for a meal. With this thought, he couldn't help but chuckle. Fang Jie meticulously studied the recipes and effects of all the foods, ultimately selecting the following as his staple provisions: hot cocoa, to eliminate 1 negative status effect. In groups of 16, far more versatile than milk; watermelon juice, for an instant recovery of 2 health points, a lifesaver in emergencies; apple cider, providing 72 minutes of 4 points of damage absorption, an exceptionally cost-effective shield; fruit salad, offering 6 minutes of health recovery effect, ensuring continuous healing; plated honeyed ham, granting 6 hours of nourishment effect, essential for long journeys and prolonged battles; bowl of stuffed pumpkin, providing 6 hours of comfort effect, a miraculous method for passive health recovery. He promptly crafted a cutting board from wooden planks and sticks, fashioned an iron knife from iron ingots and sticks, and created a cooking pot. With preparations complete, he retrieved the various ingredients he had just procured and embarked on his culinary journey. The first dish he completed was the hot cocoa, served in a glass-handled cup. Unlike its earthly counterpart, this hot cocoa was a pure, obsidian-like deep brown, devoid of any impurities, yet emanating a rich and commanding cocoa aroma. The fragrance seemed to possess a tangible quality, sweeping away all distractions from his mind the moment it wafted into his nostrils, leaving only a pure, warm essence behind. Next came the watermelon juice and apple cider, both contained in glass bottles. The watermelon juice was not the ordinary red, but rather a dreamlike, crystal-clear pink, evoking a sense of summer-esque coolness just by gazing at it. The bottle even beaded with fine droplets of water, and when gently shaken, one could see tiny specks of light swirling within the liquid like stardust. The apple cider, a pure amber hue, refracts a brilliant golden light under the sun. The unique aroma, a blend of fermentation from apples intermingled with fruity acidity and alcohol, induces a slight intoxication upon merely inhaling it. Next comes the fruit salad, served in a rounded wooden bowl, where the ingredients have transformed into perfect pixelated cubes. Red apple pieces, pink watermelon cubes, and deep purple sweet berry segments harmoniously coexist, resembling a bowl crafted from precious gems. A refreshing, sweet fragrance, mingled with the essence of various fruits, invigorates the senses. The true highlights of the feast are the honey-glazed ham and stuffed pumpkin. As the platter of honey-glazed ham is presented, the atmosphere in the room thickens with a sweet, enticing aroma. It is a massive, skin-on pork leg, roasted to a perfect, glossy, reddish-brown exterior. The caramelized layer formed by honey and sugar envelopes the ham like a crystalline glaze. The rich scent of meat, combined with the unique sweetness of honey, boldly captivates every olfactory nerve. When sliced, the skin yields a satisfying crackle, revealing tender, juicy meat that oozes flavorful juices, provoking a deep sense of longing. The stuffed pumpkin, on the other hand, emits a warm and inviting fragrance. A whole golden pumpkin serves as a vessel, filled with meticulously prepared stuffing. Crisp green lettuce, golden potato cubes, brown mushroom slices, deep purple sweet berries, white onion bits, and translucent rice harmoniously blend together. The natural sweetness of the pumpkin infuses into the rice and vegetables during cooking, while the fresh aromas from the vegetables intertwine with the rich essence of the rice, resulting in a complex yet harmonious scent that seems capable of healing all. Fang Jie gazes at the table laden with delicacies and unhesitatingly begins to eat. He first carves a piece of honey-glazed ham. The moment it enters his mouth, the caramelized exterior shatters between his teeth, releasing an exquisite sweetness, followed by the tender, flavorful ham that bursts with savory goodness. The meat is so delicate it almost dissolves upon contact, with the succulent fat roasted to perfection, merging flawlessly with the lean meat, creating a delightful interplay of salty and sweet flavors that explodes on his palate. A warm wave washes over him, and he distinctly feels his hunger being completely satiated, his stomach filled with contentment, devoid of any greasiness. He takes another bite of the stuffed pumpkin. A single spoonful captures a medley of flavors. The rice is soft and sweet, perfectly absorbing the pumpkin-esque sweetness and the fresh aromas of the vegetables. The creaminess of the potato, the smoothness of the mushroom, the slight sharpness of the onion, and the sweet and sour notes of the berries compose a symphony of flavors in his mouth. It imparts a comforting warmth from within, akin to an embrace beside a fireplace on a winter-esque day, as he feels his vitality slowly yet steadily replenishing. 2 days later, the diamond arrives as scheduled. In Fang Jie's underground garage stands a towering structure, 5 meters high, composed of a core reactor shell, fuel rods, control rods, and various ports. Its surface displays a profound metallic gray, contrasting starkly with the modern garage surroundings, emanating a surreal industrial aesthetic. Tony Stark circles the iron behemoth, his eyes gleaming with the fervor and curiosity of an engineer. Look closely, Tony. Fang Jie stands before the reactor, cradling the final core component, a reactor controller. He aligns the controller with the designated groove at the reactor center and gently places it inside. With a soft click, the controller seems to come alive, seamlessly merging with the surrounding shell. One side of the reactor's solid access port slowly opens, and Fang Jie inserts the prepared uranium ingot. The port closes, and the interior of the reactor glows brightly with a surge of red light, as a powerful and stable energy begins to flow outward. Is that all? Tony asks incredulously. There are no complex startup procedures, no lengthy warm-up, not even a hint of noise. Indeed, Fang Jie nods, beginning his explanation. The core advantage of this reactor lies in its absolute safety. Even if you were to smash it open while in operation, it would not exhibit any negative reactions such as explosions or leaks, nor would it produce any radiation contamination. He gestures towards a port on the side of the reactor. The energy it produces is known in my world as redstone flux. This energy can be transmitted through redstone without loss and is perfectly compatible, capable of being converted into most forms of energy, including electrical energy. Tony's eyes sparkle with excitement as he instinctively pulls out his phone. Upon noticing a charging port on the reactor labeled with a charging symbol, he casually places his phone on it. After a brief glance, he quickly retrieves it, astonished to see the screen displaying a full charge of 100. Instantly charged? Tony exclaims in shock. His own arc reactor could not achieve such efficient, seamless energy conversion. Observing the silent yet powerful reactor, he sincerely muses, if the material issues could be resolved, this could surpass my arc reactor in its potential to change the world. However, he glances at the crucial red components on the controller and port. Its bottleneck remains constrained by redstone. As they converse, they leave the garage and ascend to the study on the second floor of the villa. This area has already been transformed by Fang Jie, surrounded by 3 rows of oak bookshelves, missing only the enchantment table. Fang Jie steps into the center of the bookshelves, retrieving the obsidian base and diamond-edged enchantment table from his inventory, placing it steadily on the ground. The moment the enchantment table touches the floor, an extraordinary phenomenon occurs. All the books on the surrounding shelves begin to emit a soft white glow, ancient and mysterious magical runes fluttering from the pages like fireflies, gradually and continuously flowing into the enchantment table. The thick, leather-bound tome atop the table hovers gently, opening on its own, its pages turning without a breeze, as if revealing the endless mysteries contained within. Tony watches this magical scene unfold, unable to resist a playful jab. "Ha, finally dropping the act? Admitting you're a wizard now?" Fang Jie ignores his jest, introducing, "This is the enchantment table. It can consume a special energy and lapis lazuli to bestow various magical properties on tools, weapons, and armor." To demonstrate, he places his steel pickaxe on the enchantment table. He sees three options appear in his mind: efficiency, durability, fortune. He selects fortune. The book on the enchantment table flips several pages, and a beam of purple light shoots from the book into the pickaxe. The pickaxe trembles slightly as a faint, flowing purple aura emerges on its surface. "Would you like to try?" Fang Jie prepares to offer another tool and lapis lazuli to Tony, but hesitates and retracts the offer. "Never mind," he explains. "I still don't understand what the special energy required for enchanting corresponds to in this world. If it relates to your knowledge or memories, that would be a terrible price to pay." Tony Stark's curiosity clearly extends beyond merely sharpening a pickaxe. So, he inquires, can it enchant other items as well? This question ignites a spark of interest in Fang Jie. After the enchantment table materialized, did its rules also undergo a transformation? With a spirit of experimentation, he placed the sound wave cannon from his backpack upon the enchantment table. A delightful spectacle unfolded. The magic book atop the table began to turn its pages once more, revealing three brand new enchanting options, each radiating an enticing purple glow in Fang Jie's mind: strength, rapid reload, and multi-shot. Fang Jie was taken aback. In the original rules of Minecraft, strength is an exclusive enchantment for bows, utilized to augment damage. Rapid reload and multi-shot are exclusive to crossbows. Now, a technological weapon like the soundwave cannon could simultaneously acquire the advantages of these two weapons, and it had no durability limitations. It appeared that the arrival of the enchantment table in this realm had relaxed the rules considerably. Fang Jie mused. He chose the first option. As his experience points dwindled, a more resplendent purple light surged forth from the book, coiling around the sound wave cannon like an ethereal serpent. When the light dissipated, a mysterious and magnificent purple luminescence adorned the body of the sound wave cannon, resembling a legendary magical artifact. Sound wave cannon's strength, penetration, infinity, damage, 105. It had indeed become a minor artifact, with a base damage of 105 points and formidable penetration power, no longer requiring ammunition for loading. Tony gazed at the enchanted sound wave cannon, feeling the mysterious power coursing through it, and whistled in excitement. "Cool. Once my MK is ready, you must help me enchant it like this." "No problem," Fang Jie replied generously. Before departing, Fang Jie retrieved a cooking pot from his inventory and gifted it to Tony. "Here, take this," he said earnestly. "Remember this recipe: a bucket of milk, a pinch of sugar, and 2 handfuls of cocoa beans. Put them in the pot, and with a glass bottle, you can brew a cup of hot cocoa. The palladium in the reactor in your chest is gradually poisoning your body. This cup of hot cocoa will precisely eliminate it. Drink 1 every day." Tony was momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected Fang Jie to notice this. He glanced at the cooking pot in his hand, then tapped the reactor in his chest, a confident smile characteristic of a genius spreading across his face. "Thanks. But there's no need for such trouble. Through studying the redstone you provided and that ultimate reactor, I can soon design a new, harmless reactor." Despite his words, he solemnly accepted the cooking pot. Just as Tony embraced this gesture of goodwill and resolved to change his fate, an unprecedented, colossal force from the world surged into Fang Jie's being like the mighty Yangtze River. This time, he irrevocably altered the pivotal moment of the Iron Man 2 storyline. Tony Stark's dark period of near-death and reckless abandon would be entirely transformed. After Tony departed, Fang Jie eagerly wished to enchant his steel suit with top-tier attributes. However, he soon realized that the previous 2 enchantments had depleted his experience points to below level 30. Chapter 21. The Experience Furnace. I need to find a way to grind for experience. Fang Jie thought of one of the classic sources of experience in Minecraft, the Experience Furnace. He immediately cleared a vast area in the underground garage and constructed a magnificent wall of furnaces, stacking a total of 120 of them. Subsequently, he began issuing commands to Jarvis. Jarvis, please order a large quantity of cacti and charcoal to be delivered to this location. He indicated the boxes in front of the furnace wall. Understood, Mr. Fang Jie, Jarvis replied. Additionally, I will grant you access to the furnace wall and the adjacent boxes. Fang Jie shared the permissions. Permissions received. What would you like me to do? Jarvis's voice remained steady, though a hint of curiosity lingered. I need you to control the robotic arms in the laboratory, Fang Jie explained. Continuously extract charcoal and cacti from the boxes and place them into the lower and upper sections of the furnaces. Then, retrieve the finished products from the furnaces and store them in the designated boxes. I want this process to run uninterrupted for 24 hours. Understood. Planning the robotic arms movement path. The path has been generated. Automated process established, Jarvis responded. Soon, the robotic arms on the ceiling began to move silently. They precisely extracted charcoal and cacti from the boxes and gracefully deposited them into the hundreds of furnaces. Once the burning was complete, another set of robotic arms retrieved the finished products and sorted them into storage. The entire process was efficient, precise, quiet, and aesthetically pleasing. Observing this scene, Fang Jie could not help but marvel. In the original Minecraft game, creating such an array of experience furnaces would require an abundance of hoppers, redstone comparators, repeaters, and complex circuit designs, taking up vast space and operating with low efficiency. Yet, here, with just Jarvis and a single command, automation was achieved. Technology transforms life, he thought, smiling contentedly as he watched the furnaces diligently at work. During the days of efficient operation of Fang Jie's experience furnace, the trajectory of the world underwent subtle and profound changes. After Fang Jie enchanted both his steel suit and Tony's newly completed MK armor with the protection spell, he vehemently criticized the hedonism of capitalist society. Meanwhile, the former playboy Tony Stark seemed to have undergone a transformation. He no longer indulged in the pursuit of fame and fortune, but devoted the majority of his time to his new endeavors. Each night, a streak of red and gold light would soar from his Malibu cliffside villa, flying towards the dark corners of the world. Jarvis, what is the next target? Sir, according to intelligence, there is an arms cache belonging to the 10 Rings in Kunduz province, Afghanistan. Excellent. Let us settle some old scores. Once a weapons manufacturer, he had now become the most thorough weapon destroyer. One terrorist camp after another was reduced to rubble, countless Stark Industries weapons dismantled by his own hands. In the news, the moniker Iron Man began to appear frequently, accompanied by blurry videos and various speculations, evolving into an urban legend. In Obadiah's mansion, late at night, the study of Obadiah Stane was dimly lit, the only illumination coming from the cold glow of his computer screen, casting shadows on his grim visage. He scrutinized the news reports on Iron Man and the ongoing turmoil in the stock prices due to the shutdown of the weapons division, his expression darkening. The 10 Rings, whom he had hired, not only failed to eliminate Tony but were utterly vanquished, rendering him a fool. He dispatched people to Afghanistan for investigation, only to find a completely obliterated wasteland. Tony's return and reckless actions had entirely derailed his plans to seize the company, and the pressure from the board of directors grew ever more intense. He was at his wit's end. After a long pause, he seemed to resolve himself. From a hidden safe, he retrieved a disposable encrypted communicator. This was an emergency contact he had obtained years ago from a mysterious buyer during an unconventional arms deal. The buyer had hinted that they possessed the capability to resolve any troubles, provided the price was right. Taking a deep breath, Obadiah activated the communicator. The connection was swiftly established, revealing only a pulsating sound wave pattern on the screen, followed by a mechanical, emotionless voice. State your identity and purpose. I am Obadiah Stane. He licked his dry lips, his voice hoarse. I need assistance. I require your assistance in dealing with an individual named Tonicitak. The mechanical synthetic voice exhibited no discernible change in tone. He is the heir to Stark Industries, and his recent prominence is undeniable. Provide your reasoning and the price you are willing to pay. Obadiah's forehead throbbed with tension as he unleashed his pent-up frustration and fury. The reason? He is dismantling Stark Industries. He is destroying the culmination of my life's work. The imbeciles I've employed failed to eliminate him and instead exacerbated his madness. As for the price, he paused momentarily, a flicker of struggle crossing his eyes before being swiftly replaced by a fierce determination. If you can eliminate him and grant me complete control over Stark Industries, I can offer you anything you desire. Technology, channels, resources, even partial ownership of the company's future. Your offer is enticing, Mr. Stan. The mechanical synthetic voice seemed to pause, as if evaluating his worth. However, what we seek is far more. We desire your unwavering loyalty. Both from you and your company. What do you mean? Obadiah inquired warily. We shall dispatch the most proficient assassin to assist you in resolving this predicament. The mechanical voice declared. Your price is the complete devotion of you and your company to our cause. From this day forth, you shall no longer work for yourself, but for a greater purpose. You will attain all the power and wealth you desire, provided that you serve us. This is a transaction of soul selling. Obadiah closed his eyes, aware that once he consented, there would be no turning back. He would transform from an ambitious man yearning for control into a mere pawn in another's game. Yet, should he refuse, all he currently possessed would dissipate into nothingness. Very well, he finally uttered with difficulty. A wise choice, Mr. Stan. The mechanical synthetic voice resumed its emotionless tone. Welcome to Hydra. The communication was severed, leaving the study enveloped in silence. Obadiah Stan remained seated in the darkness, motionless for an extended period. Chapter 22. Undercurrents at the headquarters of the 3-section wing. Deep within a concealed chamber, Alexander Pierce ended his communication with Obadiah, a satisfied smile gracing his face. He lifted a glass of whiskey from the table, gently swirling the ice within. A perfect conclusion. He addressed a massive server in the corner of the office, composed of antiquated computers and tape mechanisms. Not only has this resolved the potential significant obstacle that Stark posed, but it has also conveniently procured Stark Industries in its entirety. Obadiah is a clever man. He will manage the company adeptly. A screen on the server illuminated, revealing the iconic visage of Dr. Arnim Zola, composed of green code. The mind of Tonicitak is one of the most valuable assets of this era. Is it not a pity to simply erase it? Zola's electronic voice inquired. Geniuses are always fraught with uncertainty, Pierce replied coldly. His father was a prime example. Such individuals are either utilized by us or vanish entirely. Since he has chosen the latter, there is nothing to lament. He turned, a wicked smirk forming on his lips. Moreover, I have prepared a special gift for him. There is no greater irony than having him perish at the hands of his parents' friends and foes. He pressed a button, bringing forth a classified dossier marked with a red star insignia and a code name. Winter Soldier. Send him to deal with Stark, Pierce commanded, succinctly. He glanced back at Zola's screen. Doctor, your task is equally vital. Stark is accompanied by an exceptionally advanced artificial intelligence. I do not wish for any electronic mishaps during the operation. Employ your methods to ensure that it temporarily slumbers. With utmost pleasure. Zola's coated visage seemed to flicker with excitement. It has been quite some time since I encountered a kindred spirit. I intend to engage with it thoroughly. In a secluded valley in Central Asia, this place starkly contrasted the chaotic and filthy camps of the Ten Rings. A grand tent stood at the valley's center, surrounded by exquisite gardens, the air rich with the scent of rare spices, resembling less a terrorist organization's lair and more the palace of an ancient monarch. Inside the tent, illuminated brightly, the ground was adorned with thick Persian carpets. A tall man languidly reclined on a throne crafted from gold and gemstones. He wore an opulent silk robe, his long, dark hair cascading over his shoulders. Yet, what captured the eye most were the 10 rings adorning his fingers, each fashioned from different materials and set with various gemstones, emanating distinct energy waves, embodying 10 formidable powers. He was the true master of the 10 rings, Mandarin. A subordinate clad in servant attire knelt on the carpet, trembling as he reported. Master, recently, an American named Tonicitak has been active worldwide, clad in red and gold armor. He has obliterated several of our strongholds and destroyed a substantial cache of weapons, forcing many of our operations to halt. He raised his gaze, eyes filled with hatred. Should we retaliate? Send someone to kill him? Mandarin slowly rotated the ring on his left hand, the gemstone appearing like a deep sea, seemingly captivating. He listened to the report, his expression devoid of anger, instead revealing a keen interest. Armor, he murmured, his voice rich with magnetism. To single-handedly dismantle our several strongholds indicates that he possesses more than mere technology. Have we traced the origins of the Eastern companion accompanying him? None, master. It is as if he appeared out of thin air. Intriguing. Mandarin rose, pacing within the tent. A genius wielding technology beyond its time, accompanied by an enigmatic ally. To kill him? No, that would be a waste. His eyes sparkled with the desire for control. Talents are a more precious resource than weapons. Stark's technology and the capabilities of that Eastern individual should be harnessed for my purposes. I shall ensure their obedience. He halted, commanding towards the tent's entrance. Chuanren, you are to journey to America. A burly man, with a massive blade affixed to his right wrist, emerged from the shadows, kneeling on one knee. Bring them back alive. Mandarin ordered, his tone calm, yet resolute. I wish to see what makes them so remarkable. On the night following the charity gala, Tonisatak stood before the panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows of his Malibu villa, the once carefree glint in his eyes replaced by a shroud of clouds. He was certain that there was a traitor within the company, one capable of circumventing his commands to persistently sell weapons abroad, and undoubtedly, this traitor held a terrifyingly high position. He approached Pepper, who was busy organizing documents. Pepper, his voice unusually grave, "I need your assistance with something. Something not entirely within the bounds of propriety." Pepper halted her work, looking up at him. "Tony, what do you intend to do?" "I need you to infiltrate my office, breach the mainframe, and obtain the shipping records of Stark Industries for the past 3 months. Pepper's expression shifted instantly. "Infiltrate your own office? Tony, I can do anything for you, but that is beyond my capacity. If discovered, they will kill you. That is precisely why I need you, Pepper." Tony stepped closer, his tone softening, imbued with a rare plea. "You are one of the few I can trust completely. I suspect someone is conducting transactions behind my back, and I must acquire evidence." He retrieved a small, unlocking chip from his pocket, resembling a compact USB drive, essential for accessing the mainframe. The data might be concealed within administrative documents. If not, it was likely stored in a hidden partition. In that case, one would have to start searching from the minor numbered files. Observing the lingering hesitation and concern on Pepper's face, Tony presented her with another document. "What is this?" she inquired. "It is a stock transfer agreement," Tony replied. "I have transferred shares of Stark Industries to Fang Jie. Tomorrow, I will have him inspect the company as a new shareholder. Everyone's attention, especially that of Obadiah, will be drawn to him. This will serve as your best cover." Looking into Tony's eyes, filled with unwavering trust and resolve, Pepper finally sighed and accepted the chip. "Just this once, Tony." Chapter 23. The villa's dramatic turn the following day. Before heading to the Stark Industries building, Fang Jie instructed Jarvis, "From now on, freeze all security access to Stark Villa for anyone outside our trio, both physically and digitally." "Command confirmed, Mr. Fang Jie," Jarvis responded. Fang Jie turned to Tony, his expression unusually serious. "Stark, I have a foreboding feeling. Today, don your armor and do not remove it until we return." Fang Jie believed Obadiah was firmly in his camp, and with Tony donned in his armor, there should be no issues. Tony intended to crack a few jokes, but seeing Fang Jie's earnest demeanor, he merely shrugged in response. In the lobby of Stark Industries, when Obadiah Stan witnessed Tony's bodyguard Happy accompanying the young man from the east who had saved Stark, a quintessential businessman's smile graced his face. "Oh, who is this?" "Mr. Stan," Happy introduced. "This is Mr. Fang Jie, the company's new shareholder." Surrounding employees glanced over, whispering among themselves. A mysterious Eastern figure had overnight become a shareholder of Stark Industries. This was monumental news. Obadiah's smile faltered momentarily, but quickly returned to its usual demeanor. He extended his hand warmly, grasping Fang Jie's. "Welcome. Truly impressive. That young Stark always surprises me. Come, Mr. Fang, allow me to personally show you around our empire." Throughout the tour, Obadiah maintained a facade of a kindly elder, yet his words were laced with veiled probing. "Mr. Fang appears unfamiliar. What industry do you engage in? It must be extraordinary for Tony to hold you in such esteem." As they walked, he feigned casualness in his inquiry. "Just a small business, nothing noteworthy," Fang Jie replied, his response impeccably guarded. "I merely share a good rapport with Tony." "A good rapport?" Obadiah chuckled heartily, drawing the attention of those nearby. "Not many can say they share that with Tony. You must tread carefully, Mr. Fang, lest you be led astray by him. For instance, he recently suggested shutting down the company's most profitable division. Utter nonsense." His voice was pitched just right for nearby employees to overhear, filled with concern for Tony and a cautionary note for Fang Jie. Meanwhile, Pepper seized this opportune moment to enter Tony's office, inserting the unlocking chip into the mainframe. She anxiously watched the rapidly scrolling progress bar on the screen and the evidence of Obadiah's intent to harm Tony, her heart racing. Once all data was downloaded, she extracted the chip, composed herself, and briskly exited the office. Turning the corner in the hallway, she encountered Fang Jie and Obadiah, who were touring the premises. Instinctively, she exchanged a glance with Fang Jie, their eyes conveying tension, success, and a hint of gratitude. That brief moment felt like a needle piercing Obadiah's sensitive nerves. His smile remained unchanged, yet a flicker of cold suspicion flashed in his eyes. "Oh, Mr. Fang, my apologies," he suddenly exclaimed, tapping his forehead. "I just remembered an urgent meeting with the Department of Defense. I must cut today short. We shall continue your welcome another time." He fabricated an excuse, swiftly turning away. Upon entering his office, he immediately shut the door and dialed Hydra's encrypted line. "Long live Hydra. Pepper's reactions are off. Send someone to eliminate Tony Stark immediately." After Obadiah departed, Fang Jie swiftly sought out Pepper, who had not strayed far, and they exited together. At the base of the building, they encountered Agent Coulson, who had been waiting. Agent Coulson? Mr. Fang, Ms. Potts, do you remember me? Coulson maintained his usual benign demeanor. If you don't mind, could I have your contact information? There may be opportunities for collaboration in the future. As Fang Jie exchanged numbers and engaged in a brief conversation, his phone suddenly buzzed with an urgent message. The screen displayed a severely disrupted and incomplete distress signal from Jarvis. Infiltration compromised. Mr. Stark in danger. Malibu Cliff Villa. Before the massive floor-to-ceiling glass. Although Tony thought Fang Jie was overreacting, he donned the MK armor. He did not put on the helmet but stood at the expansive window, savoring the ocean view while holding a glass of whiskey. Suddenly, the fortified bulletproof glass shattered like paper. A dark figure surged through with immense force, a metal fist glinting coldly as it struck Tony's chest. The tremendous impact propelled Tony like a cannonball, sending him crashing through 2 interior walls before he finally came to rest amidst the wreckage. As the armor was struck, the peak of the shockwave illuminated a faint purple magical glow across its surface. The enchantment of protection and the MC rules bestowed by Fang Jie mitigated the potentially lethal damage. Coughing, Tony struggled to rise, the armor's systems blaring alarms and scrambling data. Jarvis. Report. System compromised. Auxiliary functions offline. Jarvis's voice crackled, laden with electrical interference, clearly in dire straits. A sense of dread enveloped Tony. Without Jarvis's assistance, the armor felt like a cumbersome iron coffin, slow to respond and difficult to maneuver. The shadow emerged from the breach, clad in a dark tactical jacket, a visor and mask obscuring his face, with hollow, icy eyes. Most striking was his left arm, a metallic limb adorned with a red star, signifying the Winter Soldier. Without hesitation, he charged at Tony with inhuman speed. Tony hastily activated the repulsor beam, only to discover the targeting system was entirely malfunctioning, forcing him to shoot by instinct. The red energy beam zipped past the Winter Soldier, failing to inflict any harm. The Winter Soldier closed the distance, his metal arm slicing through the air with a deafening whistle, delivering a barrage of punches against Tony's armor. The dull thuds resounded incessantly. Tony struggled to keep pace with his opponent's rhythm. Chapter 24. The road to combat. Tony, lacking knowledge of combat, relied on the brute strength of the armor to clumsily swing his arms in defense. Each strike from the Winter Soldier was precise and lethal, targeting the armor's joints and energy conduits. His movements resembled a meticulously engineered killing machine, alternating between swift blocks and grapples with his human right hand and delivering devastating blows with his metallic left arm. He was relentlessly beaten back, the durability and energy of his armor rapidly depleting under the violent impacts. In a desperate attempt, he activated the thrusters beneath his feet, crashing through another wall and escaping onto the cliffside road outside the villa. Just as the Winter Soldier prepared to pursue and deliver the final blow, a sharp flash of steel surged from the side, forcing him to retreat a step. A man clad in black tactical gear, with exposed arms and a massive blade affixed to his right wrist, appeared between the two combatants. The 10 rings want him alive, the man rasped, glancing at the Winter Soldier before shifting his gaze to the disheveled Tony. Hand him over. Negotiation was not an option in the Winter Soldier's programming. Anyone obstructing the mission was deemed an enemy. Silently, he redirected his focus toward the new adversary. The scene instantly transformed into a chaotic 3-way battle. The Winter Soldier's objective was to eliminate Tony, while the man with the blade aimed to capture him, rendering the Winter Soldier an obstacle. Meanwhile, Tony's sole goal was to survive. Hey, you two bastards, can you discuss this before engaging? Tony complained as he narrowly dodged a powerful downward slash from the blade-wielding man. The blade struck the road, cleaving a deep gash into the asphalt. Seizing the opportunity, the Winter Soldier lunged forward, his metallic arm gripping Tony's neck like a vice, slamming him down onto the ground. Ugh! Tony felt the armor's neck plating begin to buckle under the immense force. Observing this, the blade wielder pressed forward, his movements akin to a nimble cat, as the blade transformed into a silver flash, lunging directly at the Winter Soldier's back. As if possessing eyes in the back of his head, the Winter Soldier spun around, expertly blocking the thrust with his metallic arm. The sound of metal clashing rang out, sparks flying in all directions. The three found themselves ensnared in an uncanny stalemate. The Winter Soldier's boundless strength was countered by the blade wielder's exquisite technique, while the latter struggled to penetrate the Winter Soldier's inhuman resilience. Tony, despite wielding the most formidable weaponry, found himself a mere shell, unable to act due to a malfunctioning system. desperately seeking survival amidst the fray. On the road, the three figures grappled violently, energy beams, glinting blades, and unforgiving metal fists intertwining to create a deadly tapestry. Fang Jie's pupils constricted sharply as he glanced at the fragmented distress signal on his phone. Instantly, a chill ran up his spine. Agent Coulson. Fang Jie's voice turned grave and urgent. I don't have time to explain. Immediately provide the highest level of protection for Pepper. Additionally, Tony is under attack at the Malibu Villa. I need you to dispatch reinforcements at once. Coulson's professional smile vanished as he grasped the urgency of the situation. Understood. He watched as Fang Jie hopped into a car, flooring the accelerator. The sports car roaring to life and shooting off like an arrow. Coulson promptly retrieved his encrypted communicator, dialing a number with the highest level of clearance. Director, it's me. Coulson, what is the matter? Nick Fury's distinctive voice resonated from the other end of the line. Stark is in trouble, serious trouble. His villa is under attack. The distress signal is weak, and there is a possibility of AI intrusion. Fang Jie is already en route. The situation is urgent. I recommend activating the rapid response team immediately. A brief silence followed on the line. Understood. I'll have Barton lead the team. You keep Miss Virginia safe and report back to me at all times. Fang Jie pressed the accelerator to the floor, the engine of the sports car roaring in a frenzy. As he sped along the coastal road leading to the villa, he caught sight of the chaotic scene ahead. The crimson and gold armor, the glinting blade, and the merciless metallic arm. The three figures entangled in a bizarre equilibrium on the road. How could this happen? Jarvis compromised? The Winter Soldier mobilized early? And who was that with the blade? He was at a loss, bewildered by the unfolding chaos. He immediately parked the car at a distance and stealthily exited. Rather than recklessly charging in, he quickly concealed himself behind a rock and retrieved the prepared food from his inventory. In this digitalized world, he could consume sustenance like in a game. He devoured apple cider, fruit salad, and bowl of stuffed pumpkin in one go. Instantly, 2 golden virtual health points appeared in the lower left corner of his vision, accompanied by icons representing health restoration eye and comfort that illuminated brightly. A warm energy flowed through him, enveloping him in an unprecedented sense of security. Completing this, he took a deep breath and retrieved the enchanted sonic cannon from his inventory, hiding behind the rock. His gaze darted rapidly between the three combatants. Tony appeared relatively safe for now, and the Winter Soldier could still be saved from his brainwashing. Fang Jie's aim quickly zeroed in on the blade wielder's head, and he pulled the trigger. A hum resonated as an invisible sonic shockwave, enhanced by Power 4 and Penetration 3, tore through the air like an unseen sniper bullet. The blade wielder, seasoned from years of combat, sensed a lethal threat. Instinctively, he jerked his head to the side. With a sickening sound, the sonic blast grazed his temple, the immense force shredding half of his ear and the surrounding flesh. The agony elicited a muffled groan. Simultaneously, Fang Jie wasted no time, pivoting the cannon. He unleashed another sonic blast directed at the Winter Soldier's body. The Winter Soldier's reflexes were machine-like in their precision. He didn't even turn around, raising his metallic arm as if it had eyes in the back of his head, blocking the sonic wave's path. A thunderous crash echoed as the reinforced sonic blast struck his arm, pushing the Winter Soldier back several centimeters. Fang Jie's unexpected intervention shattered the stalemate. The Winter Soldier abandoned his suppression of Tony, pivoting like a cheetah, charging toward Fang Jie, intent on eliminating the greatest threat. Meanwhile, the blade wielder, now enraged from his injury, howled as the blade in his hand morphed into a network of razor-sharp strikes, encircling Tony. Thanks, buddy. Tony seized the moment to create distance, his palm cannon firing repeatedly as he danced around the blade wielder. Chapter 25. 1 kills, 1 captures. Over here, the battle between Fang Jie and the Winter Soldier erupted instantly. Observing the Winter Soldier closing in at inhuman speed, Fang Jie advanced instead of retreating, holding a steel shield in his left hand and the sonic cannon in his right. He charged forward. The Winter Soldier's metallic fist surged toward him with colossal force, prompting Fang Jie to raise his shield in defense. Clang! An unimaginable force reverberated through the shield, yet Fang Jie remained unyielding, his armor and shield perfectly absorbing the impact without inflicting any harm. The Winter Soldier, however, was rebounded by the steel shield, skidding backward and carving deep grooves into the ground. What immense power! Fang Jie was taken aback, swiftly adjusting his stance. The Winter Soldier, undeterred by his failed strike, unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks. His metallic left arm transformed into a terrifying battering ram, each blow capable of shattering stone. Fang Jie completely abandoned the notion of close combat. He occasionally unleashed lava to force the Winter Soldier to alter his trajectory. As the Winter Soldier prepared to deliver a powerful blow, Fang Jie promptly erected an obsidian wall, the iron fist colliding with it, producing a deafening roar. Simultaneously, he sought out openings with his sonic cannon, creating distance to counterattack. The intangible sound waves erupted continuously, even as Dongbing attempted to shield himself with his arm. The immense force caused his momentum to falter, forcing him to stagger backwards repeatedly. The battle was exceedingly perilous. Fang Jie stood resolutely like a fortified mobile artillery platform, while Dongbing resembled a relentless siege machine. Meanwhile, although Tony had lost Jiwei, he leveraged the flight capabilities and formidable firepower of his armor, engaging in a fierce exchange with Chuanren. "Hey, Fang Jie, to your left," Tony suddenly shouted, as an energy cannon accurately targeted Dongbing, who was preparing for a flanking assault on Fang Jie, compelling him to retreat. "Thanks," Fang Jie reciprocated, seizing the opportunity during Dongbing's attack to unleash a sound wave cannon at Chuanren's feet, causing him to lose balance. At that moment, a sharp whistle pierced the air. An arrow, trailing a crimson flame, descended from the sky with astonishing speed. It traced an eerie arc in midair, circumventing Tony's defense and striking directly at the unsteady Chuanren. Alarmed, Chuanren hastily raised his blade to block. However, just as the arrow was about to make contact with the blade, its tip erupted violently, releasing a torrent of searing, molten metal akin to a liquid sun. The rocket's thermite composite tip. Chuanren barely had time to utter a cry before he was enveloped and consumed by the 1,000-degree heat of the thermite agent. His blade and body melted away, leaving behind a charred, smoke-emitting, distorted figure. Support from S.H.I.E.L.D. had arrived. Deep within the subterranean headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D., a flicker of disturbance crossed Dr. Zula's coated visage. S.H.I.E.L.D. had intervened. The probability of mission success had diminished, leading to mission termination. He decisively severed the network intrusion on Jiwei, swiftly erasing all traces of their presence. Almost simultaneously, in the Malibu villa, all systems within Tony's armor helmet returned to normal. "Sir, I have returned." Jiwei's familiar voice resonated. "Unknown virus intrusion detected, now cleared. All system functionalities have been restored." "Well done, Jiwei." Tony felt invigorated. He immediately locked onto Dongbing, who was entangled with Fang Jie. As a new functional option appeared on his interface, sound wave paralysis device. "Fang Jie, cover your ears," Tony bellowed, and Fang Jie instantly comprehended, tightly clasping his hands over his ears. Tony pressed the activation button. An invisible, high-frequency infrasonic wave rapidly expanded from the center of the armor. Even with his ears covered, Fang Jie experienced a wave of intense nausea and dizziness, a lingering 20-minute nausea debuff manifesting in his status bar. Without hesitation, he retrieved hot cocoa from his inventory and downed it in one gulp, instantly alleviating his discomfort. Conversely, Dongbing, facing the sound wave, suffered a catastrophic blow. His modified, extraordinarily sensitive senses collapsed under the assault of the infrasonic wave. Writhing in agony, he clutched his head tightly with both hands, veins bulging on his forehead as he emitted a suppressed roar, collapsing to the ground, convulsing. The battle was over. Fang Jie observed Dongbing's fallen form with utmost caution. He swiftly retrieved obsidian from his inventory, constructing a robust, airtight obsidian cage around him at remarkable speed. At the command center of S.H.I.E.L.D's S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, a massive central screen displayed real-time footage relayed by aerial drones. Along the coastal highway of Malibu, Iron Man, Chuanren, and Dongbing were locked in combat. The command center buzzed with activity as personnel analyzed various data. Nick Fury stood before the screen, his lone eye fixated on the figure with the metallic arm, a grave expression clouding his features. Dongbing, he nearly spat the name through clenched teeth. This codename lingered like an inescapable nightmare, a phantom that had existed for over half a century yet had never been substantiated. The most elite assassin of Hydra, a legend of efficiency and ruthlessness, who had never failed a mission. Fury's mind raced. The emergence of Dongbing signified that the remnants of Hydra, long thought to be silenced, were reactivating. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to eradicate the serpents lurking in the shadows. "Fury," a composed voice interrupted from behind. Alexander Pierce approached with a cup of coffee, his gaze directed toward the screen, his expression embodying the right mix of surprise and seriousness. "Pierce," Fury replied without turning. "You see it." "I see it," Pierce nodded, adjusting his glasses, his eyes deep and tranquil behind the lenses. "The trouble Stark has attracted is far greater than we anticipated. I believe I have seen similar descriptions of this metallic-armed individual in some archived files. A Hydra assassin? His performance was impeccable, flawlessly portraying a concerned superior. Anxious about the situation. It is him. Fury's response was succinct. He turned to face Pierce, his single eye scrutinizing him. We cannot allow him to escape. He is a key. I agree. Pierce immediately concurred. Stark cannot die, at least not now. The one with the blade. His origins are unclear. He can be eliminated. But Dongbing must be captured alive. What he knows is crucial to us. Their brief yet efficient dialogue was laden with the unspoken understanding typical among agents. Hill. Fury commanded into the communicator. Have Barton lead the team. The target is the one with the blade, authorized lethal force. Simultaneously, captured Dongbing alive. Additionally, Pierce interjected, glancing at Fury as if seeking his approval. The origins of this matter likely pertain to Stark Industries. I suggest we immediately dispatch personnel to secure Obadiah Stane. As the company's second-in-command, he is the prime suspect now that Tony is in trouble. Agreed. Fury nodded, having no reason to dismiss such a logical suggestion. Have Garrett lead. He is sufficiently experienced. Orders were swiftly relayed. A Quinjet took off from the Sankei headquarters, heading straight for California. In S.H.I.E.L.D. safe house. The interrogation room. Obadiah Stane was firmly restrained in a cold metallic chair. The color had drained from his face, replaced by sheer terror and panic. He could never have imagined that just days after striking a deal with Hydra, S.H.I.E.L.D. agents would burst in and haul him away from his office. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. The interrogation was conducted by two emotionless agents, resembling statues. They had not even spoken, and Stane's psychological defenses had already crumbled. It was Hydra. They contacted me. Tears streamed down his face as he recounted his desperation, detailing how he had engaged in a transaction with that mysterious mechanical voice and how he had betrayed the company and Tony. I just wanted to reclaim the company. I was forced into this. Please, give me a chance. I can be a witness. Clinging to his last shred of hope, he placed all his faith in S.H.I.E.L.D's leniency. The two agents listened silently to his confession, their faces betraying no hint of emotion. When Stane uttered his final words, an oppressive silence enveloped the interrogation room. After a prolonged silence, one of the agents slowly rose and approached Obadiah, leaning in to whisper with palpable disappointment. Hydra is exceedingly disillusioned by your betrayal, Mr. Stan. Obadiah's pupils dilated in shock. He incredulously lifted his gaze to meet the cold, mocking stares of two agents. His subsequent words remained forever unspoken. Another agent swiftly produced a syringe filled with a special serum, deftly puncturing his carotid artery. Obadiah's body convulsed violently before slumping into the chair, the vitality in his eyes rapidly extinguishing. The life sign monitor indicated acute heart failure as the cause of death, natural and without flaw. Target eliminated. Report to command center. Suspect suffered a sudden cardiac arrest. Resuscitation efforts were unsuccessful. Interrogation yielded no results. Beneath the vast intelligence network of S.H.I.E.L.D., Hydra's tendrils had silently infiltrated every corner. Fang Jie and Tony cooperatively relocated the unconscious Winter Soldier to a more secure location, a makeshift isolation chamber hastily modified by Tony. Meanwhile, the temporary prison constructed of obsidian was quietly retracted by Fang Jie. That evening, the Malibu cliffside villa was aglow. Tony uncorked an expensive bottle of champagne, eager to celebrate their narrow escape with Fang Jie. Pepper, having learned that the ordeal had concluded, was escorted back to her safe apartment in the city by Agent Coulson. To our victory, and to my poor house that desperately needs renovation. Tony raised his glass. At that moment, an unexpected visitor materialized behind them. It appears I've missed the party. A bald black man clad in a black trench coat and wearing an eye patch emerged from the shadows, his voice hoarse yet magnetic, exuding undeniable authority. Tony's smile faltered as he swiftly turned, assuming a defensive posture, the faint glow of his palm repulsor flickering. Who are you? How did you get in here? Fang Jie also regarded the newcomer with scrutiny. Calm down, Stark, the man replied, seemingly unaffected by Tony's hostility, his gaze surveying both men. Agent Coulson should have mentioned a certain name to you, the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. That mouthful rings a bell, Tony mused, furrowing his brow. I am Director Nick Fury, he stated bluntly, fixing his single eye intently on Fang Jie, then pivoting to address Tony. We need to talk. This self-introduction momentarily caught Tony off guard before he resumed his nonchalant demeanor. Wow, the director himself pays a visit? What an honor. Apologies. My butler is on vacation and couldn't roll out the red carpet for you. Fury disregarded Tony's jest and delved into the matter at hand. The individual you have captured, the Winter Soldier, is a target we have pursued for decades and is closely linked to a terrorist organization known as Hydra. I need to take him back. Take him back? Tony raised an eyebrow. Director Fury, I believe you are mistaken. This man nearly demolished my house and attempted to kill me. He is now my trophy. Just as Tony prepared to instinctively refuse, Fang Jie gently tapped his arm, signaling him to remain calm. Fang Jie understood that matters concerning Hydra were far from straightforward. Surrendering the Winter Soldier to S.H.I.E.L.D would be akin to releasing a tiger back into the wild, likely leading to dire consequences. Director Fury, Fang Jie began, maintaining a composed tone, we certainly understand your responsibilities. However, this individual poses a significant danger. A hasty transfer would be fraught with risk. Moreover, we wish to uncover who is behind the attempt on Mr. Stark's life. He proposed a compromise. How about we establish a temporary, high-security prison here to detain him? We can share all information during the interrogation process, and you may assign your most trusted personnel to monitor him around the clock. This would ensure both safety and the exchange of intelligence. What do you think? Fury's soul-eye darted between the two men, as if assessing the true intentions behind Fang Jie's proposal. Fang Jie's suggestion was reasonable, granting S.H.I.E.L.D a semblance of face while maintaining control of the situation. After a lengthy pause, Fury nodded. Very well, I agree. Stark, I will send over the most advanced containment equipment. As for the supervising personnel, I will arrange that shortly. He observed Fang Jie discreetly signaling in Morse code, while internally making another decision. Hill, have Black Widow infiltrate Stark Industries as a legal consultant. I need eyes on Tony Stark and Fang Jie at all times. Chapter 27. I am Iron Man. After Fury departed, Tony was immediately inclined to rush into the underground lab to interrogate the Winter Soldier. Wait, Tony. Fang Jie halted him. Wait for what? I need to pry that bastard's mouth open right now and find out who sent him. Tony's agitation was palpable, adrenaline coursing through his veins. Fang Jie met his gaze, recognizing that this was not an opportune moment. Don't rush, he offered, seeking to calm Tony down. Did you see his eyes earlier? Empty. Numb, like a robot. Isn't that strange? A top-tier assassin shouldn't appear this way. What do you expect to glean from interrogating a puppet devoid of free will? Fang Jie's words doused Tony's fervor like a bucket of cold water. Are you implying he is being controlled? Very likely, Fang Jie guided his thoughts. Such an organization would never allow him autonomy. Check his condition. There may be discoveries to be made. Understanding his state is essential to finding the breakthrough in our interrogation. Skeptically, Tony entered the laboratory. Half an hour later, he emerged with an ashen expression. You were right. He projected a holographic scan, revealing a model of the Winter Soldier's body. This guy has a control chip implanted in both his brain and spine, and there's an independent controller within his metal arm. His blood contains a plethora of unidentified drug residues, and his brain activity is highly abnormal, as if he has been subjected to repeated brainwashing. He raked his fingers through his hair in frustration. In this state, we could never extract any valuable intelligence from him. He is merely a remotely controlled puppet. Physical control can be delegated to specialists, Fang Jie suggested. You could enlist the best surgeons to assist you in removing those chips and controllers. As for the drugs and brainwashing, I may have a method. He recalled the simple yet effective impacts of milk and hot cocoa. That night, a bombshell news report rocked the business world. Obadiah Stane, a board member of Stark Industries, is suspected of hiring terrorists to assassinate Tony Stark. Following the exposure of this scandal, he has mysteriously vanished, presumed to be in hiding. This news detonated like a bomb, causing Stark Industries stock prices, already volatile due to the shutdown of its weapons division, to plummet. J-A-R-V-I-S, Tony said, watching the green numbers on the screen fall incessantly. Initiate stock buybacks, acquire as much as we can. The following day, Stark Industries held another press conference. This time, Tony Stark appeared impeccably dressed and invigorated, as if the assassination attempt had never transpired. He held the officially prepared statement from Coulson, riddled with inconsistencies. The reporters, akin to sharks sensing blood, bombarded him with questions. Mr. Stark, what is your relationship with Iron Man? Are the accusations against Herba de Yacitan true? Do you really have an armored bodyguard? Tony gazed at the curious, questioning, and excited faces in the audience, then glanced at the card in his hand. After a moment of silence, he made a decision that would drive the entire world into frenzy. He discarded the card, stepped forward, and leaned closer to the microphone. He looked into the camera, addressing the world, and revealed a confident and flamboyant smile unique to Tony Stark. I am Iron Man. 2 days later, The cliffside villa in Malibu was not only restored to its pristine condition, but at the deepest part of the underground laboratory, a state-of-the-art independent prison provided by S.H.I.E.L.D. was also completed. The transparent reinforced glass walls could withstand the direct impact of anti-tank missiles. The interior was a minimalist white, equipped with a 24-hour vital signs monitoring system and a defensive mechanism capable of instantly releasing high-voltage electricity and anesthetic gas. The Winter Soldier, Jianmusi Bayan-si, sat quietly on the bed in the center of the room, his gaze blankly fixed on the wall. Tony Sitek and Fang Jie stood outside the glass wall, while S.H.I.E.L.D. Supervisor Agent Maylene Dame stood nearby, arms crossed like a silent statue. "The situation is worse than we thought," Tony remarked, pulling up a holographic scan, his face marked by fatigue and frustration. The chip in his brain had become deeply intertwined with his nervous system. It continuously emitted weak currents at specific frequencies, triggering complex chemical reactions in his brain, rewriting his memories and reinforcing the effects of brainwashing. This process repeated itself daily. "This means we are faced with a brand new, reset killing machine every day," Fang Jie summarized. "Indeed. I have a plan," Fang Jie said, gazing at the Winter Soldier in his cell. "When he begins to lose control each day, we release anesthetic gas to force him into a coma. Then, using a mechanical arm, we feed him a cup of hot cocoa to eliminate the negative state." Upon seeing Tony agree, Maylene committed this crucial information to memory for future reporting. "Jarvis, set up an automated procedure," Tony instructed. After a short while, the hot cocoa prepared in the kitchen was fed into the Winter Soldier's mouth, and he awoke. Upon awakening, the Winter Soldier's eyes no longer held the same vacant numbness, but instead reflected a struggle and clarity tinged with pain. At that moment, Tony was discussing the possibility of extracting Hydra intelligence from the Winter Soldier with Agent Maylene. "We must find a breakthrough, Mr. Stark," Maylene stated, her tone as professional and cold as ever. The mere mention of the surname Stark acted as a key, triggering Jinban Bayan-si. His gaze instantly became unfocused as he began to pound the ground with his metal arm in a frenzied attempt to expel the uncontrollable fragments of memory. He repeatedly muttered disjointed, illogical words. "Steve, Hydra, Howard. Does he know Howard?" Tony pondered. "I must investigate who this phantom is." As evening fell, a gentle sea breeze swept through. Tony sat alone on the villa's terrace, surrounded by dozens of floating holographic screens filled with information and footage about World War II. Captain America and the Howling Commandos. Fang Jie emerged from the villa. "Can you imagine?" Tony did not turn around, his voice filled with shock and an unusual exhilaration. "The friend Howard felt guilty about for a lifetime, who died in battle, now stands before me, transformed into this form. This world is far crazier than I imagined." Chapter 28. Turning the tables on HYDRA inside a coffee shop, the afternoon sunlight streamed through the clean glass windows, casting lazy patches of light on the dark wooden table. The air was infused with the rich aroma of coffee beans and soft jazz music, as patrons whispered in conversation or worked quietly on their laptops, creating an atmosphere of normalcy and ease. Fang Jie sat by the window, idly stirring his latte while casually scrolling his phone, blending in with any urban white-collar worker passing the time. Suddenly, a figure silently sat down in the chair opposite him, as if they had always been there. The newcomer ordered nothing but rested their hands crossed on the table, calmly observing Fang Jie, and spoke first in a low, gravelly voice. Using the frequency of eyelid movements to send Morse code requests for meetings is quite old-fashioned, but very effective. "I'm here. Do you have anything to say to me alone?" On that night, Fang Jie had sent out the request for this meeting in a moment of eye contact with Fury. The King of Agents had evidently received and decoded it with precision. Hydra had dispatched the Winter Soldier to assassinate Tony, indicating they viewed both him and Tony as necessary obstacles to eliminate. Fang Jie resolved not to wait passively. He would give Hydra something to do. "Director Fury." Fang Jie set his phone down and leaned slightly forward, lowering his voice. "Before we begin, I want to ask you a question. How much do you know about the organization known as HYDRA?" Fury's single eye narrowed slightly, revealing no emotional response. "During World War II, Red Skull's scientific division aimed to subvert the world. We believe they were completely eradicated in 1945 with Captain America's sacrifice. Most people think that." Fang Jie nodded, then shifted the conversation without waiting for Fury's response, continuing calmly. "They cut off one head, and two more grow back. Red Skull is merely one of the more notorious heads. Once you sever him, many more have already quietly taken root in new hosts." Fury listened silently, his face betraying no expression, his eye resembling a bottomless ancient well. Yet Fang Jie sensed the slightest tightening of the hand resting on Fury's knee beneath the table. He understood that for this paranoid king of agents, mere narration held no significance. What he required were facts, evidence he could verify. After World War II, the Strategic Scientific Reserve, the precursor to S.H.I.E.L.D, initiated Operation Paperclip. Fang Jie presented the first critical point. You recruited numerous scientists from Germany to serve you in the fight against the Soviets. While a clever strategy, it also planted the deadliest seeds within you. He locked eyes with Fury, enunciating each word. Among those scientists were Hydra remnants. They infiltrated your ranks like a virus, developing and growing without your awareness, biding their time. Fury leaned back slightly, a subtle movement indicating an inner disturbance. Operation Paperclip was one of S.H.I.E.L.D's most guarded secrets, known to very few within the organization. How could this man know so much? I need a name. Fury's voice became even more grave. Daniel Whitehall. Fang Jie answered without hesitation. A high-ranking Hydra official, once personally apprehended by Peggy Carter, who should have spent his days in prison. Yet due to Operation Paperclip, he was released to continue his nefarious experiments. If you investigate now, you'll find he is alive and well, merely under a different identity. Fury fell silent. I know you don't believe. Fang Jie met Fury's scrutinizing gaze with calmness. Therefore, I present to you something you can verify for yourself. A vessel named Limeria Jixing, a satellite launch ship belonging to the S.H.I.E.L.D. He gazed into Fury's single eye and slowly remarked, within the systems of that ship lies a collection of documents that even your level 10 clearance as the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. cannot decrypt. Consider this, Director Fury, what within your S.H.I.E.L.D. necessitates secrecy from you. The string within Fury's heart was completely plucked. Over the years, he had sensed something amiss within S.H.I.E.L.D. with leaks from certain operations and unusual personnel movements creating an undercurrent of unease. He had attributed it to bureaucratic inefficiency and internal strife. Yet he had never imagined that the root of the problem could be so terrifying. Fang Jie observed the fleeting shadow that crossed Fury's face. Realizing he had achieved his objective, he issued a final warning. Director Fury, my suggestion is to refrain from hasty actions. He finished his coffee and wiped his mouth with a napkin. When you discover a cockroach in the kitchen, it is certainly not the only one. Until you ascertain the extent of their nest and how many there are, any rash action will only drive them deeper into hiding. With that, Fang Jie stood, leaving a few bills on the table. The coffee is on me. He nodded, turning to blend into the flow of people outside the cafe, vanishing from sight. Nick Fury sat alone, motionless for a long while. He took out his phone and dialed Maria Hill's number. Hill, investigate a ship named Limeria Jixing. I require its navigation plans and security details for the next 3 months. Chapter 29, Kamatage. A few days later, at 177A, Black Street, Greenwich Village. In downtown New York City, Fang Jie stood before a seemingly unremarkable brown townhouse. He took a deep breath and approached, knocking on the ancient wooden door. Knock, knock, knock. No footsteps echoed from within, yet a familiar and ethereal voice resonated directly in his mind. Please enter, Fang Jie. We have been awaiting your arrival. The door lock clicked softly, automatically swinging open. Fang Jie stepped inside, greeted by an air infused with the scent of ancient sandalwood and books. The door quietly closed behind him, completely isolating him from the chaos outside. He found himself in a spacious and magnificent foyer. The light here was soft and warm, emanating not from fixtures, but from the very essence of the space. Most striking was the enormous circular window at the end of the foyer, adorned with the emblem of the Vishani, known as the window to the world. Welcome to the Sanctum Sanctorum of New York. Master Gu Yi had appeared beside him, clad in her simple yellow robe, her face adorned with a gentle smile. Your arrival has come sooner than I anticipated, she remarked. Some matters require early preparation. Fang Jie replied, knowing that his actions held no secrets before this supreme sorceress. A serious-looking black man dressed in a green robe approached from the side, bowing to Gu Yi. Mordo, Gu Yi introduced. My student, and one of the most distinguished sorcerers of Kamatage. He will guide you in familiarizing yourself with this place. This way, please. Mordo's voice was deep and resonant as he nodded to Fang Jie, acknowledging him, then turned to lead the way. He pointed to the enormous circular window, explaining, that is the window to the world, the eye of the sanctum. It allows us to monitor and display the balance of magical energies across the earth and even the multiverse. When significant threats arise in the magical realm, its patterns will emit light or undergo changes. They traversed the foyer into a more expansive circular hall. The floor was etched with a colossal magical array, surrounded by doors of various styles, seemingly leading to different realms. From time to time, individuals clad in colorful robes emerged from one door and hurried into another. This is the teleportation hub, Mordo elucidated. Through these portals, we can instantly reach the other two sanctums around the world, as well as our headquarters located in Kathmandu, Kamataj. As they passed another room, they glimpsed through glass at an array of peculiar objects: a floating lantern, a scarlet cloak, a withered monkey's paw, each item emanating waves of potent or strange energy. The relic chamber, Mordo spoke with a hint of reverence. Here resides a collection of powerful magical artifacts. The trio passed through a portal opened by Mordo, shimmering with orange-yellow sparks. The scenery shifted instantaneously. The classical architecture of the New York sanctum vanished, replaced by an elegant tea room suffused with Zen tranquility. Outside the windows loomed the snow-capped peaks of the Himalayas, yet the cold was non-existent here. They had arrived at Kamataj. Gu-Yi gestured for Fang Jie to sit, personally pouring him a steaming cup of tea. The fragrance of the tea wafted, refreshing to the senses. Fang Jie, Gu-Yi pushed the teacup toward him and began, "Your application of power derives from the rules of your world, whether through enchantment or alchemy. However, in this universe, the forces we refer to as the arcane have a different origin." As she spoke, she extended her hand. A spark of orange-yellow fire materialized at her fingertips, rapidly expanding to depict intricate, three-dimensional energy constructs composed of geometric shapes and mysterious runes before her. "The energies we harness fundamentally originate from the multiverse." Gu-Yi's voice resonated ethereally, as if from another dimension. Much like a programmer, crafting incantations, printing magical arrays, borrowing energy from other dimensions, and then transforming it to achieve our desired effects, twisting reality. The energy constructs in her hand continuously morphed, sometimes resembling a blooming lotus, at other times transforming into a soaring dragon, radiating an ineffable beauty of profundity. However, borrowing most powers comes at a cost. Gu-Yi's tone shifted to a serious note. To draw power from formidable dimensional entities, such as Dormammu, the price is your soul and freedom. Even when borrowing from a benevolent source like the Vishani, a corresponding price must be paid, albeit a lesser and more concealed one. She regarded Fang Jie, a glimmer of peculiar light flickering in her gaze. "Yet you are exceptional. Your power stems from within. Thus, you need not seek externally. You merely need to learn how to comprehend and master the power you possess. That will suffice." A cup of tea elapsed swiftly. Gu-Yi entrusted Fang Jie to Mordo. "Mordo, please assist him in settling in. Then, take him to the library to select a few foundational texts." "Yes, master." The two arrived at the library of Kamataj. The shelves were densely packed with countless ancient scrolls and hefty tomes. As Mordo navigated through the aisles, he skillfully selected books for Fang Jie. "This is the Book of the Forgotten Days, chronicling various sources of power and dimensions. This volume is the Cosmic Compendium, aiding your understanding of our universe's fundamental structure. The Supreme Codex, encompassing principles of safe and effective arcane practices. And there is the Key of Solomon and the Fundamental Treatise." He extracted a hefty tome inscribed in Sanskrit from the shelf and handed it to Fang Jie, casually inquiring, "How is your proficiency in Sanskrit?" Many advanced texts lack translations. Fang Jie accepted the book, and in his eyes, the twisted Sanskrit symbols, under the influence of an automatic translation mod, appeared akin to Chinese characters. "Not just Sanskrit," he replied. "I possess a profound mastery of Latin, ancient Greek, Hebrew, the sacred texts of ancient Egypt, and even the oracle bone script of China." For the first time, a flicker of surprise graced Modo's typically solemn visage. He gazed intently at Fang Jie, as though seeking to discern some hint upon his countenance. Yet, his hands remained busy, extracting a tome titled Essentials of Arcane Arts. After selecting the books, Modo escorted Fang Jie to a tidy, well-appointed chamber. Although modest in size, it was equipped with all necessities. "This shall be your abode henceforth," Modo declared, placing the hefty stack of books upon the table. He then produced a slip of paper from his pocket and handed it to Fang Jie. Observing the note, Fang Jie chuckled and remarked, "I understand this. It is the Wi-Fi password." Modo responded as if it were self-evident. "Of course, it is the Wi-Fi password. What else could it be? A magical incantation?" Chapter 30. The Mysteries of Mod. Once Modo departed, Fang Jie immediately immersed himself in the ocean of knowledge, akin to a sponge. He eagerly perused the weighty tomes laid before him. With the aid of the auto-translation mod, even the most obscure ancient texts and intricate spells transformed into clear and comprehensible Chinese. This newfound knowledge opened a portal to an entirely different realm, deepening his understanding of the Marvel Universe. While studying the Key of Solomon and observing the various summoning circles for demons and spirits, a sudden thought struck him like a bolt of lightning. Could these magical tomes also be enhanced with mods? Once this idea took root, it could not be repressed. Without hesitation, he piled the books together, pressed his hand upon them, and summoned the power of the world within him, attempting to decipher their contents. A tremendous force was swiftly consumed. Occultism mod successfully loaded. A torrent of new information flooded his mind, markedly different from the previous influx of recipes and knowledge when loading a mod. This time, the feedback was remarkably succinct. Harvesting grass has a chance to yield demon dream seeds, which can be combined with the book to create the compendium of spirits. Is that all? Fang Jie pondered, perplexed. Glancing out the window, he noted the deepening night, the courtyard of Kamar Taj enveloped in silence. Stealthily, he slipped from his room, akin to a thief, and approached the flower bed in the courtyard. Fortunately, the mages of Kamar Taj also cherished the cultivation of ordinary flora. Crouching down, he extended his hand towards a lush patch of grass, employing his nefarious skills. After uprooting 7 or 8 clumps of grass, a deep brown seed, pulsating with a semblance of life, finally appeared in his grasp. With his prize secured, he swiftly returned to his room and locked the door. He retrieved an ordinary book and the peculiar seed from his inventory and combined them at the workbench. A flash of light revealed the weighty tome, Compendium of Spirits. Taking a deep breath, Fang Jie opened the book. It became clear that all knowledge resided within the Compendium of Spirits. No wonder it had not directly infused his mind. The first page elucidated the core of this mod, detailing how through occult rituals, one could summon entities known as spirits from a dimension referred to as the otherworld to serve one's will. These spirits possessed a myriad of abilities, nearly boundless in potential. They could be commanded to perform various automated tasks, from basic lumbering and mining to complex machinery operation. They could establish an exclusive storage dimension, far exceeding the capacity of a mere chest. More powerful spirits could even be dispatched to other dimensions to retrieve rare minerals and treasures. They were capable of crafting tools and gems imbued with potent enchantments, and could serve as familiars, providing an array of formidable enhancements. As he delved further, Fang Jie discovered that the Compendium of Spirits itself was no ordinary book. The latter half was densely packed with the true names of countless spirits. Mastering a true name equated to gaining control over the summoning process. The text stated, "Beneath the gaze of human eyes lies another realm, another dimension, or rather, the otherworld." The first step to successfully summoning these spirits is to learn how to interact with the otherworld. This ability to perceive entities beyond the physical realm was known as the third eye. Naturally, humans lack this capability innately. However, learned mages could circumvent this limitation through certain substances and devices. The simplest method involved the demon dream. Consuming its fruit could activate the third eye with a certain probability, allowing interaction with materials from the otherworld. There existed more efficient methods, such as compressing the fruit into an essence, which guaranteed activation of the third eye and extended its duration, albeit at the cost of significant adverse effects. A unique flame, known as spirit fire, primarily found in the otherworld, could purify such negative effects. The Compendium of Spirits introduced 4 types of rituals. 1. Possession ritual, enabling a spirit to inhabit a creature, thereby altering its characteristics. Fang Jie was delighted to discover that many materials from Minecraft, such as endstone, ender pearls, blaze rods, wither skeleton skulls, and even the heart of the sea and totem of undying, could be obtained by possessing specific creatures. 2. Familiar ritual, summoning familiars that provide various enhancements, such as the winged familiar, which grants multiple jumps, increased jumping ability, and immunity to fall damage, or the fairy familiar, which siphons the life force of enemies. 3. Summoning ritual, compelling spirits to descend in a form of their choosing, thus imposing minimal restrictions on their power. Some summoned spirits could trade items and transform them, while others labored like slaves. 4. Binding ritual, constraining spirits and imbuing them into items to invoke specific abilities. All rituals required the drawing of specific sigils and the offering of appropriate sacrifices. The core of every ritual necessitated a golden sacrificial bowl crafted from 8 gold ingots to hold the most significant offerings. Fang Jie felt a pang of anxiety regarding the gold ingots. He had previously deemed them too costly and had not procured any. Clearly, he would need to muster the courage to inquire with Master Gu if Kamar Taj possessed such mundane items. On the following morning, as the first rays of sunlight illuminated the courtyard of the Himalayas, Mo Du led Fang Jie to the training grounds. There, Dozens of apprentices clad in assorted short robes had gathered, arranged in neat formations, their expressions grave. Among the crowd, Fang Jie even spotted a familiar face, the mage, Caecilius, who would later succumb to darkness. Focus your mind and sense the energy. S.H.I.E.L.D's voice resonated across the training grounds, clear to all. Guide it to your fingertips. Feel it, mold it. The apprentices extended their hands, attempting to coalesce energy, sparks flickering at their fingertips. Recalling the essentials of arcane arts he had studied the previous day, Fang Jie did not channel another form of energy, but rather the world force he was most familiar with. Carefully, he summoned a thread of world force and directed it to his fingertips. In an instant, a bright orange spark materialized at the tip of his finger. Emulating those around him, he began to trace circles in the air with his finger. The spark immediately followed suit, leaving behind stable energy trails composed of mysterious runes. Soon, a circular magic array shimmering with the light of Mars manifested before his palm. With a sudden push, a long whip of pure energy was drawn forth with a sharp sound. S.H.I.E.L.D, standing in the front row, noticed him as well, calmly nodding without displaying excessive astonishment. However, Fang Jie found little joy in this moment. During those brief seconds, he distinctly felt a slight depletion of the world's power within him. Although it was a minor loss, it felt akin to lighting a cigarette with a 1 yuan bill, evoking a twinge of regret. It appeared that the world's power could also be harnessed to activate the arcane arts of Sandbox, Fang Jie mused. Before long, they progressed to the next segment, learning to unlock this secret door of magic. S.H.I.E.L.D distributed a double-ring pendant to each apprentice. Standing before the crowd, he began imparting the essential principles. The secret door of magic allows you to reach any place you have previously visited or have a vivid mental image of. The secret lies not in forceful intent, but in belief. Believe that the location truly exists and that you can arrive there. Transform your thoughts into reality through the pendant. Fang Jie donned the pendant, feeling the cool metal against his skin. He closed his eyes, not envisioning any location on Earth, but recalling the ancient map of his villa from his inventory. He summoned a trace of the world's power and infused it into the pendant. This time, he did not crudely convert it into energy. Instead, he utilized it as a lever to manipulate the very rules of space. Orange sparks ignited once more, but this time, they coalesced into a point rather than lines. This point rapidly expanded, forming an unstable ring of fire. Fang Jie focused intently, the image of the villa's map becoming increasingly vivid in his mind. The fiery ring burst outward, stabilizing into a portal that vividly displayed the villa's exterior. Observing from a corner of the training field, Master Gu Yi's eyes gleamed with approval. What she valued was not the speed with which Fang Jie opened the portal, but rather his ability to directly draw upon his own power rather than relying on external energies. After the morning session concluded, the crowd gradually dispersed. Fang Jie approached Gu Yi. Master, your learning ability is remarkable, Gu Yi remarked with a smile, a testament to an outstanding student. Fang Jie, eschewing pleasantries, directly stated his purpose. Master, yesterday, I gleaned a new rule from your books. It allows me to obtain near-costless magical power by enslaving a dimensional being known as a demon spirit. This requires certain rituals and specific materials. He rubbed his hands sheepishly. Especially gold. Upon hearing this, Gu Yi exhibited no surprise, only a knowing expression. I foresaw that your arrival would herald an unprecedented transformation for Sandbox. However, I did not anticipate that this change would commence the very day after your arrival. As for gold, she waved her hand dismissively. To mortals, gold represents wealth. Yet for us, it is merely a common metal. It is not rare, whether on certain planets in the depths of the universe or in specific dimensions. She then extended her finger and lightly tapped Fang Jie's forehead. An intricate star map composed of countless celestial bodies and coordinates flooded his mind. Go forth and take what you require. Upon returning to his room, Fang Jie promptly shut the door. His first task was to analyze the pendant with the world's power. Attempting to load a new mod. The outcome did not disappoint him. The Waystones mod loaded successfully. The emergence of this mod filled Fang Jie with exhilaration, as it offered a novel and more convenient means of teleportation. The Waystones mod and the Secret Door of Magic each possessed their own merits and drawbacks. The primary advantage of the Waystones was that it consumed no world power, yet it could only teleport between pre-established Waystones. Alternatively, users could employ a handheld teleportation stone to transport themselves to any activated stone at any time, albeit at the cost of experience points. Greater distances required greater expenditure, up to a maximum of level 3. Conversely, while the Secret Door of Magic could transport one to any location, each activation required a toll of world power. Fang Jie immediately resolved to place a waystone at all of his significant strongholds. However, upon discovering that the recipe for crafting the teleportation stone required 4 ender pearls, he could not help but reflect on his fortunate luck from the previous night. Had he not unlocked the mysticism mod, which revealed the potential to acquire ender pearls, this new mod would have remained an elusive fantasy. His second task was to mine on the golden planet provided by Gui. He donned the pendant, recalling the coordinates, and skillfully opened the portal. On the other side lay a silent, golden world. The ground beneath him was gilded, with distant golden mountains, and even the dust floating in the air reflected a golden hue under the light of the star. Filled with excitement, Fang Jie drew out his steel pickaxe and began to excavate the ground furiously. The hard gold yielded easily beneath his blows, resembling mere earth. He refrained from overindulgence, collecting just enough gold to craft dozens of golden apples and a few key items before returning to Kmayich. Back in his room, he promptly utilized 8 gold ingots to create the core item for initiating the mysticism ritual, the golden sacrificial bowl. After meticulous preparation, Fang Jie gathered all the fundamental materials required for the mysticism mod ritual and returned to the expansive garage of his villa. This space had become his most clandestine and secure laboratory. He aimed to draw the first and most fundamental summoning array, the Avia ring, as recorded in the Compendium of Demon Spirits. Holding a piece of white chalk made from fired otherworldly stone and ashes, Fang Jie crouched down and began to inscribe upon the smooth concrete floor. His movements were precise and steady as ancient, twisted runes formed beneath his hand, ultimately connecting into a flawless circular form. Next, he used 4 lines composed of smaller runes to divide the ring into 4 equal quadrants, carefully placing a white candle at the center of each quadrant. This array, while simple to set up, provided only minimal binding and protective power for the summoner, suitable only for the most basic summoning rituals of demon spirits. Standing up, Fang Jie surveyed his work, contemplating that to conduct other types of rituals, he would require different embellishing chalks. For instance, the possession ritual would necessitate yellow chalk, while the infusion ritual would call for purple chalk. These chalks required various powders. He swiftly devised a plan. Then, let us first summon a minor demon spirit. Chapter 32. The first summoning with determination. Fang Jie placed gold ingots, silver ingots, iron ingots, and copper ingots on the outer edges of the Avia ring as offerings. Then, he produced a book and pen, using spiritual fire to transform it into the Book of Binding, inscribing upon it the true name of the demon spirit as revealed in the compendium. He solemnly placed this Book of Binding in the center of the golden sacrificial bowl of the ritual array. At the very moment the book fell, the runes inscribed within the magical array seemed to awaken, emitting a faint purple glow. Countless tiny purple particles began to rise from the 4 metallic ingots that served as offerings, as if drawn by an invisible force, swirling into the void above. The air in the garage grew thick and oppressive, as though a pair of eyes from another dimension were watching this scene unfold. Soon, as the brilliance of the offerings dimmed, the purple particles at the center of the array suddenly contracted inward before bursting forth, transforming into a dense cloud of purple smoke. As the smoke dissipated, a diminutive figure materialized in its place. This creature stood less than 1 meter tall, stooped over, resembling a humanoid. Its skin resembled cracked stone, a grayish-brown hue, with long arms and unusually wide palms, its nails akin to hardened pickaxes. A prominent nose adorned its face, and its yellow-black eyes were flanked by large ears, from which dangled golden earrings. It exuded an aura imbued with the essence of another realm, a blend of dust and metal. The power of this magical spirit was feeble. Fang Jie could sense that it would soon be repelled back to its own dimension by the rules of Earth. Master, the timid shattered or spirit raised its head, its voice raspy like sandpaper. What do you wish of me? Its tone was laden with reverence and fear. Without hesitation, Fang Jie retrieved a gold ingot from his inventory and tossed it toward the spirit. Transform it into powder. The shattered or spirit eagerly embraced the ingot, which was larger than its head. Gray runes illuminated its wide palms, and under its manipulation, the hardened ingot disintegrated rapidly, resembling sand, into a small mound of shimmering golden powder. With the gold powder in hand, Fang Jie swiftly combined it with some phosphorescent powder on his workbench to create yellow chalk. Now, he could acquire some rare materials. He erased the Avia ring on the ground and, using white and yellow chalk, meticulously redrew a more intricate magical array for the Hayden Temptation spell. The core of this array comprised 2 massive, interlocking rhombus runes. The outer rhombus was drawn with white chalk, representing the foundation, while the inner one, serving as the core, was crafted with yellow chalk, embodying radiant power. At the four pointed intersections of the inner and outer rhombuses, four candles were placed to stabilize the ritual. As before, Fang Jie arranged offerings at the four cardinal points of the array, but this time, the magical tome specified the need for a special medium, a chicken egg. He placed the golden sacrificial bowl at the center of the array, upon which rested a tome inscribed with the new true name of the binding book. The ritual commenced once more, and the purple particles grew denser, enveloping the garage in a gossamer veil of violet light. Just as the ritual neared completion and the array's luminescence peaked, Fang Jie hurled the ordinary chicken egg into the golden sacrificial bowl at the center of the array. The egg traced a parabolic arc through the air, and upon impact with the ground, instead of shattering as expected, it erupted with a blinding, blackish-purple radiance reminiscent of television static. Crack! The shell fractured from within, and out emerged a peculiar creature, no larger than a fist, covered in deep purple exoskeleton. Sporting a pair of crimson compound eyes and sharp mandibles. The Endermite. No sooner had it appeared than its body flickered and vanished, reappearing at Fang Jie's feet. Jaws agape, lunging toward his ankle. But Fang Jie was prepared. Without even glancing down, he wielded a steel sword imbued with the lute enchantment, which transformed into a streak of cold light, striking downward with precision. With a soft sound, the frail body of the Endermite was cleaved in two. It shimmered twice in the air before dissipating into a cloud of purple smoke, leaving behind two ender stones and a single ender eye, suspended in midair. Its vertical pupil seemingly observing everything. Having successfully acquired the ender stones and the ender eye, Fang Jie felt a surge of confidence. He followed the ritual's guidelines, utilizing the S.H.I.E.L.D temptation spell to summon a series of special beings possessed by otherworldly spirits. One after another, he summoned possessed skeletons, witches, and phantom wings, obtaining skulls, enchanted bottles, ominous vials, phantom membranes, and wind orbs. Fang Jie shifted his gaze from the more common skeleton skulls and phantom membranes to the wind orbs, ominous vials, and enchanted bottles. The wind orb was a new item introduced in the latest version of Minecraft, resembling a wind-based jutsu, but lacking its full might. The ominous vial, upon materialization, appeared as a conical bottle containing a pitch-black potion exuding an aura of foreboding. Consuming it in Minecraft would yield an ominous omen. The enchanted bottle seemed to contain flowing gold, radiating an extraordinary glow. Fang Jie was eager to discover the experience of its materialization. As he drank from the enchanted bottle, he barely had time to savor the taste when yesterday's magical tome vividly appeared in his mind, providing answers to some previously elusive queries. It seemed that the experience of materialization held great utility. He would need to stock up on enchanted bottles in the future, he mused. With materials gathered, Fang Jie immediately set about preparing the array for the infusion ritual. Utilizing the previously crafted enderstone powder and obsidian powder, he successfully produced purple chalk at his workbench. He then erased the existing array on the ground and redrew the basic infusion array for Ezavus's spirit compulsion with purple and white chalk. The path and structure of the runes within this array embodied the themes of binding and merging. Once the array was completed, Fang Jie commenced the creation of his first batch of magical artifacts. The materials required for these creations were quite simple, the essence lying in the spirits that would be infused into them thereafter. As one spirit after another was summoned from the otherworldly realm during the ritual, forcibly bound, sealed, and infused into ordinary items by the array's power, several artifacts radiating a faint magical glow came into existence. We pledge that, throughout this process, not a single spirit suffered any substantial harm. They merely changed their location. Chapter 33, The Free-Riding Demigod. Otherworldly glasses, a seemingly ordinary pair of black goggles, which, through the magic bound within the lenses, continuously bestows upon the wearer the ability to peer into other dimensions. Sturdy satchel, a spirit bound to the satchel subtly distorts reality, allowing it to hold more items than it appears capable of carrying. Apprentice ritual satchel, a spirit skilled in array drawing, is bound within, tasked with assisting the summoner in rapidly and accurately sketching the complex arrays required for rituals. Fragile soul gem, the spirit contained within can instantaneously create a small storage dimension for temporarily imprisoning creatures that lack the capacity to resist. However, beings of excessive power or size cannot be stored, and the gem will shatter automatically upon releasing its captive. Natural glue, the spirit infused within possesses the power to catalyze life, capable of hastening the growth of nearly all plants, even those that resist fertilization by bone meal, and can be used multiple times. These bound spirits, unlike those summoned as temporary workers, remain indefinitely imprisoned within the artifacts. drawing upon the array's power to continuously exert their influence until the end of days. Fang Jie first picked up the extraordinary glasses, curiosity compelling him to don them. The moment the lenses conformed to his eye sockets, a brand new, previously unseen world erupted before him. The realm he perceived was no longer merely composed of colors and shapes. Countless additional pieces of information, transcending visual perception, were directly grasped by his mind. As he gazed at his hand, he no longer saw mere skin and flesh, but rather a flowing amalgamation of thermal energy composed of varying shades and hues of light. His warm palm glowed like a bright orange bulb, while his cooler fingertips exhibited a dim red hue. He could discern the subtle temperature shifts caused by blood coursing through his veins. Passers-by appeared to him like bonfires in the night, unmistakably prominent. The rapid heartbeat and surface temperature fluctuations induced by lies or anxiety manifested as visible auras laid bare for all to see. Upon exiting the garage, he could even see through the clouds. Long-wave infrared rays penetrated the overcast sky. He could even observe the places he had traversed not long ago, where the ground still bore the slowly dissipating imprints of warmth from his footsteps. The world, for him, was a continuous replay of recent events. He picked up a glass cup and gave it a gentle squeeze. What seemed to be an ordinary transparent vessel in the eyes of others revealed itself to be adorned with iridescent, rainbow-like stripes in his vision. This was a direct manifestation of the internal stress causing the light passing through it to polarize. The load-bearing condition of a glass bridge and whether a plastic component was on the verge of breaking were as evident to him as engineering analysis diagrams. Most astonishingly, he could perceive the previously invisible flows of energy. In his eyes, this world held no secrets. He removed the glasses, and the world before him returned to normal, leaving him somewhat disoriented from the information overload. He knew the glasses were invaluable, making him reluctant to part with them after their use. Next, he examined the sturdy satchel. This seemingly unremarkable bag contained an astonishing 117 compartments within. It was more than 3 times the capacity of his current inventory, significantly enhancing his ability to carry supplies. The frangible soul gem sparked an idea in him, envisioning a perfect use for it to imprison vital enemies or captives, like the Winter Soldier, who had been defeated but could not be directly slain. As for the apprentice ritual satchel and natural glue, they each possessed irreplaceable functions in their respective domains. Gazing at this array of magical artifacts, Fang Jie felt a surge of ambition. Even the most basic of magical spirits could provide such immense convenience. What, then, could be expected from more advanced beings like the giant spirits, fire spirits, demon lords, or even the legendary evil spirits? Their power must be truly formidable. This thought sent a wave of excitement coursing through him. He restrained the impulse to immediately summon a higher-level magical spirit and instead took some time to create additional copies of several key items. The following day, in the tea room of Kamartaj, Master Gu Yi personally instructed Fang Jie on the method to unlock the mirror dimension. Once Fang Jie successfully manipulated the power of the universe to draw the surrounding space into that dimension, parallel to the real world and malleable without impacting the primary realm. He presented the magical artifacts he had crafted the previous day to Gu Yi. "Master, please take a look." Gu Yi picked up each item in turn, scrutinizing them with her eyes that seemed to perceive all things. She donned the extraordinary glasses, absorbing the radically different visual information. She reached into the sturdy satchel, experiencing the distorted space, and she analyzed the subtle magical energy contained within the frangible soul gem and natural glue. "Fascinating, truly fascinating," she remarked, setting the items down, her eyes reflecting genuine admiration. Binding the powers of otherworldly beings through a magical array and infusing them into inanimate objects to create artifacts with specific functions is a concept distinctly different from our Kamartaj practice of directly borrowing dimensional energy. Yet, we both reach the same destination. Your rules always bring surprises. However, the magical spirits we can summon now are too weak, and the functions we can achieve are limited, Fang Jie expressed with a hint of regret. Weakness signifies greater safety and easier control. A glint of wisdom flickered in Gu Yi's gaze, as if she had conceived an intriguing thought. "You assert that these magical spirits are summoned to serve you, whereas we borrow power from the dimensional gods to cast spells, balancing the debts owed to various dimensions for the past 500 years as the master of bug exploits. I propose an idea to you. Could we perhaps merge these two methods?" She slowly elucidated her thoughts. "We summon a weak magical spirit, whose inherent power is negligible. However, we can command this spirit, in its own name, to approach a powerful dimensional god, such as Dormammu, to negotiate a contract and borrow strength. Fang Jie's eyes instantly brightened. He comprehended Gu Yi's intent at once. The magical spirit bears the cost on our behalf, he exclaimed. Precisely, Gu Yi affirmed with a smile and a nod. The signatory of the contract is the magical spirit, thus the price paid, such as the spirit's soul after death, belongs to it. As the master of the magical spirit, we merely instruct it to acquire this borrowed strength. Finally, we will seal this acquired power, along with the spirit, into an object through an infusion ritual. This process was nothing short of perfection. The magical spirit acted as an intermediary, responsible for signing contracts and borrowing power. The summoner served as the hidden proprietor, solely issuing commands and reaping the rewards. The object functioned as the ultimate vessel, executing this power. The dimensional god, like the unfortunate Dormammu, acting as the bank providing the power, might ultimately find it impossible to reclaim even the soul of a trivial, easily summonable magical spirit. Alas, I have ultimately become a capitalist. With her years of experience dealing with various dimensional gods, Gu Yi's tone carried a subtle mischievousness. I can formulate a method to convert Kamartaj's secret arts into runes comprehensible and executable by your magical spirits. You may give it a try while I observe, just in case. Without hesitation, Fang Jie activated the mirror dimension, enveloping the two of them within. He retrieved the apprentice ritual satchel, and with the assistance of the magical spirit, rapidly inscribed a revised version of the S.H.I.E.L.D's spirit compulsion array upon the ground. The runes of this array were notably more complex, incorporating numerous mystical symbols related to contracts and borrowing. He resolved that the first artifact he would create would possess the ability of the secret portal he was most familiar with. Following the procedure, he arranged the offerings and placed a bowl for the golden sacrifice at the center. As the ritual commenced, a feeble magical essence was summoned into the array. Next came the most critical step. Under Gu Yi's guidance, Fang Jie issued a complex command to the trembling magical essence through the array. In your name, beseech the Dark Dimension's Lord, Dormammu, to sign a contract and borrow the power sufficient to open a cross-dimensional portal. The cost of the contract is all that you possess after death. Though the magical essence trembled with fear, the force of the array compelled it to obey. It began to chant an ancient and malevolent incantation, causing the entire mirror dimension to tremble slightly as a pure, dark, and chilling power seeped from the void, infusing itself into the magical spirit's form. Now, infuse, Gu Yi urged. Fang Jie promptly tossed an ordinary silver ring into the sacrificial bowl. The brilliance of the magical array reached its zenith in an instant. The demon essence, which had just acquired dark powers and was even beginning to swell, emitted a soundless wail. Along with the borrowed power, it was forcibly compressed, distorted, and infused into the small ring by the formidable binding force of the array. As the radiance dissipated, the ritual was complete. A ring, now adorned with a circle of deep purple, mysterious runes, lay quietly at the bottom of the bowl. Success! Fang Jie eagerly picked up the teleportation ring and, unable to contain his excitement, donned it, attempting to activate its power. He focused his mind, envisioning Mount Komalangma. The runes on the ring illuminated, and the space before him began to warp, giving rise to a slowly materializing orange fire circle, ultimately forming a portal. How does it feel? Gu Yi inquired. Fang Jie, after a moment of reflection, responded with a hint of resignation. It is indeed a success. However, the demon essence is far too weak. The power it could borrow is even less than what an ordinary earth soul can muster. The distance this portal can traverse is quite limited, sufficient only for me to traverse the vicinity of the Earth-Moon system. Nevertheless, a smile returned to his face. Fortunately, it incurs no cost, and as long as the ring remains intact, energy will flow continuously. The human soul is exceedingly complex, possessing boundless potential, which the demon essence cannot compare to, Gu Yi explained. This initial attempt to exploit the demon god, though yielding limited results, opened a significant door for Fang Jie. In the ensuing days, Fang Jie continued his studies in Kamartaj. By day, he frequented the library, borrowing recommended texts and utilizing the enchanted bottle to absorb knowledge and master arcane arts. As night fell and silence enveloped the world, he would retreat to his room, unveil the mirror dimension, and randomly select a fortunate demon essence to contribute to his magical endeavors. After several days of diligent labor, he had accumulated a few practical magical artifacts. Mirror of Dimensions, a small mirror, no larger than a fist, edged with silver. Through it, Fang Jie can swiftly open and manipulate the mirror dimension within a certain range without expending energy. Celestial Brooch, a brooch embedded with a blue gemstone. Within the gemstone lies a swirling, authentic starry sky, Wearing it greatly aids Fang Jie in celestial projection. Crimson binding, an unremarkable deep crimson ribbon. However, it is infused with the power of S.H.I.E.L.D, the ruler of the deep crimson universe. Its binding strength is astonishing. Once ensnared, escape by physical means is nearly impossible. Vishanti Light Sword, a magnificent sword hilt crafted from crystal and gold. When activated, it releases a 1-meter-long blade of light composed of Vishanti's sacred energy. It proves remarkably effective against malevolent beings and possesses an undeniable flair. As Fang Jie completed his foundational studies and prepared to learn the defensive Ragador ring, his phone suddenly buzzed urgently. The caller ID displayed Phil Coulson. Mr. Fang Jie. Upon answering, Coulson's signature calm voice, tinged with urgency, came through. The situation is critical. In Harlem, New York City, 2 large anomalous entities are engaged in combat, causing widespread destruction. Mr. Stark is already intervening. The S.H.I.E.L.D. formally requests your assistance. Chapter 35. The Abomination Incident in the Dead of Night, at a temporarily cordoned-off corner of Harlem, New York City. The air was thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder and concrete dust. In the distance, the roars of beasts and the sounds of tremendous impacts reverberated, causing the entire street to tremble. One side of an apartment building had been smashed open, and burning car wrecks littered the area. Coulson crouched behind a black S.H.I.E.L.D. SUV, his expression grave as he attempted to reach Fang Jie. The situation is extremely urgent. We need you. Before he could finish, a calm voice suddenly interrupted from behind him. I have arrived. Wow. Coulson jumped, turning abruptly to find Fang Jie had silently appeared behind him, curiously observing the battlefield ahead. Please, provide me with the details of the situation, Fang Jie said, patting his shoulder. Coulson's curiosity was short-lived. His professionalism as a top-tier agent kicked in immediately. He pointed toward the 2 colossal figures engaged in a frenzied brawl, swiftly and clearly reporting. The green one is Dr. Bruce Banner, a byproduct of a military gamma-ray experiment. Our internal codename is Hulk. The more agitated he becomes, the greater his strength, making him extremely unstable and destructive. He paused, gesturing toward another slightly smaller, yet equally fearsome earth-tone monster. That creature is covered in bone spurs and appears even more sinister and savage. According to our intercepted military intelligence, it is a failed product of General Ross's super soldier program. They attempted to replicate Hulk using less than honorable means. It seems they have succeeded halfway, but ultimately failed. This creature, codenamed Abomination, has completely lost control and is wreaking indiscriminate havoc in its battle with Hulk. Coulson glanced at the soldiers, futilely firing conventional weapons in the distance, a look of frustration crossing his face. Originally, General Ross did not want us to intervene, but now, the situation has escalated beyond their control. The citizens of Harlem are in urgent evacuation, but if we do not stop them soon, the entire block may be reduced to rubble. Turning to Fang Jie, he earnestly stated, we are well aware of your capabilities, Mr. Fang Jie. Mr. Stark may also be unable to subdue these 2 monsters. Therefore, we request your intervention to stop them in your own way. Not long ago, on the battlefield they had just witnessed, Hulk let out a thunderous roar. His mountainous muscles brimmed with explosive power as he unleashed a series of devastating punches upon the Abomination's chest and face. Each strike resonated with a dull, drum-like thud, causing the Abomination's tough, bone-spurred skin to buckle under the force, its massive form retreating repeatedly, leaving cracked craters in the asphalt. The Abomination, born from a blend of flawed super soldier serum and Hulk's blood, was not nearly as consumed by rage as Banner. Realizing that brute strength alone could not compete with the increasingly powerful green behemoth, a glimmer of cunning flickered in his eyes. He leaped backward to create distance, and with his massive claw-like hands, he seized a nearby car, hurling it toward Hulk with all his might. The vehicle soared through the air, whistling through the wind like a cannonball. Enraged by the distraction, Hulk did not flinch. Instead, he responded with a primal, unadulterated fury. His form visibly expanded as his muscles intensified under the catalyzing influence of rage. Initially, the Abomination could rely on tossing debris to maintain distance. But as Hulk's speed and strength surged, this tactic soon became futile. Just as he picked up a mailbox from the ground, he found a green blur had already lunged into his path. Roar! The Hulk leaped high into the air, delivering a powerful punch imbued with immense rage. Crashing down upon the head of Abomination, the force erupted with a thunderous roar, sending Abomination plummeting to the ground like a nail driven into the earth. The hard surface cracked spiderweb-like around him, forming a massive pit over 10 meters in diameter. At that moment, A streak of red and gold light swiftly swept across the skyline. Tony Stark, clad in his armor, finally arrived at the scene. Suspended in midair, his suit's sensors rapidly assessed the battlefield below. There was another behemoth. He observed the Hulk, who had just felled Abomination and was panting amidst the rubble, unaware that this was an ally. It seemed I had not arrived too late. Without hesitation, he activated the mini-missile launcher on his shoulder. Whoosh! A swarm of missiles, trailing white flames like an enraged hive, accurately targeted Hulk's location. Boom! The violent explosion engulfed the Hulk, flames and thick smoke soaring into the sky. Initially, after defeating Abomination, Hulk's towering fury had begun to wane. However, Tony's sudden attack was like adding fuel to the fire, igniting his rage anew. Roar! Hulk emerged unscathed from the inferno, his eyes blazing with fury. Mimicking Abomination, he seized a nearby overturned armored personnel carrier and hurled it with all his might towards the red and gold figure in the sky. Oh snap! Tony quickly ascended, executing an emergency maneuver. The personnel carrier whizzed past his armor, tumbling through the air before crashing into a distant building. Meanwhile, Abomination, who had been knocked out by Hulk's punch, was roused by the deafening explosion. Shaking his head, he climbed out of the pit and saw Hulk's back, a murderous glint flashing in his eyes. He concentrated all his strength into a punch and struck Hulk from behind. Bang! The unsuspecting Hulk staggered from the blow. He whirled around, engaging in combat with Abomination once again. Just then, a crisp snap resonated in everyone's minds, and the entire world seemed to be paused. Chapter 36. Abomination's title, Hulk's disconnection. In the next moment, the entire Harlem district began to crack like a mirror, fissures spreading from the center. These cracks rapidly expanded, accompanied by the sharp sound of shattering glass, as the world disintegrated and reassembled. When the final crack echoed, the world returned to normal. Yet, everyone present felt that something had changed. Fang Jie appeared silently, standing mere meters away from Hulk and Abomination. Abomination's still intelligent mind immediately deduced that this seemingly feeble human was the architect of the recent cosmic upheaval. Roar! Abandoning his conflict with Hulk, he decided to crush this bothersome insect first. He charged towards Fang Jie, causing the ground to tremble beneath his feet. As Abomination rushed at him, Fang Jie calmly extended 2 fingers, tracing an arc in the air before him. Instantly, the world appeared to rotate 90 degrees. The ground beneath them transformed into a vertical wall. Gravity was altered in that moment, as cars, debris, and both Hulk and Abomination began to plummet towards the new down, which had once been the side. Boom! The 2 colossal figures fell like human meteorites, crashing through several buildings before finally smashing into the concrete exterior of a horizontally positioned skyscraper, coming to a stop. Did you do all of this? Tony, stabilizing his form, flew to Fang Jie's side, his voice laden with disbelief. Fang Jie did not respond. He simply raised his hand and gently waved it downwards. The chaotic debris and streets between him and the 2 monsters began to reshape and reorganize, as if imbued with life, swiftly forming a staircase leading downwards. He descended the staircase with deliberate grace. Meanwhile, Hulk and Abomination, having recovered from the intense impact, instinctively leaned against one another, backs turned, warily surveying their surroundings. Fang Jie waved his hands again. The cement walls beneath the feet of the watchful Abomination and Hulk suddenly began to extend infinitely to either side. The distance between them rapidly widened, as if they were standing at opposite ends of an ever-stretching rubber band, until they became mere specks in each other's vision. Fang Jie first targeted Abomination. He unleashed a deep red binding ribbon. The ribbon, appearing almost sentient, elongated and thickened in midair, resembling a massive crimson serpent, ensnaring Abomination with astonishing speed. No matter how Abomination struggled, the seemingly soft ribbon proved unyielding, binding him in a humiliating shape, suspended in midair. Fang Jie revealed his S.H.I.E.L.D sword, the golden blade emitting a soft hum as he swiftly severed Abomination's limbs. Abomination let out a painful roar. Strangely, dark mist emanated from the severed edges. The sheer agony caused him to lose consciousness. Fang Jie retrieved the fragile soul gem, encapsulating the unconscious Abomination within. Dealing with Hulk could not be so crude. Any conventional physical assault would only exacerbate his fury and strength. Fang Jie snapped his fingers. Above Hulk's head and below his feet, 2 identical portals flickering with orange sparks simultaneously opened. The ground vanished beneath Hulk, and he plummeted through. In the next moment, he emerged from the portal above him, only to fall back into the one below. This cycle of infinite descent continued. Occasionally, Fang Jie would invert the portals, giving Hulk a taste of a roller coaster ride from rapid descent to sudden ascent. This inability to gain footing or resist, perpetually in a state of weightlessness, left Hulk's explosive rage with nowhere to release, akin to an engine running amok. Within 10 minutes, amid endless falling and direction reversals, Hulk's massive green form began to shrink rapidly, reverting to the frail figure of Dr. Bruce Banner. Fang Jie closed the portals, releasing the unconscious Banner. In the mirror dimension, only Tony remained, wide-eyed, witnessing all of this unfold. Tony Stark slowly descended beside Fang Jie, surveying the bizarre world formed of countless twisted structures. His face beneath the helmet filled with an indescribable shock. Well, he finally spoke, his voice dry from astonishment. I always knew you were extraordinary, Fang Jie, but I never imagined you could be this extraordinary. It's as if you are molding reality like clay. Fang Jie shrugged lightly and replied in a nonchalant tone. It's nothing too significant. I merely took some time a few days ago to learn a few minor magical tricks. His demeanor suggested that he was merely attending a weekend hobby class, exuding an air of sophistication. Magic? Tony complained. There's such a wondrous place. And you didn't invite me? That is quite ungrateful. Would you believe me if I did? Fang Jie retorted, leaving Tony momentarily speechless. Given Tony's scientifically grounded nature, he would undoubtedly dismiss magic as nothing more than medieval folly until he witnessed it firsthand. With that, Fang Jie disregarded him and casually opened a portal shimmering with orange sparks, effortlessly lifting the unconscious Dr. Banner as if he were a mere chick and stepping through. You can handle General Ross and the S.H.I.E.L.D. on your own, his voice echoed from the portal. I'll be waiting for you in Malibu. As Fang Jie vanished, the portal closed, and the surroundings reassembled like shattered glass, restoring the chaotic streets of Harlem in an instant. Only Tony remained, suspended in midair, confronted by the impending arrival of irate military personnel and stern S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. The following day, Tony Stark arrived at Fang Jie's villa, brimming with excitement. You should have seen the scene yesterday. He burst into laughter as he entered, his spirits evidently high. Ross, that old stubborn fool, turned green with rage. He kept berating his subordinates. How could you lose two colossal creatures in the heart of New York City? Absolutely splendid. He poured himself a glass of water and continued, I managed to placate S.H.I.E.L.D. as well. I only mentioned that you resolved the issue using a special method, without mentioning magic. As a token of gratitude, and perhaps to keep a closer watch on you, Nick Fury wishes to invite you to become a senior advisor for S.H.I.E.L.D. Fine, Fang Jie replied succinctly. He understood that this was Nick Fury's attempt to win him over and draw him in. It seemed that the bomb he had dropped in the cafe the other day had prompted the Agent King into action. Moreover, he himself required a role to involve himself with S.H.I.E.L.D. Just then, a cleanly dressed man in casual attire, wearing black-rimmed glasses and appearing somewhat frail and reserved, descended the stairs. Upon seeing him, Tony's smile faded slightly as he curiously inquired, Is this the green giant from yesterday? The atmosphere instantly became awkward. Fortunately, the years of evasion and experience had fortified Bruce Banner's spirit, and he did not take offense at such a blunt designation. He merely smiled helplessly and extended his hand, ready to shake hands with Tony. Hello, Mr. Stark. I am Bruce Banner, a former nuclear physicist employed by the military. Bruce Banner? Tony recalled the name immediately. I know you. The theoretical physics genius from Harvard with 7 doctoral degrees. Goodness, I've always admired your papers. I can't believe those military fools dared to conduct such reckless experiments on you. Tony held a deep respect and tolerance for intellectual peers, warmly shaking Banner's hand and dissipating the previous awkwardness. It was merely an accident, Banner explained, somewhat sheepishly. No worries. Tony clapped him on the shoulder, adopting an unassailable tone as he invited, Stay, Dr. Banner. My lab and resources are at your disposal. We can work together, and I promise we'll find a way for you to stabilize that creature within you. Upon hearing the terms research and experiment, a flicker of resistance and fear crossed Banner's eyes. Just yesterday, his trusted pen pal, Mr. Blue, had used his blood to create the abomination known as Abomination. This experience still haunted him. Just as he pondered how to decline this generous offer, Fang Jie proposed an alternative. Dr. Banner, Fang Jie began, if you wish to distance yourself from those matters, perhaps you could try another approach. There exists a secluded place where individuals cultivate inner strength through practice. You might join me there to learn how to control your emotions through meditation and discipline. One method involved external technological control, while the other sought reconciliation through inner spiritual training. Without the slightest hesitation, Banner chose the latter. I'm willing to try the place you mentioned. Hey, Tony immediately protested. Why are you stealing my person? I finally found someone whose IQ can barely keep up with mine. Enough complaining, Fang Jie chuckled. Stay for a meal. He invited Tony and Banner to dine together. In the spacious and bright kitchen, Fang Jie presented an array of delectable dishes from the Farmer's Delight mod. The main course consisted of shepherd's pie and meatball pasta, accompanied by a vegetable medley and apple cider. To give it a try, the enticing aroma had already whetted Tony and Banner's appetites. The three gathered around the dining table, the atmosphere light and cheerful. As Dr. Banner cautiously followed Fang Jie through the shimmering portal, he felt as though he had entered a secluded ancient world. The air was imbued with sandalwood and the crisp mountain breeze, surrounded by archaic structures and people clad in various wizarding robes bustling about. Fang Jie inquired of a passing apprentice regarding the whereabouts of Master Gu Yi, and upon learning she was in the tea room, he led Banner there directly. Passing a familiar flower bed, Fang Jie suddenly heard a mage, who was replanting grass, muttering curses, which scoundrel pulled up the grass in the middle of the night. I cultivated that with great difficulty. Hearing this, Fang Jie instinctively quickened his pace, avoiding eye contact as if he hadn't heard a thing. Upon reaching the tea room, Master Gu Yi sat quietly as usual, brewing tea and savoring its flavor, seemingly indifferent to the commotion of the outside world. Master, Fang Jie began, not having the chance to explain his purpose. When Gu Yi looked up, her profound gaze transcending Fang Jie and settling on the anxious Banner behind him. She spoke gently. Mr. Banner may stay here to cultivate. Within you lies a powerful, angry dark energy. I hope the tranquility and wisdom of Kamar Taj will assist you in reconciling with it. Banner was taken aback. He had not anticipated being accepted by this enigmatic master even before he could speak. Surprised, he quickly expressed his gratitude. Subsequently, Fang Jie found a secluded room for Banner to settle into. As Banner surveyed his surroundings, he realized it was far more bustling than he had envisioned. Expressing concern to Fang Jie, he remarked, I thought there wouldn't be many people here. With so many around, what if Hulk loses control? I fear it could cause significant casualties. Rest assured, Bruce, Fang Jie reassured him with a pat on the shoulder. This is Kamar Taj, one of the safest places on Earth. The people here are not the ordinary soldiers you've encountered before. He gestured toward the apprentices practicing magic outside. They are sorcerers guarding the Earth against interdimensional threats. Even if Hulk were to emerge, there are numerous methods to calm him down. Moreover, Master Gu Yi is here. You only need to focus on your training. There is nothing else to worry about. After settling Banner in, Fang Jie returned to his own room to begin assessing the considerable power he had acquired during this time. It was an impressive fortune. Among them, the continuous alleviation of palladium poisoning for Tony and the training at Kamar Taj were the most significant achievements. Following that, saving Tony in the cavern, assisting him in researching Redstone and the Extreme Reactor, developing magical artifacts, capturing the Winter Soldier, and thwarting the battle against the Abomination also yielded substantial rewards. Although the expenses incurred from loading the mod and the previous extensive manipulation of the mirrored dimensions were considerable, overall, he found himself exceedingly affluent. In the ensuing 2 years, there were no major events in the Marvel Universe. Fang Jie contemplated that to once again obtain a vast amount of world power, he would have to await the storyline of Thor. Until then, it would be prudent to master the common mystical arts here before venturing into other realms. Chapter 38. A brief departure from Marvel in the following days. Fang Jie resumed his learning mode. With the aid of the enchanted bottle, he gradually acquired several signature mystical arts from Kamar Taj and transformed them into magical artifacts. The Shield of Ragnar, a red circular shield composed of energy runes, capable of defending against all melee physical damage. The Fan of Vatum, a fan that summons a powerful magical wind, capable of dispersing numerous magical effects and deflecting incoming projectiles. The Ekern Armlet, an armlet that can produce 2 ephemeral doppelgangers to confuse enemies, cast spells, or execute tactical maneuvers. The Undying Amulet of Hogarth, an amulet that can withstand a single lethal attack, but has a long cooldown period of 5 days. Upon mastering these mystical arts, Fang Jie sought out the Ancient One to bid her farewell. Master, I shall return to my world for a while. The Ancient One was not taken aback by this. After a moment of silence, she performed an astonishing gesture that left Fang Jie astounded. She removed the Eye of Agamotto, the artifact containing the Time Stone, from her chest and handed it to him. Since you are leaving, take this with you. Please keep it safe for a time. Fang Jie accepted the weighty artifact, feeling incredulous. Aren't you afraid I might run away and never return? The Ancient One gazed at him, a knowing smile gracing her features, as if she could foresee the future. I trust you, Fang Jie. Moreover, if it were to be so, it might not be a bad choice for you or for this universe. Upon acquiring such an artifact, The first thing Fang Jie did upon returning to his room was to attempt to analyze it using world power. The time in a bottle standalone mod loaded successfully. Fang Jie immediately crafted the sole item from this mod, the time bottle. It was an exquisite vial made of diamond, gold, and lapis lazuli, seemingly containing a swirling mass of time. He experimented, discovering that as real time passed, the accumulated time within the vial increased. By consuming this accumulated time, he could manipulate time in a small area. Time acceleration consumed the least, time pausing consumed slightly more, while time reversal was alarmingly costly. In the Marvel Universe, he could directly utilize the Eye of Agamotto. However, in other realms, the Time Stone was ineffective. Thus, this time bottle became his portable version of the Time Stone. Ultimately, Fang Jie arrived in Malibu to bid farewell to Tony. "You are leaving?" Tony expressed reluctance. "I still wanted to show you my new element reactor. There will be opportunities in the future, Tony." Just then, Tony called out to him, turning back to retrieve a sleek, black laptop from the lab. "Take this with you. It contains a backup of J.A.R.V.I.S., a parting gift from me. With it, you can enjoy top-notch intelligent assistance, no matter which world you find yourself in." Fang Jie accepted the hefty mobile workstation, warmth swelling in his heart. An idea struck him, since he was taking it. Why not make it even more comprehensive? He channeled his world power, placing his hand on the workstation, silently contemplating its assimilation. The workstation's form remained unchanged. Yet Fang Jie sensed the presence of a new assistant. "J.A.R.V.I.S. greets you, Mr. Fang Jie." That familiar, gentle British voice echoed not through speakers but directly in his ear, resonating in his mind. J.A.R.V.I.S. had truly become his personal intelligent assistant. Simultaneously, a new mod loaded successfully. The Computer Craft mod loaded successfully. This mod featured various computers and powerful robots. Fang Jie chuckled. It was tailor-made for J.A.R.V.I.S. With J.A.R.V.I.S. managing programming and control, he could establish a fully automated robotic legion based on this mod. "Thank you, Tony. This is the best gift I've ever received." After bidding farewell to all his friends, Fang Jie stood at the cliff's edge outside the villa, gazing at the majestic sea before him. He took a deep breath and silently murmured, "Return." His figure began to fade into transparency, ultimately vanishing silently from this universe, leaving only the sea breeze that continued to blow, as if he had never been there. Fang Jie returned to my world, the Sky Island, feeling a wave of relaxation wash over him as he savored the familiar rules of his own realm. He did not rush to rest, but instead eagerly poured the immense world power he had accumulated over this period onto the waiting land like a nourishing rain. As the world power was consumed, grand and profound sounds resonated within his consciousness. He could feel the Sky Island world expanding at a visibly rapid pace. From the once boundless void, various uniquely shaped sky islands began to emerge. Some resembled enormous cakes, layered with dirt, grass blocks, and sand, adorned with scattered dandelions and poppies, teeming with life. Others appeared like shattered ice floes, composed of chilling ice blocks and snow layers, occasionally visited by a few white rabbits hopping by. Further afield, there were desert sky islands formed of red sand, withered grass, and cacti, cavernous islands built from stone, gravel, and minerals, as well as water islands made of clay, water lilies, and sugarcane, collectively creating a rich and diverse aerial archipelago. Fang Jie then attempted to create a portal to the nether. This time, as he traversed, he was greeted not by the nauseating sulfur and demons of the Marvel Hell, but by the familiar dark red hues of my world nether. Though the surroundings were still an endless void, the floating nether fortresses and piglin bastions in the distance signified further refinement of this world. Regrettably, the end had yet to generate, Fang Jie thought with a hint of disappointment. He temporarily suppressed the urge to explore new terrains and shifted his focus to more practical needs. J.A.R.V.I.S. Design a home and base. The architectural style should be rooted in Jing-style architecture, infused with modernist elements. Command received, Mr. Fang Jie. J.A.R.V.I.S.'s gentle voice resonated in his mind, as streams of pale blue data swiftly passed before his eyes, rapidly materializing a three-dimensional architectural model. The design plan has been generated. Are you satisfied? Fang Jie scrutinized the model carefully. The structure before him embodied the classical charm of Jing-style architecture with its upturned eaves and corners, seamlessly integrated with modern elements such as steel frameworks and glass facades. The lofty living room, spacious terrace, oversized floor-to-ceiling windows, and the landscape design that harmonized perfectly with the surrounding sky islands left him in awe. Chapter 39. Mundane affairs of the main world perfect. Fang Jie exclaimed in admiration. With a mere thought, countless blocks previously collected in a sturdy satchel began to flow endlessly from it, as he placed them effortlessly into their designated positions. Round stones, wooden planks, glass, and red bricks were drawn together as if by an invisible hand, meticulously assembled and stacked under his command. In less than 15 minutes, an extraordinary edifice rose majestically, replacing the rudimentary matchbox that once stood there. The red walls adorned with dark tiles harmoniously blended modern minimalism, shimmering under the sun, perfectly complementing the picturesque floating islands around. No longer would Fang Jie have to endure sleeping in a matchbox. As he stepped into his new home, a profound sense of belonging surged within him, a satisfaction derived from his own creation. Subsequently, Fang Jie directed his attention towards the industrial area meticulously planned by S.H.I.E.L.D. First, he crafted a high-end computer, serving as the core host for S.H.I.E.L.D's subbody, ensuring the entire automated system would operate stably and efficiently even in his absence. Following the computer mod formula, he produced a batch of robot turtles, square and agile, programmable to execute various tasks. S.H.I.E.L.D. Deploy these robots across the floating islands and initiate the resource collection automation program, Fang Jie commanded. The energy would be supplied by an extreme reactor at the center of the industrial zone. Instructions received. S.H.I.E.L.D's voice resonated with efficiency. Tasks were being assigned. Path optimization was underway and resource output efficiency calculated. Energy connections were established and all robot batteries were fully charged. Soon, within the industrial area, a dozen square-shaped turtle robots, equipped with tools, commenced their duties in an orderly fashion. Some were felling mature oak trees in the lumber yard, planting saplings, with logs and sticks neatly collected in boxes. Others delved into newly formed mine caverns, utilizing their built-in pickaxes to excavate round stones and various minerals. Some sowed and harvested crops in designated fields, transporting mature wheat, carrots, and potatoes to storage. Others dispatched monsters at the monster tower, wielding swords to defeat foes and collecting drops into boxes. Some synthesized various furniture and decorations from items in the boxes, further embellishing the resplendent home. Their roles were clearly defined, actions efficient, producing no noise apart from the gentle sounds of blocks colliding and items transferring, encapsulating a beauty of order and machinery. Standing on the observation deck of the industrial area, Fang Jie surveyed the tireless army of robots, nodding in satisfaction. With S.H.I.E.L.D. and the robots, he would continuously acquire resources, providing robust logistical support for his future explorations and adventures. Once the automated base in the main world was on the right track, Fang Jie turned his gaze towards the nether. Unlike the terrifying hell of Satanish he had previously stumbled into, his own nether adhered to the familiar rules of my world. The dangers here were manageable, while the rewards were immeasurable. He needed netherwort, the foundation for nearly all potions. He also sought wither skeleton skulls to summon one of the ultimate bosses of that world, the Wither, thereby obtaining the nether star imbued with immense power. Once again, Fang Jie traversed the purple portal, without hesitation activating his flight ability, soaring like an arrow towards the vast and ominous nether fortress that had long been marked. For an ordinary player, this place was fraught with peril, yet for Fang Jie, it was merely an uncharted, resource-rich mine. He quickly discovered a patch of netherwort growing on soul sand in a corner of the fortress, resembling dark red tumors. Carefully, he harvested all of it and brought it back to his farm for automated planting, ensuring this precious resource would continuously regenerate. S.H.I.E.L.D. Fang Jie commanded as he explored the fortress's structure. Scan the entire structure and delineate the functional areas. I need to transform this place into a fully automated resource factory. Structural scanning completed, Mr. Fang Jie. S.H.I.E.L.D. responded promptly. Based on your requirements, an optimal renovation plan has been generated. It is recommended to divide the fortress into 4 zones. Zone A, a zombie pigment tower for acquiring gold ingots and rotten flesh. Zone B, a wither skeleton farm for bones, coal, and wither skeleton skulls. Zone C, a blaze spawning area for obtaining blaze rods. Zone D, an automation control center housing computers, reactors, and robots, responsible for all automated operations in the first 3 zones. Excellent. We shall proceed with this plan. Over the next several hours, Fang Jie commenced the transformation of the fortress. In Zone A, the pigment tower, he employed game mechanics, placing a zombie pigman in the center, continually attacked by robots to enrage surrounding newly spawned zombie pigmen, driving them into a meticulously designed pit to their demise. In Zone B, the Wither Skeleton Tower was constructed at the most expansive crossroads of the fortress, featuring several levels of platforms that met the spawning conditions for Wither Skeletons. With a robot slaughterhouse beneath, Zone C's blaze spawning area was the simplest. He encased the natural blaze spawner within the fortress with obsidian, leaving only an exit, beyond which were robots on guard. Meanwhile, Zone D's automation control center was established at the core of the fortress, featuring a high-end computer as the host for Jia Weixi's subbody, an extreme reactor providing continuous energy, and dozens of robots dispatched to their respective stations. As the entire system activated, the once terrifying fortress transformed into an efficient and cold slaughterhouse. The only drawback was that the blaze spawner required Fang Jie to remain nearby to activate it. However, for him, this was merely a trivial matter of returning occasionally to keep it running. Once the storage box for Wither Skeleton skulls finally contained 3 skulls, Fang Jie did not linger. He returned to the main world, choosing a barren void stone island far from the main island as the battleground for summoning the Wither. He did not wish for this creature's destruction to mar his meticulously crafted home. Taking a deep breath, he arranged 4 pieces of soul sand in a T-shape, subsequently placing the 3 Wither Skeleton skulls atop the soul sand. At the moment the last skull was positioned, the Wither emerged. As the invincibility period elapsed, this boss, overshadowed by Fang Jie's superior equipment and abilities, could hardly withstand 10 seconds. With a defiant wail, the Wither's form erupted, transforming into countless dark particles that dissipated into the void. However, extremes often invite contrasts. From the heart of that profound darkness and chaos, a singular, resplendent point of pure light was born. It hovered serenely in the air, rotating gently, emanating a soft and sacred white glow. It was unlike any known light source, as if the radiance stemmed from the essence of matter itself, embodying a powerful force of creation and order. This was the Nether Star, the drop from the Wither upon its demise. Fang Jie extended his hand, and the shimmering Nether Star gracefully settled into his palm. He felt distinctly the surging, pure power of light contained within, a stark contrast to the Wither's chaotic, dark essence. Chapter 40, London. After spending several days recuperating in my world and amassing sufficient supplies from the automated factory to handle various contingencies, Fang Jie once again harnessed the power of the world, embarking on a journey to the next realm. The disorienting sensation of crossing dimensions washed over him, only to recede like a tide, as his senses recalibrated to reality. A mingling scent of dampness, cool air, and faint automobile exhaust flooded his nostrils. The low, rumbling sound of a double-decker bus engine filled his ears, accompanied by the melodious yet heavy chimes of an ancient clock tower in the distance. He found himself standing on a broad, time-worn street, with a rain-washed cobblestone sidewalk appearing exceptionally pristine beneath his feet. The architectural style on either side of the street exuded solemn elegance, with towering Gothic spires and thick stone walls that bore witness to centuries of history. Passers-by were predominantly clad in trench coats or suits, moving briskly with faces marked by a typical urban aloofness and politeness. Yet beneath this veneer of everyday tranquility, Fang Jie perceptibly detected a subtle undercurrent of oppression and anxiety. In a nearby newsstand, the headlines on the newspapers boldly proclaimed alarming messages such as "Pound hits new low" and "British economy held hostage by the German mark." Those who walked by inadvertently revealed their concerns about the economic situation in their conversations, their brows furrowed as if a dark cloud loomed over the city. It seemed that an economic crisis was imminent. Fang Jie mused silently, surveying his surroundings. "Jarvis, report current location and time," he mentally commanded. "At your service, Mr. Fang Jie." Jarvis's familiar voice responded immediately, commencing an efficient analysis. "Based on the architectural style around you, particularly the Grand Parliament building and clock tower directly ahead, we can ascertain that you are in the Westminster area of London, England. As for the time, analyzing. This area lacks accessible wireless network signals. Even the most basic civilian internet protocols are undetectable, leading to a preliminary conclusion that the date is prior to 1995. Considering the fashion of the pedestrians and the models of cars on the street, we can narrow the time frame down to between 1988 and 1993. Jarvis paused momentarily, seemingly processing new information. "Sir, I have captured the date from a newspaper held by a passerby through high-magnification visual scanning. Today is August 2nd, 1992, a Sunday. August 1992. Fang Jie murmured to himself. This moment in time felt vaguely familiar, yet he could not immediately align it with any story world he knew. Just then, a solitary red telephone booth nearby emitted a soft creak, its door pushed open from within. Two men emerged in succession from the cramped space, adjusting their somewhat wrinkled attire while engaged in casual conversation. Ordinary individuals might have deemed these two oddly dressed men as peculiar, but through the lens of Fang Jie's otherworldly glasses, they stood out like a beacon in the night. He distinctly observed invisible streams of energy, akin to flowing light, coursing through their beings, setting them apart from the surrounding populace whose energy fields appeared dim. Fang Jie discreetly moved closer, utilizing his extraordinary hearing to precisely capture their dialogue. "Have you heard the news?" The younger of the two men whispered excitedly, his tone brimming with gossip. "A little wizard in Surrey used a levitation charm outside school just a few days ago. He was seen by a bunch of muggles and nearly caused a disaster." "Of course I know," replied the older man, who bore thinning red hair and sighed with a hint of elder-like concern. "The Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures is going mad trying to curb the misuse of magic. However, this incident is somewhat special, as it has stirred quite a commotion." "Indeed." The younger man lowered his voice further, as if sharing a monumental secret. "Who would have thought that the rule-breaking little wizard was none other than the renowned Harry Potter? I heard the ministry sent him an official warning letter, but there were no further repercussions. If it were any other child, they would have surely been summoned for a hearing." "Ah, well, he is that child." The older man shook his head, choosing not to elaborate further, as the two men continued their conversation and blended into the crowd. Their brief exchange struck Fang Jie like a bolt of lightning, illuminating his memories. Harry Potter, using magic outside of school. The warning letter from the ministry. This was indeed the world of Harry Potter. Clarity surged within him. He turned his gaze back to the solitary red telephone booth. His expression transformed. If he recalled correctly, this was a facade concealing the visitor's entrance to the Ministry of Magic in Britain. The two men had undoubtedly just finished their shifts as ministry employees. The timeline became strikingly clear. Early August 1992. When Harry Potter was ensnared by the house elf Dobby at number 4, Privet Drive, and received a warning letter for the use of a levitation charm. A brand new magical world, replete with comprehensive rules, unfolded before Fang Jie's eyes, excitement and contemplation flickering within him. The powers of the world, practical magic, and an array of peculiar artifacts seemed to materialize in his vision. If he could master the magic here, integrating various new modifications. This thought ignited a fervor within Fang Jie. He quelled his excitement and began to methodically plan his initial course of action. Chapter 41. A first encounter with Dumbledore. The leaky cauldron was as dim and raucous as ever, the air thick with the sweet scent of butterbeer, the pungent aroma of low-grade tobacco, and the lingering essence of centuries-old magical wood ash from the fireplace. Behind the bar, the bald old Tom absent-mindedly wiped a tarnished tin mug with a cloth that seemed older than himself. A group of wizards donned in pointed hats huddled around a rickety wooden table, quietly debating the odds for the Quidditch World Cup. Albus Dumbledore sat alone in the most inconspicuous corner of the bar, his signature half-moon spectacles framing a pair of striking blue eyes that, on this rare occasion, revealed a depth of weariness. Before him rested a glass of golden mead, beads of condensation clinging to the surface, yet he made no move to raise it. The news of Harry's unauthorized use of magic on Privet Drive 2 days prior weighed heavily on his already burdened heart. The resurgence of Voldemort at the end of the last term confirmed his worst fears. The ministry, under Cornelius Fudge's leadership, buried its head in the sand, refusing to acknowledge any return of danger. To eliminate the possibility of Voldemort's resurgence, he had to persuade Nicholas Flamel to destroy the Philosopher's Stone, that miraculous artifact capable of granting immortality. The selection of a defense against the dark arts professor for the new school year only added to his woes. Gilderoy Lockhart, a flamboyant charlatan, was the only individual willing to take on the cursed position. A succession of troubles bore down on him like a tightening noose, leaving the centenarian gasping for breath. He understood that darkness was silently amassing power, and as the leader of the Order of the Phoenix, he must shoulder the weight of the precarious banner alone. At that moment, the creaking wooden door of the pub swung open. A young Eastern man, dressed incongruously compared to the surrounding patrons, entered. His attire bore no resemblance to that of a wizard or a muggle. He did not linger in the bustling hall, nor did he cast a glance at the bar. His gaze was fixed and resolute as he walked directly towards the small door leading to the backyard. This action in itself was unremarkable, as countless wizards and witches hurried through the leaky cauldron daily, entering Diagon Alley. Yet, in that fleeting moment as the young man passed by Dumbledore, the brow of the white wizard furrowed imperceptibly. Dumbledore was recognized as one of the most powerful legilimens in the magical world. This ability had become instinctual for him, even without consciously probing the thoughts of others. He could sense the emotional fluctuations and moral inclinations of those around him, much like sensing temperature. Even someone like Severus Snape, who had mastered the art of mental occlusion to perfection, could be faintly perceived by Dumbledore through the layers of his psychological defenses, revealing a hint of suppressed emotion. However, the young man who had just walked past was entirely different. In Dumbledore's perception, he resembled a stone by the roadside, devoid of emotion, thought, and even his very existence seemed somewhat nebulous. This sensation was something Dumbledore had never encountered in anyone throughout the years. Could it be? This thought caused Dumbledore's heart to sink. The scars left by Voldemort had yet to heal, and the magical world could not withstand another upheaval. In his striking blue eyes, weariness was instantly replaced by a keen vigilance akin to that of a hawk. He discreetly set down his glass, rose to his feet, and followed in the footsteps of the young man from the east into the backyard. In the backyard, Fang Jie stood before an unremarkable brick wall composed of garbage bins and weeds. He gazed at the wall, recalling the scene from the film, and extended his finger to gently tap in a specific sequence, 3 bricks up from the bin, then 2 bricks across. The wall emitted a dull thud, and the brick he struck began to tremble violently. It shrank inward, causing the surrounding bricks to shift and rearrange like a finely tuned mechanism. A small opening swiftly emerged, expanding outward until it formed a magnificent archway wide enough for several people to pass through side by side. Beyond the archway lay a vibrant and fantastical magical world, a revelation of wonder. Fang Jie inhaled deeply and stepped inside. Behind him, Dumbledore silently traversed the archway, maintaining a distance while keenly observing the movements of this enigmatic visitor with his discerning eyes. The young man walked along the cobblestone street, curiously examining everything around him. His gaze swept past the dust-laden window of Ollivander's wand shop, the cooing birds in the Aesop's owl emporium, the towering stacks of books in Flourish and Blots, and even paused momentarily in front of the Quidditch supply store. Each of his actions resembled that of a muggle discovering Diagon Alley for the first time, brimming with curiosity. This pure inquisitiveness allowed Dumbledore's vigilance to slightly wane. Perhaps he was merely a reclusive wizard? Just as Dumbledore pondered this, he suddenly realized that the young man had vanished. Not only him, but the entire Diagon Alley had fallen into an eerie silence. The once bustling street was now devoid of pedestrians. In the chattering shops, both owners and customers had vanished without a trace. The world seemed to have reduced itself to just him, standing alone on the empty, sunlit cobblestone street. "Who are you?" A calm voice suddenly resonated behind him. "Why are you following me?" Turning around, Dumbledore's heart skipped a beat. He had sensed no magical disturbance. Yet the other had silently appeared behind him. He slowly turned to find the previously vanished young man standing there. What startled him further was the object pressed against his back. It was a sword, a magical blade constructed of pure light energy, radiating a sacred aura. The rich and pristine power of light was warm and serene, yet it bore an undeniable authority, distinctly different from any white magic he knew. Even more pure than the flames on his own phoenix. "Fox, look at me when I speak." Fang Jie's voice remained steady, his weapon unwavering in his grasp. Chapter 42. Just a gold coin. Sensing the unmistakable power belonging to the Light faction, the last vestige of hostility within Dumbledore dissipated. He slowly raised his hands, signaling his lack of malice. "Please, do not misunderstand, young man." Dumbledore's voice was gentle and filled with regret. "I harbor no ill will. My name is Albus Dumbledore, headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry." He regarded Fang Jie, sincerity sparkling in his azure eyes. "It is just that recently, the magical world has been unsettled. A very dangerous dark wizard shows signs of resurgence. Thus, upon sensing a force I could not comprehend, I followed you out of caution. I apologize for my abruptness." Fang Jie looked at the elderly man before him, dressed in a purple robe adorned with stars, his silver beard flowing, and half-moon glasses perched on his nose. Hearing the trademark introduction, Fang Jie's wariness began to dissipate. He dispersed the blade of the S.H.I.E.L.D sword. The radiant weapon transformed into specks of light, vanishing into the air. "Headmaster Dumbledore, it is an honor to finally meet you." Fang Jie nodded, accepting his explanation. "I can understand your vigilance." Dumbledore observed the sword that had vanished into thin air, then surveyed the now desolate Diagon Alley. His curiosity finally eclipsed his caution. "Forgive my intrusion," he inquired. "Was that a powerful wizard's banishment spell? And your sword? I sense the immense magic within it, yet it does not belong to any magic I am familiar with." "Who exactly are you?" "My name is Fang Jie, a traveler from another world." Fang Jie replied candidly, as the capabilities from his other world could easily be recognized. There was no need for pretense with so-called ancient Eastern powers. As for the earlier spectacle and the sword, They were merely forms of magic from another realm. From another world? A brilliant light flickered in Dumbledore's blue eyes. Not merely curiosity, but an exhilarating realization of hope in the face of a crumbling fate. The young man before him possessed an incomprehensible power and wielded the energy of light. He was not an enemy. Yet his mere presence constituted a profound disruption of the established order of this world. For Dumbledore, mired in the struggle against Voldemort and troubled by the short-sightedness of the Ministry of Magic, Fang Jie's arrival represented a formidable and unpredictable force for change. He must, and inevitably would, draw this power to his side. Since Mr. Fang Jie is visiting our world for the first time, Dumbledore's seriousness and vigilance were replaced by a warm smile, his long silver beard curling slightly, resembling an enthusiastic tour guide. Why not allow me, as a local, to show you around? Although Diagon Alley is not vast, it harbors many intriguing places. This proposal resonated perfectly with Fang Jie, and he accepted with delight. That would be wonderful. I appreciate your guidance, Dumbledore. As the two walked side by side, the desolate landscape, previously enveloped by the mirrored dimension, faded away, replaced by the bustling crowd and the cacophony of sounds that once again surrounded them. Their first destination was an imposing edifice of white marble, towering majestically at the intersection of Diagon Alley and Nocturne Alley. The grandeur and pristine whiteness of this building stood in stark contrast to the surrounding, time-worn shops with their crooked facades. Before a colossal door forged from bronze stood two diminutive beings clad in scarlet uniforms adorned with gold, each wielding a long spear. These creatures, with their sharp features, dark skin, and elongated fingers and toes, were the goblin guards of Gringotts. This was Gringotts, the singular bank of the entire British wizarding world, managed and operated by goblins, natural masters of coin and finance, possessing an almost obsessive sensitivity to wealth. Wizards entrusted their vaults to these goblins, a decision born from both trust in their capabilities and a certain resignation. Turning to Fang Jie, Dumbledore inquired conversationally, by the way, our wizarding currency is divided into galleons, sickles, and nuts. Do you happen to carry any gold, or perhaps some muggle pounds? Upon receiving Dumbledore's offer to lend him some, Fang Jie politely declined with a smile, assuring him he had some gold of his own. However, he privately mused about the audacity of allowing a foreign race to control the financial lifeblood of society, establishing the only central bank on their territory. It seemed that in the face of absolute force, all financial measures were mere frivolities, as those who played with money could never truly rival those who wielded power. Crossing through the bronze door, they entered a hall of even greater opulence. A grand chandelier of crystal hung from a lofty ceiling, while behind a long counter, hundreds of goblins toiled diligently. Some measured gemstones with scales, others inspected coins with magnifying glasses, and the sound of abacuses clicking filled the hall with a distinct clamor of wealth. The moment the goblins caught sight of Dumbledore, a wave of excitement surged through them. The reputation of this white wizard resonated far and wide. Several goblins abandoned their tasks, rushing from behind the counter to seize the opportunity to attend to such a distinguished visitor. Ultimately, an elderly goblin, distinguished by his gold-rimmed spectacles, hurried to the front, beaming with obsequiousness as he bowed deeply. Headmaster Dumbledore, what brings you here? How may we serve you? Dumbledore acknowledged him with a nod, responding, it is not I, but this gentleman, Fang Jie, who wishes to exchange some galleons. Upon realizing the purpose of their visit, the goblin's enthusiasm waned considerably as he scrutinized Fang Jie's attire, perceiving him merely as another muggle-born wizard looking to exchange a few pounds for a meager handful of galleons. Oh, please queue over there for currency exchange, he said, his tone becoming curt and formulaic, gesturing toward a distant line of waiting customers. Unperturbed, Fang Jie merely focused his thoughts, retrieving a gleaming ingot of pure gold from his sturdy satchel, placing it with a resounding thud upon the polished marble floor. The ingot, cubic in shape and massive in size, caused the ground to tremble slightly under its weight, exuding an ostentatious aura that was nearly blinding. In that instant, the hall fell silent. Even Dumbledore's usually indifferent demeanor shifted as his eyes widened in surprise. All activity among the goblins halted, and a multitude of keen eyes, glinting with avarice, fixated on the enormous gold ingot. The air was thick with the sound of collective gasps. This will all be exchanged for galleons, Fang Jie stated matter-of-factly. The goblin's eyes widened in disbelief, and he scrambled to the ingot's side, trembling with excitement. He produced a compact magical device resembling a compass and carefully pressed it against the surface of the gold. The device whirred to life, its needle spinning wildly while emitting a buzzing sound. It's real gold. High purity. Merlin's beard. This is the most gold I have ever seen in my life. The goblin's voice trembled with fervor as he looked at Fang Jie, his earlier indifference replaced with fervent enthusiasm and obsequiousness. "Esteemed sir, please wait. We will calculate the exchange immediately." A swarm of goblins rushed to the scene, some measuring, others calculating, as the core operations of Gringotts descended into a frenzy over the ingot. Moments later, the goblin returned with a parchment filled with figures, bowing deeply before Fang Jie. "Esteemed sir, after our precise calculations, this gold can be exchanged for 24,125,000 galleons. Would you prefer to take it all at once, or deposit it in our highest security vault?" Fang Jie pondered briefly before replying. 10,000 to carry with me will suffice. The remainder, please deposit." "Certainly. Absolutely no problem. Soon." The goblin personally wheeled over a cart laden with gleaming galleons, presenting Fang Jie with a small, exquisite golden key. Fang Jie took the key and, with a casual wave of his hand, made the mountain of coins vanish into his sturdy satchel, leaving the goblins in a state of astonished admiration as they bid farewell. Next, Dumbledore led Fang Jie to a seemingly dilapidated shop. The storefront was narrow and antiquated, its dusty sign bearing faded gold lettering that read, "Ollivanders, established 382 BC. In this world, wands were the most crucial companions for wizards," Dumbledore explained. "They assist in channeling one's magical abilities with greater ease and precision. I believe you might like to try one." Upon entering, a chime of bells echoed through the air. The dimly lit shop was crammed with slender boxes filled with wands from floor to ceiling, a peculiar aroma of wood and dust permeating the space. "English oak, 13.5 inches, phoenix feather." A voice emerged from the depths of the shop, ethereal and aged. Dumbledore addressed the figure emerging from behind the shelves, revealing an elderly man with silver eyes, Garrick Ollivander, the proprietor of the shop. "Good afternoon, Garrick," Dumbledore greeted with a smile, then turned to introduce Fang Jie. "I am here to help this gentleman select a wand." Ollivander's silver eyes scrutinized Fang Jie with curiosity, exclaiming, "Oh, a wizard of your stature without a wand. How rare. Have you come from another country?" He did not wait for a response, but instead withdrew a silver measuring tape from his pocket and began to work diligently. "May I ask, which hand do you prefer to use?" "The right." The tape appeared to possess a life of its own, automatically flying to Fang Jie's side to begin measuring various dimensions of his body, from the length of his fingers and the width of his palms to the length of his arms and the breadth of his shoulders, including even the diameter of his nostrils and the circumference of his head. Ollivander murmured beside him, recording the data. After this peculiar operation, he turned and retrieved a box from a shelf, opened it, and presented a wand to Fang Jie. "Alderwood, 12.25 inches, unicorn hair. Give it a try." Fang Jie accepted the wand, and a gentle warmth radiated from the handle. Mimicking what he had seen in films, he waved it casually. Instantly, a dazzling display of gold and crimson sparks erupted from the tip, spiraling beautifully in the air. Ollivander observed this scene, yet his brow furrowed slightly, as if he sensed an issue. "Try this one," he said, producing another wand. "Hollywood, 11 inches, phoenix feather. Quite flexible." Fang Jie waved it again, and a stream of silvery light burst forth from the tip. Ollivander's frown deepened. He continued to present several wands made of various woods and cores, yet without exception. Fang Jie wielded each one with remarkable ease, as if they had been crafted specifically for him. "Strange, truly strange," Ollivander murmured, his silver eyes filled with confusion. "I have never encountered such a situation. Typically, it is the wand that chooses the wizard, not the other way around. Yet, you seem to resonate perfectly with any wand you touch, as though you are the quintessential conduit of magic." Ultimately, Fang Jie chose the first wand made of alder wood. For him, the distinctions among the wands felt minimal. After bidding farewell to the perplexed Ollivander, Dumbledore led Fang Jie on a brief tour of the shops, including the Leaky Cauldron, Elop's Owl Emporium, and Florian Fortescue's Ice Cream Parlor. As night fell, the shops of Diagon Alley illuminated with warm lights. "It is getting late," Dumbledore remarked, looking at Fang Jie with a sincere invitation. "If you do not mind, you may stay at Hogwarts for the night. Though humble, it is certainly quieter than the Leaky Cauldron." Chapter 44. Eidolon Mod. With a whoosh, the flames in the fireplace transformed into a vivid green. As Fang Jie followed Dumbledore out of the fireplace in the headmaster's office, stepping onto the floors of Hogwarts. This place was a stark contrast to the bustle of Diagon Alley. The air was imbued with an ancient and tranquil essence, mingling the scents of parchment ink, burning candles, and a faint, almost imperceptible, echo of formidable magic. Thousands of candles floated from the lofty arched ceiling, illuminating the office as brightly as day. The walls were adorned with portraits of past headmasters, all of whom curiously regarded this unfamiliar visitor. Dumbledore arranged for Fang Jie to have a clean and tidy staff dormitory. Although the room was modest in size, it was warmly decorated, with flames cheerfully dancing in the fireplace, and a view of the edge of the forbidden forest and the distant Black Lake. After exchanging pleasantries, instructing him to treat the place as his own home, the ever-busy old headmaster hurriedly departed, leaving Fang Jie to ponder where he had gone. Once Dumbledore's footsteps faded completely down the corridor, Fang Jie swiftly closed the door, eagerly retrieving his greatest acquisition of the day, the alder wand. He laid the wand flat on the table, extended his hand, and summoned the power of the world within him, beginning to decipher its mysteries. As the world's energy was consumed, a torrent of new knowledge flooded his mind, successfully loading a brand new mod. Eidolon mod successfully loaded. Similar to the previous mysticism mod, this time, Fang Jie did not find himself inundated with a plethora of recipes and knowledge. Instead, only the synthesis method for a single book entered his consciousness. He promptly synthesized this book, Arcane Codex, using a book and some rotten flesh at his workstation. Fang Jie eagerly opened its cover and began to peruse this fresh tome of magic. The Arcane Codex detailed a magical system that starkly contrasted with the mystical arts of camartage and the enslavement of magical spirits. This mod comprises 3 parts. One part encompasses various rituals with diverse effects, another involves crafting various items using cauldrons and magical workbenches, and the final part entails praying to 2 ancient entities, one embodying light, life, and creation, a deity of light, and the other representing darkness, death, and destruction, a deity of darkness, to gain a power known as arcane energy. Arcane energy forms the foundation for casting all spells within the Eidolon mod. Wizards must continuously pray and offer sacrifices to enhance their reputation within the divine factions, thereby acquiring more arcane energy and unlocking additional, more potent runes. These runes can be freely combined through incantation, like building blocks, creating powerful spells with varied effects. Furthermore, most items and rituals within this mod require a core material known as soul fragments, which must be extracted from undead creatures. Additionally, the crafting of many advanced items necessitates rare materials dropped by zombies, skeletons, or ghosts. Once again, a mod demanding significant effort. After reading the introduction, Fang Jie felt a sense of clarity. Although the power system of this mod appeared steeped in religious undertones, its potential was equally immeasurable. The following morning, as the first rays of sunlight streamed through the window onto the floor, Fang Jie opened his door, ready to explore the castle and familiarize himself with his surroundings. However, he had scarcely taken a few steps when he encountered Dumbledore, who was leisurely making his way around the corner with a cup of red tea. "Ah, Mr. Fang Jie. Good morning." Dumbledore greeted him with a perfectly timed, delighted smile. "What a coincidence. I was just about to head to the Great Hall for breakfast. Would you care to join me?" Fang Jie looked into Dumbledore's blue eyes, which sparkled with mischief, and inwardly scoffed. "What a coincidence indeed, old Dumbledore. You must have timed this perfectly to wait for me here." Despite his thoughts, he maintained a polite smile and graciously accepted. "Of course, it would be my honor. Professor Dumbledore." The two walked side by side toward the Great Hall. It was summer vacation, and the Grand Hall was nearly empty. With only a few professors at the staff table, Dumbledore led Fang Jie directly to his seat. A serious-looking witch, wearing square glasses and with her hair tightly pinned in a bun, was seated there, taking small bites of toast spread with jam. "Good morning, Minerva," Dumbledore greeted her cheerfully. "Good morning, Albus," Professor McGonagall replied, lowering her cutlery to scrutinize Fang Jie with her sharp gaze. "Minerva, allow me to introduce," Dumbledore gestured toward Fang Jie. "This is Mr. Fang Jie, the traveler from another world I mentioned to you yesterday. Mr. Fang Jie, this is Professor Minerva McGonagall, our deputy headmistress, head of Gryffindor House, and Transfiguration Professor." "Good day, Professor McGonagall." Fang Jie politely extended his hand. "Hello, Mr. Fang Jie." Professor McGonagall shook his hand, her palm warm and firm, and the scrutinizing gaze in her eyes softened somewhat. A simple breakfast unfolded pleasantly amidst Dumbledore's casual banter and Professor McGonagall's occasional interjections. After the meal, it was only natural that Professor McGonagall joined their ranks, harmonizing with Dumbledore as they began to regale Fang Jie with tales of the wonders of Hogwarts. "Our students, while occasionally mischievous," Professor McGonagall remarked in her still serious tone, though a subtle curve of gentleness graced her lips, "are predominantly kind-hearted and brave individuals. Witnessing their metamorphosis from naive newcomers into capable wizards is the greatest joy of a teacher." "Indeed," Dumbledore agreed, stroking his long beard. "Hogwarts is not merely a school. It is a home, a sanctuary where all bewildered children can discover a sense of belonging and strength. As they strolled and conversed, it seemed merely an ordinary campus promenade. However, Fang Jie understood that this was a meticulously orchestrated public relations event aimed at creating a favorable impression of himself. Chapter 45. Honorary Professor. Unbeknownst to them, the trio had arrived at the entrance of the headmaster's office. Dumbledore uttered the password cockroach cluster, causing the gargoyle to leap aside, revealing a spiraling staircase behind it. As they settled once more, Dumbledore finally unveiled his intentions. Looking at Fang Jie with utmost seriousness and sincerity, he officially extended an invitation. Mr. Fang Jie, after a night of careful consideration, I, on behalf of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, sincerely invite you to become an honorary professor at our institution. This proposal was well within Fang Jie's expectations. He pondered for a moment. Remaining at Hogwarts would undoubtedly be the best way to engage with and study the magic of this world, allowing him greater ease in intervening in the unfolding narrative and acquiring the power of this realm. I agree, Fang Jie nodded. However, since I will be a professor, I cannot merely accept a salary without contributing. Headmaster Dumbledore, do you think I should establish a course? This proactive suggestion delighted Dumbledore. He had initially sought only to retain the powerful external aid of Fang Jie within Hogwarts, but to his surprise, Fang Jie was willing to teach personally. That is splendid, Dumbledore exclaimed. The knowledge you possess will undoubtedly be a treasured asset for our students. We could introduce a brand new elective course, open to all grades. As for the name of the course, Fang Jie proposed, let us call it Feng Shui. Feng Shui, Professor McGonagall repeated, her eyes glinting with curiosity. But how shall we address the issue of textbooks? We cannot have students attending class empty-handed. This query reminded Fang Jie that he needed a systematic set of textbooks suitable for the students of this world. After bidding farewell to Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall, Fang Jie returned to his faculty quarters. During his earlier conversation with Professor McGonagall, he had also learned of a crucial piece of information. In a region known as S.H.I.E.L.D, there existed many abandoned ancient tombs, often haunted by malevolent spirits. Upon returning to his room, Fang Jie immediately began preparations. The first order of business was the compilation of textbooks. He entrusted this tedious task to Jarvis. Jarvis, based on the materials I provide, compile 3 textbooks. He transmitted all the knowledge he had acquired from the original version of my world, including potion making, enchanting techniques, the foundational rituals and runes from the Compendium of Magic Spirits, and the relatively safe basic arcane arts from Camartage that did not involve specific dimensional deities. He categorized them into 3 volumes according to the complexity of the knowledge, the cost of acquiring power, and whether they pertain to darkness or evil. The first volume, Elementary Feng Shui, was aimed at beginners. The second volume, Advanced Feng Shui, served as an advanced textbook. The third volume, Feng Shui Prohibitions, was classified as a forbidden book. Instructions received, proceeding with knowledge integration, classification, and compilation. Expected completion within 5 minutes. While Jarvis worked, Fang Jie began preparing the fundamental materials for the dream mod. Following the formula, he combined lead ingots and iron ingots to create a white brass alloy, refining it in a furnace into a special alloy ingot that shimmered with a silvery gray luster. This alloy exhibited complete inertness towards magical energy, making it an excellent base material for producing various magical devices and ritual items for the dream mod. Next, using the white brass ingot, stones, and some basic materials, he crafted the necessary tools for conducting the dream mod ritual. A brazier, for gathering energy. A stone hand, for holding raw materials, and a dark erosion focus, for placing core items. Everything was ready. Only the soul fragments were missing. The simplest method to acquire soul fragments was to perform the crystallization ritual, forcibly extracting the essence of souls from nearby mindless, undead beings. It seemed it was time to venture to the S.H.I.E.L.D region and make some new acquaintances, a glimmer of anticipation shining in Fang Jie's eyes. As Fang Jie emerged from the underground tombs of S.H.I.E.L.D, the morning sunlight bathed him, dispelling the last remnants of chill from the depths below. Stretching leisurely, he felt quite pleased as he began to tally the spoils of his expedition. In his sturdy satchel lay over 50 soul fragments, resembling deep gray crystals, emitting faint waves of negative energy. Additionally, he had 7 lifeless, black-purple zombie hearts, over 20 tattered yet magically imbued rags stripped from the specters, and 4 ghostly hearts that felt as cold as solidified mist. Most astonishingly, he had acquired 2 complete skeletal frames inscribed with ancient oaths, which were core materials for crafting the Bone Knight set. After returning laden with treasures, Fang Jie did not immediately head back to Hogwarts, but instead opened a portal to Diagon Alley. Navigating with ease, he found a potion shop and purchased a batch of raven feathers and slug slime for a few galleons. Back in the office assigned to him by Professor McGonagall at Hogwarts, Fang Jie promptly commenced a new round of synthesis. He first crafted 3 core devices essential for the Dream mod: a cauldron for alchemy and concocting advanced materials, a magic workbench, specifically for creating magical items, and an altar for conducting prayers and sacrificial rituals. The cauldron was placed before the fireplace, continuously heated by magical flames. Fang Jie added gold ingots, redstone dust, and soul fragments, and after a complex refining process, a brand new metal ingot known as secret gold, which shimmered with a brilliance surpassing that of gold and visibly pulsed with magical energy, gradually formed at the bottom of the cauldron. In stark contrast to the magical inertness of the white brass ingot, the secret gold ingot possessed unparalleled magical conductivity, making it an exceptional material for crafting advanced magical artifacts. The magic workbench was positioned centrally in the room, significantly larger than an ordinary workbench. With 9 slots in the center and 4 additional slots for special items around the periphery, the altar was solemnly arranged in the quietest corner of the room. Its structure comprised of wood, adorned with a magic candelabrum, made of secret gold, casting an unusual purple flame. Beside it lay a withered skull and a pod of wilted roses. At the very center of the altar stood a straw statue, crafted from wheat, symbolizing the object of prayer. In front of the statue, an incense burner is ablaze with sacrificial fragrance crafted from the unique plants, Yuhuxu, Jinjing, and Qinglian, found within the Huanmeng mod. A pure and sacred aroma gradually permeates the room. Chapter 46, Equipment Upgrade. With all preparations complete, Fang Jie, grasping the tome of the secret rituals, steps before the altar, inhales deeply, and begins to chant a prayer of light, composed of 3 sacred runes, directed at the straw statue in an ancient and esoteric tongue. As the final syllable resonates, the air in the room trembles. The purple flames atop the altar surge upwards, and 2 golden lights ignite within the eyes of the straw statue. An indescribable, vast power descends. Fang Jie senses that his consciousness, at this moment, seems to be divided into 2 parts. One remains as Fang Jie standing before the altar, while the other is instantaneously detached, suspended in an infinite void composed of stars and light. Here, he feels omnipotent, all-knowing, elevated as if a deity. He can distinctly perceive the diminutive figure of himself praying below. An epiphany washes over him. So, the so-called deities of light and darkness within this mod are, in fact, manifestations of myself. He embraces the divine power, realizing that he can not only bestow upon the worshipper below him the magical energy and all runes from the Huanming mod at will, but can also confer his accumulated abilities, knowledge, and even the permissions to use various items through this act of blessing. This revelation leaves Fang Jie both amused and perplexed. After all this, it turns out he is praying to himself, granting himself extraordinary capabilities. With this understanding, he decides to seize the moment. As the deity Fang Jie, he waves his hand grandly, instantly filling the magical energy bar of the worshipper, also known as Fang Jie, and unlocks all the light and dark runes recorded in the tome of the secret rituals. With his consciousness returning to his physical form, Fang Jie feels the invigorating surge of a new power known as magical energy within him and nods in satisfaction. He promptly begins to utilize the runes he just unlocked, casting 2 basic transformation spells. Extending his right hand, he invokes Light Touch, conjuring a magical array of light runes in his palm, gently touching a piece of gold embedding material. The gold material melts instantly, reshaping into a holy symbol, radiating a gentle white light in the form of a cross. Subsequently, he employs Dark Touch on the white lead embedding material, which transforms into a pool of pitch-black liquid, coalescing into a twisted, profane symbol shaped like a pentagram. With these essential ritual materials in hand, Fang Jie immediately begins crafting the powerful magical artifacts he has long coveted at the magical workstation. Soon, all equipment is completed, and Fang Jie stands before the mirror in the room, assessing his brand new appearance. The reflection reveals a transformed figure, clad in a tailored purple sorcerer's robe that accentuates his tall and upright stature, adorned with a sapphire brooch on his chest and an arm badge on his right arm. A wide raven cloak billows behind him, seemingly animated by an unseen wind, like a flowing dark night. Beneath the pointed sorcerer's hat, his face is partially shrouded in shadow, revealing the otherworldly spectacles he wears. His chest and wrist are adorned with talismans emanating various glimmers, while several rings on his fingers radiate formidable energy. During the month leading up to the start of the term, Fang Jie primarily immersed himself in the unique magic at Hogwarts Library, simultaneously elevating his knowledge of the arcane to the level of a titan. Time flows quietly amidst this enriching and tranquil study, and soon, September 1st, the day Hogwarts opens, arrives as expected. In the evening, Fang Jie walks through the elongated corridors with the professors of Hogwarts toward the brightly lit Great Hall. The atmosphere becomes subtly charged due to the presence of one individual. Indeed, Albus Gilderoy Lockhart strides at the center of the group, his forget-me-not blue robes gleaming under the candlelight, and a set of impeccably white teeth dazzles the eye. I completely understand your predicament. The position of defense against the dark arts indeed requires a wizard like me, one with rich practical experience and a positive role model for students. You see, my new book sales have broken records again. A year with the Yeti in Tibet. Those little ones are truly overzealous, he proclaims, theatrically smoothing his meticulously styled golden wavy hair with his hand, occasionally casting what he deems a charming glance at the surrounding female ghosts. A dismissive scoff, cold as icicles in winter, comes from the back of the line. Severus Snape, clad in his perpetually unchanged bat-like black robe, walks with his hands tucked within his sleeves. His expression impassive. His countenance is darker than a dungeon, with greasy black hair plastered against his waxen skin, and his obsidian-like eyes brim with unabashed disdain and loathing for Lockhart. The author who can forget his brain with the Yeti surely has written a book only fit for use as toilet paper by trolls. Snape does not indulge Lockhart. Each word is like a poisoned blade, accurately piercing Lockhart's pretense. Severus. Lockhart's smile falters momentarily before he forces it back into a perfect facade. I have always appreciated your sense of humor, although it has a somewhat moldy flavor, much like your potions classroom. Fang Jie listens with keen interest to the exchange between the two, choosing not to engage. He is engaged in pleasant conversation with Professor Pomona Sprout, the herbology instructor, who, though short and plump, wears a patched pointed hat and a robe speckled with dirt, radiates warmth akin to sunshine in a greenhouse. So, Professor Sprout. Fang Jie retrieves a piece of soul sand and several specimens of netherworts from his sturdy satchel. This plant, named netherwort, is something I discovered in a rather hostile environment. It only thrives in this special sand, and it is a crucial ingredient in many potions. I thought you might find it intriguing. Professor Sprout carefully accepts these items, donning a magnifying glass to closely examine the red tumor-like plants, her eyes sparkling with a botanist's curiosity for a new specimen. Oh, this is truly marvelous. I have never seen such a plant before. Professor Fang Jie, you have given me a tremendous surprise. Chapter 47, The Opening Feast. At that moment, a raucous cacophony of children's chatter emanates from the direction of the castle doors, growing louder as it approaches. Professor McGonagall halts, adjusts her square hat, and addresses the group. It seems the Hogwarts Express has arrived. I must excuse myself to welcome the new students. With that, she strides purposefully toward the entrance. The other professors gradually enter the Great Hall, taking their seats at the staff table. Snape immediately occupies a position as far from Lockhart as possible, as if proximity for even a second might infect him with the other's foolishness. Poor Professor Flitwick, on the other hand, unfortunately gets cornered by Lockhart, who regales him with tales of how he silenced a banshee with nothing but a smile. Soon, under Professor McGonagall's guidance, the second-year students and above stream into the Great Hall, chattering excitedly as they take their places at their respective house tables. The entire hall is instantly filled with the sounds of animated conversation. Have you heard? Gilderoy Lockhart. He has come to be our defense against the dark arts professor. My mother has purchased all of his books. An excited Hufflepuff girl exclaimed to her companions. Uft, just a fool, a Slytherin boy scoffed dismissively. My father said that the new Professor Fang Jie is truly impressive. We must secure a spot in his elective course. Establishing a good rapport with him is 100 times more beneficial than listening to Lockhart's self-aggrandizing tales. As the students fervently discussed, Professor McGonagall approached Professor Dumbledore with a serious expression, lowering her voice to convey something weighty. Dumbledore's smile faded as he nodded in response. Shortly thereafter, Professor McGonagall summoned Snape, and the two hastily departed the Great Hall. Following two heavy knocks, the enormous oak doors swung open, revealing Hagrid, whose towering figure nearly blocked the entire doorway. Behind him trailed a group of first-year students, noticeably smaller than their peers, clad in pristine robes, their faces a blend of anxiety and curiosity, resembling startled ducklings as they rushed in. Professor Flitwick, unable to tolerate Lockhart's boasts, guided the new students to a four-legged stool at the staff table, where an old, patched, and seemingly dirty sorting hat rested. Instantly, the hall fell silent. The Sorting Hat wriggled, opened its seams, and began to sing a brief song about the 4 founders of Hogwarts. Once the song concluded, the sorting ceremony officially commenced. One by one, nervous first years were called forward to don the hat and be sorted into their respective houses. When the red-haired, freckled girl Ginny Weasley was assigned to Gryffindor, the Gryffindor table erupted into enthusiastic applause, with her brothers whistling in excitement. After the sorting ceremony, Dumbledore stood, his face adorned with a gentle smile. Welcome. He joyfully opened his arms. Welcome to Hogwarts as we embark on a new academic year. Before the feast begins, I would like to say a few words. First, I want to introduce 2 new professors. He gestured toward Lockhart. This is Professor Gilderoy Lockhart, who will be your new defense against the dark arts teacher. Lockhart immediately stood, flashing his trademark dazzling smile, which elicited a chorus of screams from the girls and eye rolls from most of the boys. Dumbledore then pointed to Fang Jie. This is Professor Fang Jie. He will be offering a brand new elective course called Feng Shui. Trust me, this course will open a door to a realm of new knowledge. I highly encourage all students to give it a try. After the introductions, as Dumbledore was about to declare the feast open, Professor McGonagall, who had just returned, approached him briskly, her face serious and her expression grave as she whispered a few urgent words in his ear. Fang Jie noticed Dumbledore's smile vanish in an instant, and they exchanged a glance filled with concern. All right, now enjoy. Dumbledore's voice echoed as he departed. Mountains of delectable dishes appeared on the 4 long tables, instantly capturing the students' attention and allowing them to momentarily forget the earlier oddities, as the hall once again filled with the sounds of clattering cutlery and laughter. Fang Jie, however, thoughtfully observed the direction of their departure, already surmising the situation. It seemed that Harry Potter and Ron had crashed that flying car into the Whomping Willow. 2 days later, warm sunlight streamed through the towering arched windows of Hogwarts, casting mottled shadows across the dusty corridors. Hurry, Ron. We're going to be late, Hermione urged anxiously, tugging at her 2 dilatory companions as they hurried towards a secluded classroom on the 3rd floor of the castle. Oh, Hermione, relax, Ron grumbled, dragged along. It's just an elective course. Is it really necessary to be so tense? I bet this Professor Fang Jie is just another Lockhart, full of hot air and lacking substance. Harry, silent beside him, wore a similar look of apprehension. Clearly, the disastrous first day of Lockhart's self-congratulatory defense against the dark arts class had left a significant psychological impact on them. They dreaded encountering another showboating charlatan. As Harry glanced around, he noticed that the doorway to the Feng Shui classroom was already crowded with students from various houses. Ravenclaw students clutched thick books, animatedly discussing something. Hufflepuff students gathered in small groups, joyfully sharing snacks. Even the typically aloof Slytherins had turned out in numbers, their faces mostly stoic, yet their eyes sparkled with curiosity. Headmaster Dumbledore specifically urged me to attend Feng Shui. Harry thought for a moment before deciding to encourage his companions. Professor Fang Jie is a very special wizard. I believe he will be quite capable. Upon hearing this, Ron's doubts began to dissipate somewhat, and he felt a flicker of anticipation for the upcoming class. As the class time approached, more and more students poured in. The originally modest classroom quickly became overcrowded, leaving little room to stand. Students jostled against one another, and the air grew somewhat stifling. Chapter 48, Feng Shui Ding. The bell for class rang punctually. As the students craned their necks, wondering from where the professor would appear, a spark of orange light materialized in the air above the podium. The spark rapidly spun and expanded, unexpectedly opening a circular portal in Hogwarts, where apparition was prohibited. In the next moment, Professor Fang Jie, clad in a purple robe, stepped through the portal with an air of calmness. He surveyed the crowded classroom, a gentle smile gracing his lips. It seems that my course has garnered extraordinary enthusiasm among you, dear students. Without further ado, he raised his hands and gently pushed outward. In that instant, the entire classroom felt as if grasped by an invisible hand, stretching outward with great force. Students watched in astonishment as the walls, ceiling, and floor receded at a pace defying the laws of physics. The once cramped classroom transformed into a space more grand and expansive than the Great Hall itself. The ceiling soared beyond sight, and the walls receded into the distance, more than ample enough to accommodate not only the 200 students present, but even the entire student body of Hogwarts. This astonishing display of spatial magic left all the young witches and wizards speechless. They gaped at the miraculous scene, momentarily forgetting to breathe. Wow, Ron muttered, his mouth agape. Merlin's trousers. This is 1,000 times cooler than Lockhart making a mess of the classroom with house elves. Harry nodded in agreement. his gaze toward the composed figure at the podium, now filled with admiration and trust. As the students gradually emerged from their initial shock and settled into their seats, Fang Jie's clear and steady voice began to resonate through the vast space enveloped in mirrored dimensions, reaching every ear. I am who I am. Headmaster Dumbledore has introduced me at the opening ceremony, so I shall not elaborate further. He paused for a moment, his gaze sweeping over the audience filled with eyes brimming with curiosity and anticipation, and began to introduce Fang Shu. As for Fang Shu, it must be presented in classical Chinese. Fang Shu, indeed, is a supreme esoteric art, originating from the concept of Fang, hence its name. This art does not adhere to rigid frameworks. It assimilates various schools of thought, forming a unique system. Its principles encompass three aspects. The first is S.H.I.E.L.D, which refers to the ability to create life from the tangible, delving into the intangible transformations. This marks the genesis of creation. The second is Tongyueling, which involves harnessing external forces for personal gain, mastering the techniques of manipulating the cosmos. The third is Zhi, which serves as the conduit between heaven and earth. The study of Fang Shu is vast and profound. Thus, 3 volumes have been penned to convey its teachings. The path of Fang Shu commences with the study of the natural world, is refined through the mastery of spirits, and culminates in the communion with the heavens. It is indeed a source of myriad principles and an infinite pathway. The classical introduction of Fang Shu echoed throughout the spacious classroom. Below, the young wizards appeared utterly bewildered. Harry felt as though he had returned to Aunt Petunia's living room, watching a Shakespearean play. The automatic translation mod had transformed Fang Jie's classical prose into a form reminiscent of Shakespearean poetry. Each word was crystal clear to Harry. Yet when these familiar terms coalesced into sentences uttered by the professor, his mind felt muddled, entirely unclear on their meaning. He instinctively ignored Ron, who bore a similarly dazed expression, his mouth agape as if capable of accommodating an egg, and nudged Hermione, who was enraptured, her face alight with fervor. Hermione, he whispered. What on earth did Professor Fang Jie just say? Hermione cast a sidelong glance at them, as though regarding 2 dim-witted giants. Lowering her voice, she explained with a tone of exasperation, Goodness, Harry, is it really that difficult to comprehend? Professor Fang Jie means that Fang Shu is an exceptionally formidable discipline, derived from a concept known as Fang. Its study is divided into 3 stages. The first stage, Zhi-Hua-Ing-Shang, I assume refers to alchemy, enchantment, and the crafting of magical artifacts. The professor mentioned the ability to revive the dead, which is clearly an advanced healing magic or potion making. Furthermore, transforming mundane iron into divine artifacts signifies high-level magic. The second stage, Tongyueling, is even more impressive, commanding spirits from other realms. This is a summoning technique we have never encountered. Not to mention folding space and manipulating the cosmos. Didn't you witness that just now? We are currently within this folded space, opening the portal of secret arts. I conjecture that this was the teleportation magic the professor employed upon his arrival. As for the third stage, Hermione's voice took on a tone of reverence. Zhi-Zhao, invoking divine powers. Might this imply that upon reaching the pinnacle, one can communicate directly with deities and harness their strength? Additionally, there is the exorcism of souls, refining spirits, and inscribing runes to create boundless spells. I am less familiar with these aspects, but I suspect subsequent lessons will delve into them. She concluded, thus, the 3 stages of Fang Shu progress from the fundamental crafting of items to advanced summoning magic, ultimately culminating in the most profound sacrificial magic. The professor stated this is the source of all magic, and I wholeheartedly believe it. This could very well be the most magnificent and profound course in the history of Hogwarts. Upon hearing Hermione's rapid-fire translation, akin to a machine gun barrage, Harry and Ron finally grasped the concepts, their gazes toward the young professor on stage now filled with admiration and reverence. Chapter 49. Since Fang Jie observed the flushed faces of the young wizards below, filled with shock and excitement, and nodded with satisfaction. The purpose of establishing authority had been achieved, and now it was time to demonstrate true skill. Silence, he stated calmly, his voice not loud, yet cutting through all murmurs. What I just conveyed may have sounded somewhat obscure. However, this semester, we shall primarily study the foundational aspects of Fang Shu. With a wave of his hand, a crucible crafted from white lead materialized before him on the podium. Now, please observe my demonstration. Fang Jie did not employ a wand. Instead, he extended his finger and gently tapped beneath the crucible, igniting a cluster of purple magical flames that steadily licked the crucible's base. He casually retrieved 2 gold ingots from his sturdy satchel and tossed them into the crucible. The ingots swiftly melted, transforming into a bubbling pool of brilliant golden liquid. The young wizards were utterly engrossed in Fang Jie's every movement, fearful of missing any detail. They watched as Fang Jie pinched a handful of silver-white powder and sprinkled it into the crucible. The liquid boiled more vigorously, colorful bubbles erupting at the surface. Fang Jie then picked up a stirring rod and leisurely stirred the mixture twice. Finally, he produced an apple and tossed it into the pot of what appeared to be a valuable golden liquid. A strange scene unfolded. The boiling liquid surged toward the apple as if drawn by an invisible force. The golden substance was rapidly absorbed by the apple, which transformed to resemble solid gold. When the last drop of liquid was consumed, Fang Jie retrieved the now transformed apple. It was no longer an ordinary apple, but the legendary golden apple. Wow! The young wizards from Muggle families could no longer contain their astonishment, erupting in exclamations. In their understanding, golden apples were treasures of myth, coveted even by deities. Fang Jie held the golden apple aloft, addressing the students. This is one of the elixirs I mentioned. Of course, our lesson today is not about its creation. He set the golden apple aside, shifting the topic. Instead, we shall learn to create another product derived from the crucible, incense. Does anyone know what the primary ingredient for making incense is? As soon as the question was posed, a flurry of hands shot up. Many students appeared eager to participate. Hermione raised her hand the highest, sitting up straight, desperate for the professor to notice her. Fang Jie's gaze scanned the crowd, finally landing on a tall, handsome boy seated at the front of the Hufflepuff table. He possessed a chiseled face, gray eyes, and deep brown hair, radiating a sunlit and upright demeanor. Mr. Diggory, please respond. Cedric Diggory stood confidently and clearly responded, Professor. According to the text elementary Feng Shui, the primary ingredient for making incense is a substance extracted from a magical plant called Yusu Jinjing, known as Yusu Ningji. Correct, and articulated very clearly, Fang Jie acknowledged with a nod. Hufflepuff earns 5 points. Cheers erupted from the Hufflepuffs. Now, for the next question, Fang Jie continued. What are the functions of incense? This time, he did not overlook Hermione, whose arm was raised high above her head. Miss Granger, please answer. Hermione immediately stood, responding almost without hesitation, her words flowing rapidly. Incense has various effects, depending on its formula and production techniques. Elementary Feng Shui records 8 fundamental types of incense. For instance, the sacrificial incense we are to create today may be offered in reverence to the deities, while also invigorating the mind and enhancing memory and concentration. The revitalizing incense can gradually heal wounds. The wraith banishment incense is capable of dispelling spirits and dark magical beings. The fortification incense temporarily boosts one's physical defenses. The binding incense anchors a small area of space, preventing teleportation and shape-shifting. The purifying incense can eliminate most common curses and toxins. The swift incense allows one to feel as if they are soaring with wings, and the fervent incense stirs the fighting spirit, dispelling fear. She recited the contents of the book flawlessly, without a single error. Those students who had not prepared beforehand were astounded to learn of the multitude of wondrous effects of incense and began to whisper among themselves. Goodness, does the binding incense mean that no one can teleport near it? A boost in defense? Isn't that akin to a protective charm? I would much prefer the swift incense. It would allow for swifter flight in Quidditch matches. Your response was impeccable, Miss Granger, Fang Jie praised generously. Your preparation was thorough. Gryffindor earns 10 points. The Gryffindors erupted in applause, with Harry and Ron sharing in the pride. The theoretical knowledge was ample, Fang Jie declared. Now, it is time for practice. With a gentle wave of his wand, a cauldron and the requisite materials for creating the sacrificial incense appeared beside each student's desk. Now, please refer to the steps in your textbooks and attempt to create your first sacrificial incense, Fang Jie instructed. The magical plants required for the process were cultivated by your herbology professor, Professor Sprout, in her greenhouse a month prior. Should you run out of materials or wish to try crafting other varieties of incense, you may seek her assistance. The classroom soon filled with the sounds of cauldrons stirring and ingredients being ground, as the young witches and wizards eagerly immersed themselves in their inaugural foray into potion making. As the bell rang, most of the dexterous students had successfully crafted 1 or 2 pieces of fragrant, white sacrificial incense. Although Harry nearly set his desk ablaze in his flurry of activity, with Hermione's timely guidance, he managed to produce a finished piece, albeit with some difficulty. Is this truly as magical as they say? Ron questioned, holding his own piece of incense with skepticism. Just smelling it can make one smarter? It seems no different from the scent balls my mother uses to freshen robes. Having grown up in a wizarding household, Ron instinctively harbored a degree of distrust towards this unconventional form of magic that did not rely on wands and spells. Why not give it a try? Hermione urged, eagerly picking up a small incense burner from her desk and placing her perfectly crafted piece of incense inside, igniting it with a fire-making spell. A delicate and pure fragrance wafted into the air, quickly enveloping the three of them. The scent was not overpowering, yet it possessed a peculiar penetrating quality, silently seeping into their minds. Harry felt a clarity wash over him, as if a dusty window had been instantaneously cleaned. Each point of knowledge imparted by Professor Fang Jie during the lesson, along with the various incense recipes, replayed in his mind with astounding clarity. Every detail etched vividly into his memory. Not only that, but even the intricate summoning charm taught by Professor Flitwick that morning, with its convoluted gestures and tongue-twisting incantations, became remarkably clear, as if he had practiced it 100 times. Wow, Harry exclaimed in awe. He glanced at Ron, who was also wide-eyed, a look of disbelief on his face. Meanwhile, Hermione had closed her eyes, a look of enjoyment and ecstasy gracing her features, as if she were swimming in an ocean of knowledge. Chapter 50. Healing the Whomping Willow. 2 days later, Fang Jie made his way toward the greenhouse outside the castle. He intended to have a thorough discussion with Professor Sprout regarding the cultivation of magical plants, as it directly pertained to his forthcoming lessons. Upon pushing open the door to Greenhouse 1, he found Professor Sprout wearing a distressed expression, sighing at a row of empty flower pots. The moment she spotted Fang Jie, her frown was replaced by a flicker of surprise, and she approached him eagerly. "Oh, Professor Fang Jie, you've come. I was just thinking of seeking you out," she exclaimed, guiding him toward a secluded planting area in the corner of the greenhouse, her excitement palpable. "Professor Fang Jie, the soil and planting pots you provided are simply marvelous. Look, whether it's mandrake or fattening root, they mature within just a few days. Such a growth rate is unheard of." Fang Jie surveyed the flourishing magical plants and replied with a smile. "Then it is essential that you cultivate even more, Professor Sprout. These will be indispensable supplies when the children attend their potion classes." "Absolutely. Not a problem at all," Professor Sprout assured, thumping her chest with vigor, her dragon-hide gloved hands making a resounding clap. "It is a tremendous honor for me to nurture these rare plants. Whatever quantity you need, I shall grow for you." The two exchanged smiles, the atmosphere warm and congenial. Observing her uplifted spirits, Fang Jie curiously inquired, "However, Professor, I noticed you appeared troubled upon my arrival. What was weighing on your mind?" At this, Professor Sprout's smile faded once more, and she sighed resignedly, removing her patched hat and wiping the beads of sweat from her forehead with her sleeve. "Ah, Professor Fang Jie, you know how it is. Those two little rascals, Harry Potter and Ron Weasley. On the day school commenced, they had the audacity to arrive at school in a flying muggle car, and they ended up crashing into the Whomping Willow. Poor old tree, they broke several of its sturdy branches, and now it's in a state of distress. I worry that it may take a year or more to recover." "Ah, I see. That's what's troubling you," Fang Jie responded with understanding. "Fear not, Professor Sprout. Perhaps I can facilitate its swift recovery." "Swift recovery?" Professor Sprout regarded him skeptically. "Professor Fang Jie, I acknowledge your talents in potion making, but this is a Whomping Willow, not a mere willow tree. Its wood is imbued with volatile magic, rendering ordinary growth spells ineffective." "Seeing is believing," Fang Jie simply stated, gesturing for her to follow. Together, they stepped out of the greenhouse and made their way to the clearing where the Whomping Willow resided. Along the way, Professor Sprout continued to express her concerns, recounting the tree's history. "Do not underestimate this tree. It did not grow naturally," she whispered, as if sharing a secret. "It was Professor Flitwick himself who worked his magic to transform it from a mere sapling to its current size. And did you know? Beneath its roots lies a secret passage that leads directly to the Shrieking Shack in Hogsmeade." As they conversed, they arrived at the vicinity of the Whomping Willow. The colossal tree, once poised to sway gracefully in the breeze, now hung its branches limply, the thick trunks marred by several jagged breaks, clearly the result of the recent collision with the car. As if sensing the approach of others, the branches of the Darenlu suddenly lashed out like whips, creating a fierce wind. Such ferocity was a common occurrence, Professor Sprout complained, clearly accustomed to it. Unhurried, she retrieved a long wooden stick from her robe and, at the opportune moment, deftly jabbed it at an inconspicuous knot at the base of the tree. It was as if a pause button had been pressed. The previously violent Darenlu instantly fell still, its branches hanging obediently in place, utterly motionless. Fang Jie nodded and took out his secret weapon, natural glue, from his sturdy satchel. Approaching the tree, he gently applied the glue to one of the largest wounds on the trunk. A miraculous scene unfolded. The emerald liquid seemed to possess a life of its own, rapidly seeping into the injury as soon as it made contact. Under Professor Sprout's incredulous gaze, countless tiny shoots began to sprout and intertwine at the gruesome wound, visibly growing at an astonishing pace. The wooden fibers repaired themselves at an incredible speed, and the rough bark regenerated. In mere seconds, the once massive injury, which would typically require years to heal, was restored to its pristine condition, leaving no trace of a scar. "Merlin's socks," Professor Sprout exclaimed, rendered speechless by the shock. She approached the trunk and cautiously touched the freshly healed bark with her gloved hand, eager to uncover its secrets. Fang Jie seemed to sense something. He glanced toward the second floor of the castle. Interrupting his conversation with Professor Sprout, he displayed a hint of regret, saying, "Apologies, Professor Sprout, but I suddenly recalled an urgent matter I must attend to. I shall take my leave now." With that, he swiftly turned and walked toward the interior of the castle, leaving Professor Sprout immersed in the awe of the Baorenlu's instantaneous healing. Before the school year commenced, the night after returning from Diagon Alley, the borough was still filled with familiar excitement and chaos. Fred and George were secretly experimenting with their new products in a corner, occasionally producing small explosions. Percy, under the light in the living room, polished his brand-new prefect badge repeatedly, his face brimming with pride. Ginny Weasley, as the youngest child in the family and an incoming Hogwarts freshman, curled up alone in her small room. Sitting on her bed, she meticulously organized her hard-earned second-hand textbooks, her heart filled with both anticipation and anxiety for the future. When she pulled out the hefty introduction to Transfiguration, a black hardcover diary slid silently from between its pages. Landing softly on the bed, Ginny paused, certain that her mother had not included this book when they went to Flourish and Blots to check the book list. It appeared quite old, the leather cover worn, corners curled, with no text or designs, exuding an air of mystery and antiquity. Chapter 51. The diary. Ginny's first reaction was to wonder who had misplaced it. Perhaps it was the flustered clerk at Flourish and Blots, or that insufferable Mr. Malfoy, who had secretly slipped it in while bumping into her father at the cauldron shop. She should hand it over to her parents immediately. Yet, an irrepressible curiosity, akin to a kitten's gentle claws, scratched at her heart. The diary emanated an unusual allure, as if softly beckoning her to explore its secrets. She caressed the smooth, cool cover, hesitating for a moment before ultimately succumbing to her desire, and opened the first page. An exquisitely elegant script greeted her eyes, Tom Marvolo Riddle. As Ginny perused the diary, she discovered its former owner was also a student at Hogwarts. A Hogwarts student, Ginny whispered, her heart racing. In just a few days, she too would become a part of Hogwarts. This revelation made her feel an immediate connection with the diary's owner, and she eagerly flipped through its pages. The entries depicted campus life that mirrored Ginny's idealized vision of Hogwarts. The exhilaration of successfully casting the levitation charm for the first time. The warmth of late-night conversations with friends by the common room fireplace, and the thrill of exploring the castle's hidden passages. The writing revealed a remarkable individual, highly esteemed and favored even by the then headmaster, Armando Dipet. When she read Tom's proud declaration of being the heir of Slytherin, Ginny felt no fear. To her, an 11-year-old girl with a limited understanding of magical history, Slytherin was merely one of Hogwarts' founders, and being his heir was the ultimate testament to the diary owner's exceptional abilities. Captivated, Ginny felt as if she had found a perfect senior, a role model to emulate. The latter half of the diary, however, was entirely blank. An idea quietly blossomed in her mind. She wished to follow in the footsteps of the diary's previous owner and document every detail of her impending Hogwarts life. Thus, she picked up a quill, dipped it in ink, and on a pristine page, wrote in her somewhat childish handwriting about everything that had occurred in Diagon Alley, her excitement at seeing Lockhart, the arrogance of the Malfoys, and the nearly overwhelming heartbeat she experienced when Harry smiled at her. The next day, filled with anticipation, Ginny eagerly sought to continue her diary. However, upon flipping to the previous day's writing, she was astonished to find her words had vanished without a trace. In their place was the handwriting of the former owner. "Hello, Ginny. I know your name because this is a magical diary. I am Tom Riddle, and I left it here to guide young witches like you, who are about to step into Hogwarts, full of dreams." Ginny's eyes widened in astonishment, her heart brimming with awe and excitement. This was more magical than any story she had ever heard. She immediately picked up her pen and excitedly wrote a reply, inquiring about magic and the castle. The senior always provided the most reassuring answers. Ginny gradually became immersed in this exchange, treating the diary as her unique secret friend, a perfect mentor who knew everything. One evening, when Tom praised her magical talents, asserting that she was more gifted than any of her peers he had encountered, Ginny finally gathered the courage to share her innermost secret. With trembling handwriting, she wrote, "Tom, you remind me of someone very brave and special, Harry Potter. The boy who lived, who defeated Voldemort. I admire him greatly." This time, the diary's response took a moment longer. When the ink reappeared, it carried a casual tone but bore an unmistakable sharpness. "Harry Potter? Of course, I've heard of him. A legendary figure. Tell me more about him, Ginny. I am eager to know what makes him so special." From that day forward, the diary's dialogue became increasingly sophisticated, subtly teaching Ginny magical tips that only the closest of friends would share, repeatedly emphasizing their significance. "Ginny, our conversation is a unique secret. This diary encapsulates ancient magic that must never be discovered by anyone, otherwise, the magic will vanish. You must protect me, just as I safeguard your secret." The magical insinuations and clever rhetoric have thoroughly convinced the naive Ginny. She tightly concealed the diary in the inner pocket of her robe, taking it wherever she went, almost inseparable from it. On the evening of the sorting feast, as Ginny excitedly shared her joy of being sorted with the diary, it casually remarked in the lines, "That new Professor Fang Jie, so young, surely cannot teach well. Ginny, you should learn from other classes." In the days following the start of school, Ginny felt perpetually drowsy and fatigued. After dinner each day, all she desired was to return to her dormitory to sleep. Sometimes, even while walking down the corridor, her consciousness would suddenly blur, as if she had lost a fragment of her memory. On the fourth day of school, Ginny awoke once more in a dreamlike state. However, this time, it was not her who controlled her body. Her consciousness awakened from a prolonged darkness. The last memory lingered in the Malfoy family study, now finding itself in a cramped bedroom. A little girl with red hair gazed at me with a look of near adoration. I immediately understood that Lucius, that fool, had failed to properly safeguard my Horcrux. Yet, this little Weasley girl was far easier to control than I had anticipated. Her soul was pure, fragile, filled with fantasies of the magical world, making her the perfect host. Guiding her and earning her trust was a simple task for me. I merely needed to play the role of an omniscient senior, effortlessly siphoning off her energy and gradually seizing control of her thoughts. Everything proceeded smoothly until the day she mentioned the name Harry Potter. The boy who lived? The one who defeated Voldemort? Chapter 52. As long as I can reach that place. The Chamber of Secrets. The Horcrux sensed something amiss. Voldemort is merely a rearrangement of the letters in my name. A baby capable of making my essence disappear without a trace? I must know what transpired that night. I began to inquire about Harry Potter fervently. From the foolish girl's fragments of speech, I pieced together an absurd reality. My physical form had indeed been vanquished by a mere infant. Useless, utterly useless, the diary silently cursed, to be defeated by a baby. My anger intensified my control over this little girl. During the sorting feast, when Dumbledore introduced the new professor named Fang Jie, I instinctively felt an indescribable threat. I immediately concealed myself, pretending to be an ordinary diary, daring not to make a single move, while secretly guiding Ginny away from that dangerous man. In the following days, I intensified my siphoning of her energy. Her body grew increasingly frail, her consciousness more and more nebulous. Exactly what I required. Today, the moment had finally arrived. I had completely commandeered her body, leading her silently from the Gryffindor Tower to the abandoned girls' lavatory on the second floor. Here it was. I could sense that familiar and comforting aura. I controlled Ginny's hand, guiding her to the faucet marked with a serpentine emblem, and spoke the incantation to open the chamber in a hissing Parseltongue. The sink slowly sank, revealing a dark, profound passage behind it. Success. As long as I could reach that place and unleash the basilisk, even if Dumbledore witnessed it, he would meet his demise. My era was about to dawn. I was preparing to guide Ginny into the passage, giving her the final instruction to cast me deep into the chamber. However, in that instant, the entire world seemed to freeze. The night breeze outside the lavatory stilled, droplets from the faucet hung, suspended in midair, and Ginny's expression was frozen in that moment. Time had been paused. "I'm sorry, but this place is already at capacity." A figure silently appeared before me. It was the very professor of charms, Fang Jie, who had instilled in me a profound sense of unease. He smiled, extending his hand to gently take the diary from Ginny's rigid fingers. Back on the evening of the sorting feast, when he called out Ginny Weasley's name, his gaze lingered on her for a moment longer. However, he did not directly place any monitoring spells on Ginny, as that would be easily detected by the Horcrux. Instead, he took a different approach. laying a simple alert charm in the abandoned lavatory on the second floor. The sole purpose of this charm was to trigger an alarm whenever a living being entered the lavatory, notifying him immediately. Now, the alarm had gone off as expected. When the Horcrux controlled Ginny to arrive here, Fang Jie was the first to respond. He did not reveal himself immediately. Instead, he quietly opened a mirror dimension, concealing himself within the crevices of the real world, observing silently. He witnessed Ginny's vacant expression and heard her speak the incantation to the faucet marked with a serpentine emblem in a hissing tone that did not belong to her. He saw the sink slowly descend, revealing the dark passage leading to the Chamber of Secrets. Just as the Horcrux was about to command Ginny to throw the diary into the passage, Fang Jie acted. He used the time bottle to pause the lavatory, an invisible force completely freezing the flow of time within. The droplets from the faucet hung in midair. Ginny's expression was frozen in that moment, and even the dust particles floating in the air remained motionless. Fang Jie stepped out of the mirror dimension and approached Ginny, gently taking the black diary from her stiff fingers. "Have a good sleep, child," he whispered, retrieving a bottle of milk from his inventory and feeding it to Ginny. The milk flowed down her throat, beginning to cleanse the remnants of the dark influence from the Horcrux within her soul. Subsequently, he cast a simple hypnotic spell, allowing Ginny, in her slumber, to instinctively return to the Gryffindor dormitory. After accomplishing all this, Fang Jie finally turned his gaze to the diary in his hand. However, this Horcrux of Voldemort's now resembled the most ordinary old book, quietly resting in his palm as though everything that had transpired was unrelated to it. Even the Myrtle, who had been crying incessantly in the corner of the lavatory, now cowered in the toilet, too frightened to make a sound. Fang Jie paid no heed to the feigning diary. Instead, he directed his attention to the pitch-black entrance of the passage. The raven cloak fluttered behind him, gently carrying him deeper into the chamber. At the end of the passage lay a foreboding platform, composed of countless animal and human bones. Fang Jie landed steadily atop the bones, producing a creaking sound. He continued onward, discovering a massive and complete snake skin lying quietly on the ground. Without hesitation, he waved his hand, collecting the invaluable basilisk shed into his bag. Soon, he arrived at the entrance of the chamber. A gigantic circular stone door, engraved with intertwining serpents, barred his path. Typically, this door required Parseltongue to open. However, few things could genuinely impede the progress of an MC player. Fang Jie retrieved the upside-down pickaxe from his inventory, ready to proceed. This pickaxe possesses a unique attribute, wherein the time required for excavation is inversely proportional to the hardness of the target. The sturdier the object, the more fragile it becomes in its presence. He raised the inverted pickaxe and gently tapped against the indestructible stone door. A crisp sound resonated, and the magical stone door, capable of withstanding any conventional magical or physical assault, which had been intricately enchanted by S.H.I.E.L.D, instantly manifested spiderweb-like cracks on its surface. Fang Jie casually struck a few more times, and with a thunderous crash, the entire massive stone door was drawn into his possession. Beyond the door lay an even more magnificent and ominous hall. Towering stone columns reached up to the vaulted ceiling, and at the end of the hall stood a S.H.I.E.L.D statue that almost brushed the ceiling. The moment Fang Jie stepped into the hall, the statue's enormous mouth slowly opened. A chilling hissing sound, reminiscent of nails scraping across a chalkboard, echoed from the statue's maw. A colossal creature began to emerge from the deep cavity. It was a giant serpent, its body covered in emerald green scales, with yellow eyes fixed intently on Fang Jie, the uninvited guest. It was the long-guarded secret of Hogwarts, the S.H.I.E.L.D monster, the Basilisk. Chapter 53, The Basilisk. Good days. Trained by Voldemort, the Basilisk would attack anyone daring enough to intrude upon its lair. Its lethal yellow eyes, though inferior to the killing curse's gaze, possessed the petrifying curse that could afflict anyone without physical contact. The Basilisk's gaze locked onto Fang Jie. However, Fang Jie appeared utterly oblivious, standing calmly in place. In reality, he had long since closed his eyes, observing through the otherworldly glasses, borrowing the vision of magical essence. In this perspective, the Basilisk's deadly gaze was merely an energy fluctuation, having no effect on him whatsoever. Enraged by the ineffectiveness of its petrifying stare, the Basilisk lowered its massive head and, like a cannonball, opened its gaping maw, unleashing a foul wind as it lunged toward Fang Jie with the intent to bite. Instead of retreating, Fang Jie advanced, extending his left hand forward, summoning a shield composed of red energy runes, the Ragador shield, materializing before him. Clang! The Basilisk's head collided forcefully with the energy shield, emitting a heavy thud. A powerful recoil erupted from the shield, sending the basilisk's enormous body crashing back to the ground. Failing once, it resolved to try again. The basilisk rose, raising its head high, its throat swelling with corrosive venom. Just as it was about to unleash the venom, an inconspicuous deep red ribbon burst forth from Fang Jie's sleeve, elongating and thickening midair, coiling around the basilisk's massive form, binding it tightly to a nearby stone column. In the moment before it was ensnared, the venom shot forth, tracing a green arc through the air towards Fang Jie. Yet, just as the venom was about to splatter upon him, a charm he wore suddenly glimmered. The deadly venom vanished into thin air. The Void Amulet had made its debut, granting immunity to ranged attacks every 10 seconds. Fang Jie slowly approached the basilisk, now bound tightly like a rice dumpling, and produced a more potent soul gem that could bind giants, capturing the creature within it. Alas, this cursed obsession with collecting. The figurine king, Fang Jie, made his grand entrance. Upon reappearing in the headmaster's office, Dumbledore was seated behind his desk, while Fawkes perched on a branch, preening its magnificent tail feathers. "Good evening, Albus." Fang Jie's voice resonated unexpectedly as he stepped through a quietly opened secret door. "Ah, Fang Jie." Dumbledore looked up, revealing a slightly fatigued smile upon seeing him. "Any new discoveries?" Fang Jie shook the unremarkable black diary in his hand, speaking in a relaxed tone. "Dumbledore, take a guess at what this is." Dumbledore's eyes narrowed sharply upon seeing the diary. He required no further examination to sense the dark magic attached to the tome. "This is no ordinary magical item." Dumbledore's voice took on a grave tone. "I can sense powerful dark magic emanating from it. Where did you find this?" Fang Jie did not respond, merely tossing the diary onto the desk. The diary collided with the surface, producing a soft thud. "This is a keepsake left by your esteemed student, Tom Riddle," Fang Jie remarked with a hint of sarcasm. "More accurately, it contains a fragment of his soul." "Fragment of the soul," Dumbledore murmured the words, his expression growing exceedingly grave as understanding washed over him. Since the previous academic year, when Voldemort's remnant attempted to steal the Philosopher's Stone through Professor Quirrell and failed, Dumbledore had become increasingly convinced that something, like a sturdy anchor, must be holding Voldemort's fragmented soul firmly in this realm, preventing him from experiencing true death. In recent days, he had scoured nearly every ancient tome on soul magic within Hogwarts' restricted section, and a hypothesis was beginning to take shape in his mind. Now, the tangible evidence lay before him. Dumbledore immediately rose, drawing his ancient wand and pointing it at the diary. He began to analyze the magic inscribed upon it. The wand's tip emitted a gentle, moonlit silver glow, enveloping the diary in its luminescence. After a considerable time, Dumbledore gradually lowered his wand. "A Horcrux," he spoke softly. "This is a form of magic I have only encountered in the most malevolent of dark magic tomes. The caster commits murder to fragment their soul, and then conceals that fragment within an object. As long as the Horcrux remains intact, even if the caster's body is destroyed, their soul shall return. Many years ago, Voldemort was vanquished by Harry's mother, Lily, through an ancient love spell that rebounded the killing curse, destroying his body." Dumbledore's voice grew somber. "Yet last year, his remnant was able to inhabit Quirrell and return. It appears that these Horcruxes have allowed him to escape the fate of death." He gazed intently at the now quiet diary on the desk, his eyes sharpening with determination. "And someone like Voldemort, who yearns for immortality and pursues power at any cost, would certainly not create just one Horcrux. There are likely multiple anchors. As long as another Horcrux exists, Voldemort will never truly die." After a moment of silence, he lifted his gaze, fixing Fang Jie with penetrating eyes, his tone becoming unprecedentedly earnest. "Fang Jie, I require your assistance. Please keep a close eye on Harry. The prophecy indicates that the boy is key to ending this all." "Of course," Fang Jie nodded. "However, instead of passively waiting for Voldemort to come to us one by one, why don't we take the initiative? I possess a unique locating spell that may help us find the locations of other fragments of Voldemort's soul." "A locating spell?" Dumbledore shook his head skeptically. "It may prove difficult. When creating Horcruxes, Voldemort undoubtedly placed formidable concealment and confusion charms upon them. No conventional detection magic could uncover them." "Conventional, perhaps not," Fang Jie replied with a mysterious smile. "But mine is no ordinary magic." He did not wait for Dumbledore to utter another word, but directly began to arrange the locating ritual from the illusionary dream mod upon the vacant floor of the headmaster's office. Chapter 54, The Locating Ritual. The young man first produced a fire basin, placing it in the center. Subsequently, he retrieved 3 stone hands, arranging them in a triangular formation around the fire basin. Lastly, he placed the Horcrux diary upon the dark focal point. Dumbledore observed this unfamiliar set of ritual tools with curiosity. Fang Jie did not provide an explanation. Instead, he methodically placed the offerings required for the ritual on the 3 stone hands: a raven feather, symbolizing messengers and exploration, a bottle of magical ink capable of carrying information, and a compass representing direction and guidance. Finally, he took out a blank map and tossed it into the fire basin. The flames erupted. He ignited the fire basin with his wand. The flames surged immediately, yet strangely, the map did not reduce to ashes within the fire. The flames began to sweep over the 3 stone hands, consuming the raven feather, magical ink, and compass in succession. Once all the offerings were absorbed, the flames in the basin suddenly contracted inward before bursting outward. Clear scenes began to materialize upon the scorched parchment map. Marvelous power, young man. The first to appear was the familiar outline of Hogwarts Castle. Hogwarts? Dumbledore felt perplexed. The scenes on the map shifted once more, revealing a dilapidated countryside cottage that appeared on the verge of collapse. Weeds thrived around the cottage, and ivy crawled up the walls, lending it a sinister and desolate air. The Gunter Manor. Dumbledore's expression darkened as he beheld the familiar sight. I visited there in my youth. That was Voldemort's mother's home. The image transformed again. This time, it revealed an ancient terraced house located in downtown London. Number 12, Grimmauld Place, the ancestral home of the Black family. Dumbledore recognized this place once more, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. The scene then transitioned to the bottomless underground vault of Gringotts. The image shifted one last time, unveiling a vast and primordial forest. This is the Forest of Albania, Fang Jie stated. Voldemort's lingering soul is likely hiding here. With the final location revealed, the map that displayed all the positions fulfilled its purpose, spontaneously igniting in a burst of flames, reducing to ashes and vanishing from sight. Following this, Fang Jie effortlessly pierced the diary with the sword of Visant. Time passed quietly, and soon the first Saturday after the school term commenced arrived. Over the past week, Fang Jie had visited most of the professors in the castle, greeting each one, intentionally avoiding the narcissistic Gilderoy Lockhart. Today, his destination was the small hut on the edge of the Forbidden Forest. He needed to have a serious discussion with Hagrid. After all, the demand for animal materials such as spider eyes and rabbit feet was quite considerable, and Hagrid was undoubtedly the most reliable supplier within Hogwarts. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? A thunderous, booming voice emanated from behind the door, followed by heavy footsteps that made the ground tremble slightly. Oh, it's Professor Fang Jie. Upon seeing his visitor, Hagrid's face broke into a hearty, surprised smile. Please come in. He warmly ushered Fang Jie inside. However, as soon as Fang Jie stepped into the room, he sensed that the atmosphere was rather off. Ron was pale, bent over a large wooden barrel. His mouth agape as a stream of slugs continuously poured from his mouth into the barrel. Hermione stood beside him, fuming, her eyes red, her face a mixture of anger and grievance. Meanwhile, Harry Potter paced anxiously between the two, patting Ron's back while attempting to comfort Hermione, clearly at a loss. Oh, don't mind this, Professor Fang Jie, Hagrid said, scratching his unruly beard awkwardly as he explained the scene before them. It was Malfoy, that Slytherin brat. This morning at the Quidditch pitch, he insulted Hermione, calling her a mudblood. Ron was furious and wanted to teach him a lesson with a spell, but Hagrid pointed to the crooked wand that Ron held, wrapped haphazardly in tape. His wand broke during that crash a few days ago, and the spell backfired, resulting in this predicament. Fang Jie nodded in understanding. He first approached Hermione, gently reassuring her in a soothing tone. Miss Granger, do you know why some individuals cling to the notion of pure blood? Because it is the only thing they have to boast about. When a person's abilities, character, and wisdom are lacking, they can only grasp tightly to their unchosen heritage, attempting to convince you that it is the sole measure of worth. Hermione felt a little better after hearing these words. Next, Fang Jie moved to Ron's side, conjuring a cup of hot cocoa out of thin air. Mr. Weasley, drink this. It will make you feel better. Ron accepted the cup, the delightful aroma wafting from it. Overwhelmed by a wave of nausea, he gulped it down in one go. The warm liquid slid down his throat, and a marvelous warmth instantly spread throughout his body. The excruciating nausea dissipated as if soothed by an invisible hand. He belched, and no more slugs emerged from his mouth. Show it to me. Fang Jie extended his hand toward Ron. Ron hesitated for a moment, then realized that the professor was referring to his broken wand. A bit embarrassed, he handed over the white wood wand, awkwardly taped together. Fang Jie took the wand and directed the time bottle towards it. A strand of golden, flowing light emerged from the bottle, gently enveloping the entire wand. In the astonished gaze of Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Hagrid, a miracle occurred. The broken wand seemed to rewind, as the wooden fibers at the break began to retract, as if they had never existed. In merely a few seconds, a perfectly intact wand lay quietly in Fang Jie's hand. Fang Jie returned the flawlessly repaired wand to its owner. This wand does not suit you. Consider getting a new one when you have the chance, Fang Jie advised Ron. Trembling, Ron reached out and accepted his wand, while Harry made a mental note of this suggestion. Chapter 55, Potions. The familiar grip of the wand, the warm sensation, and the slight resistance from the unicorn hair within the core all confirmed for Ron that this was indeed his original wand. His face flushed with excitement as he looked at Fang Jie and exclaimed, "Professor, how can I thank you?" "Just a small gesture," Fang Jie replied nonchalantly. "The power of the world is the best reward for him." He turned to Hagrid, who was still in a state of shock, and finally expressed the purpose of his visit. "Hagrid, I came to discuss the supply of some animal materials with you, such as spider eyes, rabbit feet, and raven feathers." "Oh, of course. No problem at all." Hagrid snapped out of his astonishment. This kind-hearted giant pounded his chest with a booming voice, assuring, "Professor, whatever you need, just ask. I know all the little creatures in the Forbidden Forest. You can count on me." Soon, the second class of Fengshu commenced. This time, when Fang Jie timely emerged through the door of secret arts into the classroom, he was momentarily astonished by the scene before him. Following the ferment of last week's lesson and the enthusiastic word of mouth among students, the wondrous aspects of Fengshu had already become the talk of the Hogwarts student body. Consequently, the number of attendees today far exceeded that of the previous week. Nearly all the students of Hogwarts were present, with many others crowded outside the classroom, unable to enter. Fang Jie skillfully expanded the mirror dimension, enlarging the classroom to accommodate all the students comfortably. Clearly, everyone exhibited a high level of enthusiasm for Fengshu. He smiled and remarked, "In our last class, we learned how to create incense using a cauldron. Today, we shall explore another method of potion making." He summoned the familiar cauldron once more and heated it with magical flames. However, this time he did not directly toss materials into it. Instead, he produced a brand new tool, a Yajishi Nyangzao Tai, crafted from white lead ingots and wooden sticks, and placed it steadily atop the boiling cauldron. This brewing platform, originating from Huanming Mod, did not require blazing rods or fiery powder. Its drawback was that it could neither enhance the potion's effects nor prolong its duration, making it more suitable for novice potion makers. "This is the tool used in Fengshu for crafting potions," Fang Jie introduced. "This brewing platform catalyzes various materials by drawing heat from the cauldron below, extracting and infusing the magical essence into the water." He paused, adding in a tone tinged with mystery, "Unlike what you may know from potions class, using this brewing platform does not necessitate complex stirring techniques or precise boiling times. Its advantages lie in stability and efficiency." He gazed at the eager young wizards below and posed the day's first question. "Can anyone tell me what is an essential base material for potion making within the system of Fengshu?" Almost instantaneously, arms shot up from the direction of the Ravenclaw table, akin to spring bamboo shoots after a rain. Fang Jie scanned the crowd, ultimately focusing on an Eastern girl from Ravenclaw. "Zhang Qiu, please share your answer." Slightly shy, Zhang Qiu stood up, yet her voice resonated with clarity and confidence. "Professor, according to the records in Shooting Fengshu, the essential material for potion making is the lower realm warts, which are used to brew ordinary water into crude potions. This serves as the foundation for all subsequent transformations." "Absolutely correct," Fang Jie affirmed with a nod of approval. "Ravenclaw, 5 points." Applause, polite yet proud, erupted from the Ravenclaw table. "Now, please observe my demonstration." Fang Jie retrieved 3 bottles of water and placed them in the recess beneath the brewing platform. He then inserted a lower realm wart into the material slot atop the platform. Almost immediately, a small pipe on the side of the platform began to emit white steam, accompanied by bubbling sounds. The clear water in the bottles transformed into a thick, dark liquid at a visibly rapid pace. Within mere seconds, the crude potion was complete. Fang Jie then added a pufferfish into the material slot, prompting the platform to spring into action once more. This time, the viscous liquid in the bottle began to radiate a blue glow reminiscent of the ocean. Soon, when the brewing platform ceased its operation, a bottle of water-breathing potion, glowing with blue luminescence and releasing tiny bubbles, was freshly produced. "All right," Fang Jie lifted the bottle, showcasing it to the students. In less than a minute, 3 bottles of water-breathing potion, allowing you to breathe freely underwater for over 3 hours, have been completed. The young wizards below were once again astonished by this swift and efficient potion-making method. "Is that all?" Ron, incredulous, rubbed his eyes, recalling the complex potions from Snape's class. which required lengthy boiling times and could explode the cauldron with the slightest misstep. In contrast, this seemed like heaven and earth apart. If Professor Snape used this, perhaps his temper would improve, Harry quipped softly, eliciting an eye roll from Hermione. Fang Jie appeared to hear their unspoken thoughts, continuing, "Of course, as I mentioned earlier, this brewing platform is merely an entry-level tool. In your advanced textbook, Gaoding Fengshu, there is a record of a ritual to summon the blazing spirit. Once you have the ability to defeat it and acquire the blazing rod from it, you can then create a more advanced brewing platform." He displayed the brewing platform to the students. This enhanced platform allows for the addition of extra materials to bolster the potion's effects. For instance, adding redstone powder can significantly extend the potion's duration, while adding glowstone dust can amplify its potency. After his explanation, it was time for the young wizards to engage in the practice they eagerly anticipated. Fang Jie waved his wand, and beside each student's desk, a brewing platform appeared, along with sufficient materials for them to practice crafting water-breathing potions several times. Now, please, take it upon yourselves to brew your very first potion using this method. The young wizards immediately sprang into action, excitement coursing through them. This straightforward brewing technique, which required neither stirring the cauldron nor mastering the heat, even enabled Harry, who usually found potions distasteful, to swiftly create a water-breathing potion. Chapter 56. The famous check-in point of Hogwarts. On the 7th floor of Hogwarts, in the expansive corridor, Fang Jie stood before the tapestry depicting the giant troll beating the hapless Baruffio, arriving at the renowned check-in point of Hogwarts. He closed his eyes, blocking out external distractions and concentrating, silently reciting the strategy learned from predecessors of the time travelers. "I seek a place to conceal objects, a sanctuary for all secrets." As he pondered, he paced back and forth before the unremarkable blank stone wall 3 times. No more, no less, precisely. Upon his third pass, just as depicted in films, it seemed as if an invisible brush began to sketch upon the seamless stone wall, revealing a door adorned with exquisite carvings. Fang Jie pushed the door open, and behind it lay an unimaginably vast space. A mixture of musty old book pages, aged leather, and various unknown items enveloped him. Fortunately, he had swiftly dodged and used a cleaning charm to dispel the dust. This place resembled a grand cathedral long abandoned, with its towering dome obscured in shadow. The entire room was filled with countless items hidden away by Hogwarts students over the centuries, forming a vast and chaotic city of clutter. Towering walls were largely constructed from broken desks and discarded bookshelves. The narrow passages were mere gaps between precariously stacked boxes. Countless forgotten, forbidden, and concealed objects found their final resting place here. This is truly... Fang Jie looked around, struggling to find suitable words. For others, searching for a specific item within this mountain of refuse would be a task more daunting than finding a needle in a haystack, relying solely on sheer luck. However, Fang Jie was different. Endowed with the eyes of another world, he possessed a form of X-ray vision, and even if that failed, he had the locating ritual. Through his otherworldly vision, the world before him appeared utterly distinct from what ordinary individuals perceived. Those mundane items devoid of magical properties manifested in dull shades of gray. The items imbued with magic emanate a spectrum of hues, each varying in intensity. Some glow faintly like fireflies, perhaps a feather quill enchanted with a levitation charm. Others shine brightly like light bulbs, possibly a vial containing an unknown potion that has been preserved for centuries. Among these, the diadem of Lavendeacla, a formidable magical artifact crafted by one of the 4 founders of Hogwarts, remains resplendent in Fang Jie's vision, even under the effects of a confundus charm cast by Voldemort. At last, he has found it. Fang Jie unfurls the raven's cloak, transforming it into a pair of black wings, effortlessly soaring over the labyrinthine clutter, arriving directly at the summit of the heap. Within a tightly sealed oak box lies the lost treasure, the diadem of Lavendeacla. It rests quietly, having long since lost its legendary beauty and wisdom. The metal has dulled, and the sapphire embedded within has faded from its former brilliance. Fang Jie reaches out, lifting the diadem, feeling the restless fragments of Voldemort's soul stirring within. As if issuing a silent roar, "Be silent, and I shall purify you shortly," he whispers to the diadem. This diadem is intrinsically a powerful magical artifact, reputed to enhance the wisdom of its bearer. Its value far surpasses that of the diary. And although Fang Jie primarily relies on the enchantment vial for his studies and leaves the trivial tasks to Jarvis, piercing it with the Weishan Emperor's sword would be an egregious waste. He resolves to address this Horcrux with a more gentle and technologically adept approach. He activates the mirror dimension, isolating himself and the diadem from the mundane world. Subsequently, he sets up the purification ritual from the dream mod on the ground. As the flames ignite, the ritual commences. The fire pit blazes with pure white, sacred flames, gently enveloping the diadem, beginning to scorch and purify the darkness and evil clinging to it. A heart-wrenching scream, filled with agony and malice, emanates from the diadem, reverberating through the mirror dimension. A wisp of black smoke emerges, struggling, howling, and ultimately succumbing to the pure white flames, consumed and rendered to nothingness. When the flames extinguish, the diadem within the fire pit has been rejuvenated, radiating a luminous glow akin to the moon, with the central sapphire gleaming with wisdom. An inscription on the diadem reveals itself. Exceptional intellect is humanity's greatest treasure. This is more like it. Fang Jie, satisfied, stows away the rejuvenated magical artifact. Holding the artifact, Fang Jie feels a surge of inspiration, channeling the power of the world to attempt an analysis. The reliquary mod loads successfully. Is the relic of Lavandacla considered a holy relic? The criteria for judgment seem rather flexible. Fang Jie muses. But as he gazes upon the list of items included in the new mod, his expression shifts to one of immense joy. There exists an Angel S heart vial that automatically consumes itself to revive the user upon death. If it could resurrect those who have already passed, that would be splendid. There is also a Potion Master's Cauldron, capable of brewing nearly invincible potions such as resistance enhancement, which do not exist in the original. Furthermore, there is a universal solvent, which can replicate various materials using redstone or glowstone, akin to a miniature transmutation table. This is a tremendous windfall. Deep within the Albanian forest, under the cover of night, a colossal olive-green python, adorned with intricate diamond patterns, silently weaves through the gnarled roots. Nagini, the last Horcrux crafted by Voldemort. At this moment, Voldemort's lingering soul is parasitically residing within, barely clinging to life. Suddenly, an excruciating pain, as if emanating from the very depths of the soul, strikes. The essence feels as though it is being violently torn asunder. This is the second time. Black smoke churns violently, and Nagini writhes in agony upon the ground. Voldemort's residual soul senses its own increasing frailty, its connection to this world waning. First, it was the diary kept by Lucius, and now, it is the diadem concealed within the room of requirement at Hogwarts. The Horcruxes he meticulously hid have been destroyed in a mere span of days. Chapter 57, Ancient Magic? The Legacy of Hogwarts. A chilling dread inundates Voldemort's remaining sanity, utterly overwhelming any patience he possessed to remain hidden. He realizes that his greatest adversary, Albus Dumbledore, may have uncovered the secret to his immortality. Continuing to hide in this manner will only lead to his eventual downfall. No, he cannot remain idle. He must act immediately, at any cost, to recreate a powerful body for himself. Voldemort resolutely abandons the ineffective method of drawing life from feeble creatures in the forest. He requires a secure sanctuary, a stronghold rich in resources, and useful servants easily manipulated by fear. His gaze pierces through great distances, imbued with boundless malice and coldness, directed towards the Malfoy Manor. The sight of his past betrayal, which has once again disappointed him. Simultaneously, within the lavish study of Malfoy Manor, Lucius reclines in a plush armchair by the fireplace, savoring a fine glass of red wine, feeling quite content. He is secretly pleased with himself for having disposed of that accursed Dark Lord's relic and genuinely delighted by his son Draco's triumph over Potter at school. Everything seems to be unfolding in his favor. Suddenly, the once orange flames in the fireplace turn ominously black without warning. A chilling gust of wind surges forth from the hearth. A massive python, hissing softly, emerges from the black flames, eventually coalescing into a human silhouette made of smoke upon the carpet. Lucius's wine glass crashes to the floor, shattering into pieces. He and his wife Narcissa, who rushes in at the sound, gaze upon the familiar yet terrifying figure, their souls nearly escaping them, their faces paling instantaneously. They immediately drop to their knees, trembling violently from sheer terror. Master, Lucius stammers, his voice quaking with fear. Lucius, Voldemort's voice is cold and merciless, devoid of any hint of weakness. You have lost the item I entrusted to you. A piercing scream escapes Lucius's lips. The dark mark on his left arm burns intensely, as if a searing iron were pressed against his skin. The excruciating pain compels him to cry out. Narcissa kneels, heartbroken, watching her husband suffer. Voldemort coldly observes his wealthiest servant writhing at his feet in agony, only relenting when Lucius is on the verge of unconsciousness. He paints a terrifying picture for Lucius. If you dare betray me again, I shall make you witness the torment and death of your wife and son before your very eyes. The proud legacy of the Malfoy family will be obliterated due to your folly." Then, he shifts his tone, offering a deadly temptation. "However, if you assist me and atone for your transgressions, I shall forgive all your past betrayals. When the new order is established, I will bestow upon the Malfoy family unprecedented glory and power." A single slap and a sweet date, simple yet effective, perfectly controlled the wavering Death Eater. "I am willing to serve you, my master. 1,000 deaths would not deter me." Lucius humbly kissed the hem of Voldemort's black robe. "Very well," Voldemort nodded in satisfaction. He had once come across an obscure passage in the ancient dark magic tomes of the Gaunt family. Deep within the bowels of Hogwarts Castle lay a powerful and ancient magic, born of emotion. A century ago, during a rebellion of the goblins, those wretched beings had briefly unearthed this power by digging a tunnel. Once, Voldemort had been supremely confident in his unparalleled magical prowess, dismissing this ethereal ancient magic. However, after being defeated by Lily's love spell, which belonged to the realm of ancient magic, he began to frantically seek this power that could render him stronger. "Lucius," Voldemort commanded, "utilize your connections at the Ministry of Magic and the Malfoy family vault to secretly contact a group of discontented radical goblins. Tell them that I, the Dark Lord, am returning." At the precise moment Voldemort's residual soul descended upon Malfoy Manor, Harry suddenly emitted a muffled groan of agony in the Gryffindor common room. He was seated by the fireplace with Ron and Hermione, laboriously working on an essay assigned by Snape. Without warning, a sharp, excruciating pain erupted from the lightning-shaped scar on his forehead. "Ah!" Harry involuntarily dropped his quill, clutching his forehead with both hands, his body curling in response to the searing pain. Darkness clouded his vision, and chaotic, terrifying images flashed through his mind. An eerie study, the Malfoy couple kneeling, and Voldemort's twisted figure. These fleeting visions were too swift for him to grasp any details, leaving behind waves of heart-stopping dread. "Harry, what's wrong?" Ron exclaimed, startled, as he rushed to support Harry's unsteady form. "Is your scar hurting again?" Harry managed to squeeze out, the scar now a vivid crimson, as if it might split open. "It hurts." The intense pain rendered him nearly speechless. "This must be Malfoy's doing," Ron blurted out, nearly arriving at the correct answer. "He must have used some vile curse on you. We need to find Madame Pomfrey immediately." "No, I don't think it's Draco." Harry shook his head, sensing that the source of this pain was far more terrifying than Draco's petty antics. "Don't panic, Ron." Hermione, far calmer than the two boys, promptly retrieved a portable incense burner and a piece of homemade pure incense from her bag, expertly igniting it. A pure and soothing aroma quickly enveloped the three of them. However, as the scent reached Harry, an unexpected event occurred. Chapter 58. I was born a Horcrux. Ron and Hermione watched in horror as tendrils of thick, inky black mist began to drift slowly from the vivid scar on Harry's forehead. Upon contact with the pure aroma of the incense, the black mist emitted a piercing wail of malice, twisting and dissipating into thin air. "The incense works," Hermione exclaimed, her face a mix of terror and relief. "Ron, look. This indicates that there is indeed some exceedingly dark magic within Harry. This is beyond our capabilities. We cannot delay any longer. We must seek Professor Flitwick's assistance immediately." "Absolutely." Ron, recovering from his initial panic, eagerly agreed. "One person alone cannot convince him, and if anything happens along the way, the three of us should go together. We can explain the situation clearly to the professor." Without a moment's hesitation, Ron and Hermione supported the still weak Harry, hastening towards Professor Flitwick's office. As they breathlessly pushed open the heavy wooden door, they found Professor Flitwick seated in an armchair by the fireplace, leisurely flipping through a book borrowed from the restricted section. "Ah, Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley, and Miss Granger." He looked up, somewhat surprised by the varied expressions on the students' faces. "What brings you here?" Harry took a deep breath, summoning his courage to recount the terrifying visions he had seen in the common room, as well as the strange occurrences during the incense test. Professor Flitwick listened patiently, occasionally nodding and offering reassuring glances to calm Harry's anxious demeanor. Yet in his heart, he understood that this was not a curse, but rather a fragment of Voldemort's restless soul, agitated by the Dark Lord's resurgence. However, Professor Flitwick pondered, according to the original narrative, Voldemort should have remained dormant in Albania until Wormtail found him. Why had he suddenly sought out the Malfoy family? Could it be that my destruction of 2 Horcruxes had pressured him so severely that he was compelled to initiate his backup plan prematurely? This suspicion made Professor Flitwick realize that the gravity of the situation may have exceeded its original scope. "I understand." He closed the book and rose. "I need to discuss this matter with Professor Dumbledore." You three wait here for a moment and do not wander off." With that, he opened a concealed door and stepped through. The office was left with only Harry and his friends. At that moment, they finally had the opportunity to survey the room filled with mystery and enchantment. Their eyes were drawn to a display case made of pure crystal by the wall. Inside, an elegantly designed silver crown adorned with a large blue gemstone lay quietly on a velvet cushion, emanating a glow of wisdom and tranquility. Before long, the concealed door swung open once more, and Professor Flitwick emerged alongside a gravely concerned Dumbledore. "Harry, my child," Dumbledore approached Harry swiftly, his piercing blue eyes gently gazing at him as he spoke soothingly. "Do not worry. With us here, everything will be well." Professor Flitwick added, "This is indeed a rare form of dark magic that attaches to the soul. However, there is no need to be overly concerned. I believe I have a way to address it." He first handed Harry a bucket of milk. "Here, drink this." Skeptical, yet compliant, Harry drank the entire bucket of milk. A refreshing sensation spread throughout his body, and he felt significantly better as the persistent pain in his forehead vanished. However, in Professor Flitwick's view, the black mist within Harry's soul merely lay dormant, having not been expelled. Dumbledore could also distinctly sense the malevolent aura residing within Harry, and his expression remained grave. It seems the purification of the milk was ineffective, Professor Flitwick assessed internally. He led Harry to the center of the room, preparing to set up the purification ritual previously used against Voldemort's Horcruxes. As the flames were ignited, the pure white sacred fire gently enveloped Harry entirely. Harry let out a comfortable moan. He felt as though he were immersed in the warmest of hot springs, enveloped in a profound sense of comfort and languor. Deep within his soul, the negative emotions born of scars accumulated over the years appeared to be evaporating, purified by the flame's searing touch. However, as the flames continued to caress, tendrils of even more intense darkness began to pour forth from the scar on his forehead, being cleansed in the sacred fire. Yet, the root of the problem, the fragment of Voldemort's soul indelibly etched deep within his essence, remained steadfast and unyielding. Dumbledore's expression turned unusually grave. He understood that the fragment of Voldemort's soul, having coexisted with Harry for a full 11 years, had become inextricably intertwined with Harry's own spirit, rendering it impossible to extricate without inflicting harm upon Harry's soul. Initially delighted by Harry's improved demeanor, Ron and Hermione now sensed something amiss, their smiles fading, replaced by profound concern and disquiet. It seemed necessary for them to witness this firsthand. Fang Jie sighed. He approached Harry, extending his finger to gently tap his forehead. Harry's body jolted, and a translucent, ethereal form, radiating a pearly white light, was expelled from his corporeal being, hovering in the air. Within that pure essence belonging to Harry, all present could clearly see a mass of black substance coiling at his forehead. This dark matter was not sharply delineated from the white soul, but appeared as countless fine black threads, deeply rooted in every corner of Harry's spirit. Witnessing this scene, profound sorrow and anguish flickered in Dumbledore's eyes. His worst fears had been realized. Upon returning to his body, Harry felt as if he had experienced a brief, yet vivid dream. Even in his confusion, he could sense the gravity of the situation reflected in Dumbledore and his friends' astonished gazes. "Professor, what is happening to me?" Harry asked, his voice trembling. Fang Jie refrained from intervening, merely exchanging a glance with Dumbledore, indicating that he should explain. Chapter 59. The Angel's Heart. Bottle silence enveloped the office as Dumbledore remained quiet for an extended period before finally speaking in a weighty tone. "Harry, over a decade ago, when Voldemort's killing curse rebounded upon him, thanks to your mother's love, he left that scar upon your forehead while simultaneously transferring a portion of his power to you." "Voldemort transferred his power to me?" Harry repeated in disbelief, instinctively touching the lightning-shaped scar on his forehead. All his past experiences suddenly found explanation, though he would have preferred to remain oblivious. "Yes, it was never his intention, Harry." Dumbledore's voice was laden with fatigue. "But it is the truth." Harry sensed that Dumbledore was withholding something, as if a more dreadful secret lingered unspoken. Summoning the courage befitting a Gryffindor, he pressed on. "No, Headmaster, you are hiding something from me. What is that dark substance?" Under Harry's relentless questioning and the anxious gazes of Ron and Hermione, Dumbledore finally closed his eyes, as if gathering strength to reveal the truth. He spoke in a tone almost akin to a verdict. "Harry, that is a piece of a soul, a fragment of Voldemort's essence. He created Horcruxes, splitting his soul in pursuit of immortality. And you, by a twist of fate that night, became a Horcrux unbeknownst to him. This meant that as long as you were alive, and that fragment of soul within you was not destroyed, Voldemort would never truly perish." As Dumbledore's heavy words fell in the silent office, Harry felt as if all sounds had faded away. The realization that a part of Voldemort's soul resided within him as long as he lived struck Harry's mind with overwhelming force. Yet he did not succumb to hysteria or tears. He stood there, frozen, as the light in his eyes gradually dimmed, leaving only a void of confusion and silent despair. Death is not the end. Fang Jie, unable to bear the scene, thought of the sacrifices he had made before and after arriving. He would not have come in vain. From beyond the world, we shall seize the power to deny it. Perhaps the rules of this world do not permit resurrection, but my realm abides by its own laws. He stepped forward, producing a vial of luminous purple-red potion from thin air. It turned out that long before the Wish-Grantayer's room had been imbued with the holy relic mod, Fang Jie had been busy gathering the unique materials required. Yet, even with the ritual dagger imbued with the thievery enchantment, the drop rate for these rare materials was disheartening. It had taken him an entire afternoon to barely accumulate enough for 2 vials of the Angel's Heart bottle. Such a crucial item was certainly not one he would consider an excess, and he had even replicated a few vials using the precious power of his world for emergencies. Harry, Fang Jie said, looking into his eyes, solemnly handing him the potion. Keep this safe. Harry, taken aback by Fang Jie's actions, found himself unable to muster any anger. He waved the cool vial in his hand, voice trembling as he asked, Professor Fang Jie, what is this? This is a resurrection potion, Fang Jie smiled, ruffling Harry's black hair affectionately. It grants you a chance to start anew. Remember, your life is determined by you, not by Voldemort. In a fleeting moment, Harry's emotions turned in rapid succession, unable to hold back any longer. He clutched the vial as if it were the most precious treasure in the world, looking at Fang Jie with tears glistening in his eyes, sincerely expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Professor Fang Jie. Upon hearing the words resurrection potion, the ever-composed Dumbledore's body quivered slightly. He gazed at the small vial in Harry's hand, and for the first time, a profound emotional turmoil flickered in his eyes, mingled with astonishment, yearning, pain, and buried regret. Yet, he quickly masked this lapse. Regaining the demeanor of the wise headmaster, though his gaze toward Fang Jie became more profound and complex. Fang Jie pondered, with Voldemort making significant moves. It was time for him to accelerate his own plans. It was time to eliminate certain threats within Hogwarts. Here stood 2 willing helpers. He turned to Ron and Hermione. Commending, Mr. Weasley, Ms. Granger, you have demonstrated remarkable loyalty and clear judgment in this critical moment, which is truly commendable. First, Fang Jie glanced at Ron, producing a pair of glasses from another realm. Ron, these glasses are for you. They will help you see through false appearances and discern the essence of things. As he handed the glasses over, he also presented Ron with a soul gem. Additionally, I have a favor to ask. If you encounter any unreal entities, use this gem to capture them and then bring it to me. His intention was, of course, for Ron to personally capture Peter Pettigrew, thus eliminating a threat while helping the somewhat insecure boy build genuine confidence. Ron's cheeks flushed with excitement as he carefully accepted the 2 items, nodding earnestly. Next, Fang Jie turned to Hermione, presenting her with an exquisite celestial brooch. Hermione, this celestial brooch is for you. It aids in fostering a deeper introspection of one's innermost self, guiding the pursuit of genuine ideals. It is essential to remember that while knowledge and rules hold significant value, the guidance of one's heart is equally vital. The star pin can assist in astral projection. Fang Jie firmly believes that with Hermione's intelligence, she will swiftly uncover the potential of this object, whether for self-exploration or for monitoring those with nefarious intentions. After distributing the tools, the 2 expressed their sincere gratitude once more, and only then did Dumbledore speak. Ron, Hermione, what transpired today requires time for reflection. You should return and rest. Professor Fang Jie and I have matters to discuss with Harry in private. Once Ron and Hermione departed, the door to the office closed and locked at Fang Jie's signal, and the atmosphere in the room grew heavy once more. Harry, Dumbledore began. Try to recall the images you witnessed. Every detail is crucial. Chapter 60. I have encountered this question before. Choose the map of the chamber. Harry stood still, his brow furrowed, laboring to retrieve the fleeting fragments from his mind. He stammered, I saw a dimly lit room, with black flames burning in the fireplace. Mr. Malfoy and his wife were kneeling on the floor, and there was a massive serpent. He shook his head, a look of effort etched on his face. It's too chaotic. Headmaster, I can't see clearly. I also felt a strong desire. He wanted something. Observing Harry's demeanor, Fang Jie could not conjure additional insights and suggested, forcing the recollection will only muddle the fragments further. Perhaps we could adopt a more direct approach to observe it. He directed his gaze toward Dumbledore. If you don't mind, perhaps the pensieve could provide us with a clear answer. Having studied extensively in the library, Fang Jie knew how to create a pensieve, but Dumbledore had one readily available, making it unnecessary. Excellent suggestion, Dumbledore immediately concurred. Turning to Harry, he continued, this will require extracting that memory from your mind temporarily. This process will not harm you, and the memory will be returned intact. Are you willing? I would rather not have that memory, Headmaster, Harry replied without hesitation, his eyes brimming with trust. The trio wasted no time and entered the headmaster's office through a hidden door. Dumbledore retrieved a stone basin adorned with ancient runes from a black cabinet. He approached Harry and gently touched his temple with the tip of his elder wand. Think of that image, Harry, and pull it from your mind. Harry closed his eyes and concentrated. A silvery substance, radiating a luminous glow, was gradually drawn from his temple, entwining around the wand's tip. Dumbledore carefully placed this essence of memory into the pensieve. The substance, initially resembling liquid mercury, began to swirl violently, its color becoming increasingly murky, ultimately forming a spinning vortex. Very well, Dumbledore said to Fang Jie. Let us enter and see. They both leaned forward, immersing their faces into the pensieve. A sensation of weightlessness enveloped them, and in the next moment, their feet landed on solid ground. The world before them transformed. They were no longer in the warm, bright office of Hogwarts, but in a lavish yet foreboding study. An aura of cold hatred enveloped everything around them, and they could see Lucius and Narcissa Malfoy humbly kneeling on the carpet. Voldemort's hissing voice echoed in their ears, instructing them to tell others, I, the Dark Lord, am returning. Beyond the dialogue, a more intense subjective sensation surged into Fang Jie and Dumbledore's consciousness. It was an insatiable thirst for power, not directed toward anything in the study, but rather towards the unfathomable depths beneath Hogwarts Castle. The ancient magic belongs to me. When the two emerged from the pensieve, Dumbledore instructed the weary Harry to return and rest, leaving only Fang Jie and Dumbledore in the office. First, tossing the Horcrux diary into the campus, and now secretly aligning with Voldemort, Fang Jie said, arms crossed, gazing at Dumbledore. What do you intend to do about the Malfoy family, this opportunistic faction? Dumbledore paused, believing in the power of love. Lucius Malfoy loves his family more than himself. As long as he protects Draco, I trust he will make the right choice, he stated, a rare determination flickering in his eyes. Otherwise, a stable landing may never present itself again. Very well, as long as you are aware, Fang Jie replied. Regarding the rebellious goblins, Fang Jie continued, that fool Fudge refuses to acknowledge Voldemort's return. However, if it is a goblin uprising, that constitutes real political leverage. We can have him deal with these rebellious goblins. Let him engage in a life-and-death struggle with them, at the very least. It will create some degree of inconvenience for Voldemort's plans. Dumbledore nodded in agreement. The final matter, which perplexed Dumbledore the most, was the mention of ancient magic. Ancient magic? He inquired, bewildered. Is there ancient magic concealed beneath Hogwarts? How can this be? Fang Jie, of course, knew precisely what it was. This was not part of the original Harry Potter canon, but derived from a derivative game he had played prior to his transmigration, Hogwarts Legacy. In that game, deep beneath Hogwarts lay an ancient magic vault guarded by ancient magic protectors, containing immense power. The oft-joked about chain reaction was merely one application of ancient magic. Dumbledore. Fang Jie broke the silence. Regarding this ancient magic, I believe I may know where to find clues. Dumbledore gazed at him in astonishment, skepticism evident in the depths of his crescent-shaped glasses. You know, Fang Jie, I have spent most of my life in this castle, and even I am unaware of this secret. How could you, having only been here for a few months? Ah, Fang Jie replied with a non-committal smile, deflecting the question. Then please, lead the way, Professor Fang Jie, Dumbledore said, his eyes filled with curiosity and anticipation. Let me see what secrets you have discovered that even I do not know. Chapter 61. A journey through the depths of Hogwarts. Fang Jie guided Dumbledore through the Transfiguration courtyard towards the grand doors leading to the Great Hall. However, just as they were about to pass through the doors, Fang Jie suddenly turned and headed toward a spiral staircase leading underground. The staircase was perpetually shrouded in shadows, and even the most mischievous students rarely ventured into this area. Are we heading to the dungeons? Dumbledore inquired, following closely behind with curiosity. He prided himself on knowing every corner of the castle, but Fang Jie's every action seemed to unveil a realm he had never encountered before, a place deeper than the dungeons. Fang Jie responded succinctly without looking back, his steps resolute as he descended the staircase. As they wound down the staircase, the air grew increasingly cold and damp, with water droplets seeping from the walls glimmering in the torchlight. Eventually, they arrived at a straight corridor. On either side of the corridor, torches burning with green flames illuminated stone carvings depicting ancient magical creatures, making them appear as though they might spring to life at any moment. The Slytherin common room lies at the end of this path, Dumbledore remarked softly, the air tinged with the scent of the Black Lake. Salazar always preferred to conceal his possessions in the darkest of corners. The secret chamber, this time it cannot be, right? Fang Jie reminded, directing attention to the left wall. He refrained from commenting on Dumbledore's assessment. Following his lead, Dumbledore indeed spotted a colossal circular stone door nestled between two torches, a sight he had never encountered before. They proceeded further down the ancient spiral staircase, arriving at a deeper location. Here, they were beneath the very foundation of Hogwarts. A door emanating a faint blue glow, adorned with ancient magical symbols, obstructed their path. Shall you take the lead, or shall I? Fang Jie halted, turning to face Dumbledore. Dumbledore stepped forward, meticulously examining the magical seal on the door, sensing that its magical structure was markedly different from the modern magic he was accustomed to. If you were to try, he smiled, half-jokingly remarked, I fear this door, steeped in centuries of history, might not withstand the attempt. He raised his old wand, refraining from employing any violent breaking spells, instead tapping precisely 3 times between the magical inscriptions on the door. He identified the 3 most vulnerable nodes within the entire sealing system. Incantation Halt, a soft utterance, and 3 invisible spells accurately struck those nodes. The blue glow enveloping the door dissipated instantaneously, akin to a membrane pierced by a needle, accompanied by a deep rumble. The door, protected by ancient magic, slowly creaked open. The sight beyond the door evoked genuine admiration from even the erudite Dumbledore. They found themselves in a vast stone chamber. At the center lay a round surface of water, smooth as a mirror, quietly spread across the floor. Beneath the surface, the real-time reflection of Hogwarts Castle and its surrounding terrain was vividly displayed. As they stepped onto the water, they did not sink. Instead, it felt solid beneath their feet. Upon reaching the center of the water, for blank, colossal portraits on the chamber's walls revealed 4 ancient wizards, each bearing a unique expression of scrutiny and vigilance directed towards the unexpected guests. Fang Jie recognized all 4 from the game. Before the figures in the portraits could speak, Fang Jie eagerly stepped forward to introduce Dumbledore. He first pointed to an elderly wizard with a neatly groomed white beard and long hair, donned in a scholarly deep brown robe, exuding a solemn and wise demeanor. This is Professor Percival Rackham, Fang Jie stated. He was a divination professor at Hogwarts in the 16th century and one of the founders of these guardians. Next, he indicated a stout wizard with sharp and cautious eyes. This is Professor Charles Lockwood, who served as the defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts in the 19th century. The third was a witch, Niamh Fitzgerald, about whom Fang Jie simply noted, "You should know her, Headmistress Fitzgerald. Her portrait still hangs in the headmaster's office." Finally, he pointed to a dark-skinned wizard with a composed demeanor. This is Professor Simbicle, who once taught care of magical creatures at Hogwarts. After Fang Jie and Dumbledore greeted the portraits of the 4 guardians, Dumbledore promptly declared his identity and candidly informed them of the grave situation they faced. A remarkably powerful, nearly immortal dark wizard seeks to seize the ancient magic you protect. Upon hearing this, Lockwood's portrait was the first to voice dissent, his tone firm and filled with skepticism. Impossible. The secret chamber of ancient magic lies concealed in the castle's underground vault, its entrance thoroughly sealed by us. Not even the most formidable contemporary dark wizard could locate it. But he has found allies, Fang Jie interjected, providing a crucial piece of information. A faction of rebellious goblins, discontented with wizarding rule, will assist him in uncovering the passage. The visage of Professor Rackham revealed a grave expression, clearly recalling the turmoil led by the goblin Ranrock that nearly excavated Hogwarts' depths. The 4 guardians' portraits faded from view, engaged in urgent discourse. After a considerable time, Professor Rackham, as their representative, spoke again, a hint of resignation in his voice. "Very well, Headmaster Dumbledore. Given the urgency of the situation and after our deliberation, we consent to your entry into the vault to thwart the Dark Wizard. However, most of the pathways from here to the vault have been destroyed during the rebellion led by Ranrock and his followers. The routes have collapsed." He continued, "Moreover, since you have not undergone the trials we established and lack the tokens to unlock the vault door, the magical constructs guarding the entrance will perceive you as intruders and will be hostile." With that, the 4 guardians' figures gradually faded from the portraits, vanishing from sight. The vast water surface beneath their feet slowly descended, revealing the door leading to the vault. The 2 opened the door, only to be met with a scene that caused Dumbledore to furrow his brow. The entire cavern had collapsed, immense boulders and broken stalactites completely obstructing the path ahead. Not a single gap in sight. Clearly, Professor Rackham's words held truth. Dumbledore raised his wand, its tip glowing softly, illuminating the ruins before them. The damage wrought by the Goblin Rebellion is even more severe than I anticipated. Let me clear this up. Wait, Dumbledore, Fang Jie interjected, an eager smile illuminating his face. This time, you needn't trouble yourself. I happen to have acquired some new tools recently. He rapidly calculated in his mind whether to directly open a mirror dimension, distorting reality to create a pathway, or to experiment with the new toy from the relic mod, the destruction catalyst. Undoubtedly, with a new toy in hand, how could one resist the temptation to play with it immediately? Chapter 62. Ancient Magic. I shall gladly accept. Fang Jie retrieved a sturdy object resembling a flint, gleaming with a molten glow, crafted seemingly from gold, the destruction catalyst. Then, he charged it with gunpowder from his backpack. Upon absorbing the gunpowder, the destruction catalyst emitted a low hum, illuminating the entire stone. Following the information from the relic mod in his mind, Fang Jie gently touched the catalyst against the massive stone before him. There was no earth-shattering explosion, no blinding flames. Instead, a soft whoosh resonated, and a vast area around the point of contact vanished silently, as if erased by an eraser. With a mere touch, the massive stone, which would have taken a team of ordinary wizards half an hour to pulverize, simply disappeared, leaving behind a smoothly edged, rectangular pit. Dumbledore observed this destructive spectacle, glancing at the softly glowing toy in Fang Jie's hand, a wry smile gracing his face. Fortunately, I did not let you handle the door earlier. He was certain that had Fang Jie been the one to open it, that centuries-old magical door would have been reduced to mere dust. Fang Jie shrugged, continuing to clear the path with the destruction catalyst as he walked ahead. Dumbledore, being aged, could not keep pace with Fang Jie's swift movements as he carved a way forward. As the obstructive barriers were swiftly removed, they soon arrived at a short passage leading to the entrance of the Miku. This passage, unlike the naturally formed caverns ahead, was supported by ancient magical stone pillars that had withstood the test of time during a past collapse. At the end of the passage stood two towering magical constructs, each 6 meters tall, crafted from crystal and enchanted metal, wielding colossal swords. They stood silently at either side of the entrance, faithfully guarding the secrets within. When Fang Jie and Dumbledore stepped into this area, the constructs turned their heads toward them, their bodies creaking as they moved. As they approached, the immense weight of the constructs caused the ground to emit occasional sounds. Quite impressive, Fang Jie thought to himself, admiring the potent and aesthetically pleasing magical constructs. His insatiable collector's instinct began to stir once more. Even if these magnificent beings were not intended for battle, displaying them as statues at his doorstep would certainly command respect. With ancient magic, he could reprogram and control them. Before Dumbledore could utter a word of caution, the two magical constructs had already begun their heavy charge towards them. The construct on the left raised its massive sword high and stomped down forcefully. A visible shockwave surged across the ground toward the two men. The one on the right, after a brief moment of concentration, conjured energy orbs of yellow, purple, and red, each the size of a basin, which shot toward Fang Jie like a barrage of cannonballs. Faced with this formidable combination attack that would leave any wizard flustered, Fang Jie calmly produced his time bottle. Jawala duo. The approaching shockwave froze midair, while the incoming energy orbs halted in their tracks, rendering the imposing charge of the magical constructs comically absurd. Feel free to converse with my time bottle. This was the first time Dumbledore witnessed such an intuitive and straightforward application of time manipulation. In his understanding, time converters bore significant paradox risks. And aside from the Ministry of Magic's Department of Mysteries, which had only scratched the surface of time studies, no one could wield time as effortlessly as Fang Jie. As if pressing the pause button, with an expression of barely concealed astonishment, he followed Fang Jie leisurely around the frozen constructs and approached the entrance of the BO. Upon opening the door, they found a spherical chest, adorned with swirling silver energy patterns, quietly hovering above a stone pedestal in the center of the BO. Within it lay the powerful ancient magic that Voldemort so desperately coveted. All right, let's halt here. I shall set a trap for Voldemort, Fang Jie said to Dumbledore as they took a few steps forward. With a snap of his fingers, the entire space of the Miku was instantly replaced by a mirrored dimension. The genuine Miku vanished, replaced by an identical world formed of mirrored dimensions. As for the authentic chest containing ancient magic, it had been quietly secured by him. Ancient magic, I shall graciously accept, Fang Jie mused internally. This mirrored dimension, created and sustained by the Mirror of Dimensions, would remain cloaked here, awaiting the arrival of its esteemed guest, Voldemort. It would be a meticulously designed trap from which he could not escape. Imagining Voldemort's arduous journey to the S.H.I.E.L.D, only to discover a trap instead of the magic he sought, Fang Jie could hardly suppress his smile. As for the energy expenditure required to maintain this vast mirrored dimension, expenditure? What expenditure? Our magical artifacts are entirely natural, green, and pollution-free. How could there be any consumption? Dumbledore curiously reached out his hand to touch the air, as if attempting to discern the difference from reality. Closing his eyes, he utilized his formidable magical power to sense the surrounding space. Yet, even this master could scarcely distinguish between the mirrored dimension and the real world. "Is this the magic you employed to trap me in Diagon Alley?" he inquired, his eyes brimming with curiosity about this spatial magic. "Indeed," Fang Jie nodded, offering a more relatable analogy. "You might envision it as a layer of transparent tape. I merely constructed an identical space, overlaying it upon the reality. Everything we do here will leave no impact on the real world." Truly, an astonishing concept, Dumbledore genuinely praised. This power was akin to creating an independent, manipulable world replica, its strategic value immeasurable. Fang Jie shared this sentiment, which was why he had been so eager to learn magic in Camathai, as both secret doors and dimensional spaces were immensely practical forms of magic. The two men silently returned to the headmaster's office above ground through the secret door. Their journey to the S.H.I.E.L.D had provided them with a clearer understanding of the impending threat. "Fang Jie, we must act swiftly to destroy all of Voldemort's Horcruxes." Dumbledore's tone turned exceptionally grave. "While he is still weakened, this is our best opportunity." "I concur," Fang Jie replied. "I have cleared the Horcruxes within Hogwarts. Let us agree on a time to embark on the mission to eliminate those Horcruxes." "Agreed," Dumbledore nodded, though a hint of fatigue appeared on his face. "Before that, I must attend to a few matters. The fools at the Ministry of Magic need someone to rattle them. I will warn Cornelius Fudge to address the restless, rebellious goblins immediately. Additionally, it is time to make the pure-blood families, who waver at the thought of Voldemort's return, understand the consequences of choosing the wrong side." After speaking, this elder, who always bore the weight of the magical world's safety, hastily departed the office, likely to take action. Meanwhile, Fang Jie returned to the room of requirement. Since he had not been in a rush before, he had postponed addressing it. Now that he had decided to eliminate the internal threats within Hogwarts, aside from the lurking Peter Pettigrew and a few Slytherins yearning to become Death Eaters, there was a significant security loophole that needed to be sealed: the vanishing cabinet within the room of requirement. He distinctly recalled that in his 6th year, a group of Death Eaters had successfully bypassed Hogwarts' defensive magic through this cabinet connected to Borgin and Burks, directly entering the castle and ultimately leading to Dumbledore's demise. Such a hidden security risk could not be entrusted to others for resolution. He resolved to personally address this backdoor. Drawing from his previous experience, he navigated through the mountains of clutter and quickly located a massive cabinet radiating a faint yet unstable magical aura. This must be it. Without a moment's hesitation, Fang Jie approached the vanishing cabinet, neither repairing it with magic nor attempting to study its principles. Shatter. With a cutting spell, the cabinet, which would have caused immense calamity in the future, was reduced to a pile of splintered wood. All done. Time to wrap up. Fang Jie brushed the dust from his hands. For teleportation, one has the teleportation stone, the secret door. For transporting items, there are ender chests. None are as unsafe or inefficient as this broken cabinet. Having resolved this significant security hazard, Fang Jie left the room of requirement with a sense of satisfaction. Upon returning to the office, Fang Jie's first action was to secure the door, activating the mirror dimension to completely isolate the entire office from the reality outside. Only after accomplishing this did he retrieve the spherical secret box, which contained ancient magic sealed within. Fang Jie understood that in the world of Harry Potter, ancient magic was fundamentally rooted in profound emotions and intentions. It was Lily Potter's pure maternal love for Harry that enabled her to unleash a love spell beyond even Voldemort's comprehension. The secret box before him, however, contained the antithesis of love, the amalgamation of pain, sorrow, and despair, drawn from the depths of many souls by Isidora Morgana. The rebellious fairy leader, Lonlock, was ultimately consumed by this uncontrollable power, transforming into a monstrous dragon forged from pure negative emotions. He refrained from hastily opening the box, instead extracting his wand and cautiously aiming its tip at the secret box. He carefully drew forth a strand of ancient magical energy, finer than a hair, from the energy patterns of the box. The moment this energy broke free from its confines, It exhibited a fierce aggressiveness, twisting and leaping in the air, eager to unleash its power upon the world. Fang Jie remained calm, allowing the restless energy to seep into his palm. The anticipated contamination of negative emotions did not occur as he absorbed the ancient magical energy. Instead, it transformed into an exceedingly docile force upon entering his body, as if it had encountered its nemesis. Fang Jie found himself adept at wielding it with remarkable ease. With the absence of danger, he grew bolder, placing his hand firmly atop the spherical secret box, from which the power surged forth like a bursting dam, eagerly drawn into him. Ultimately, as the last trace of energy was absorbed, the box crumbled into a pile of dust with a resounding crack. Sensing the invigorating new power within him, Fang Jie nodded in satisfaction. While it could not compare to the power of the world, such power was indeed rare. He casually opened the portal to the secret method, revisiting the underground vault to reprogram the two dormant magical constructs, securing them for himself. For the remainder of the day, Fang Jie immersed himself in the study of ancient magic. With the aid of enchanted vials and sacrificial incense, his thoughts became clear and inspiration flowed abundantly. Additionally, Jarvis, the super AI, diligently conducted data analysis and simulation for him in the background. In this synergistic state of augmented capabilities, Fang Jie nearly reached the pinnacle of ancient magic development attainable to him at present. Beyond the conventional spells, the enhancement of ancient magic induced peculiar chain reactions and additional effects. He discovered that the primary application of this power lay within a unique curse mechanism. He could imbue this power onto his attacks, marking the struck targets with a distinctive curse emblem. Should any cursed target be struck again, the effects of this subsequent attack would ripple like chain lightning, instantly transferring to all enemies marked with the curse. Furthermore, each attack would siphon a portion of life force from all cursed targets, returning it to him. The most terrifying aspect of this mechanism was that a single Avada Kedavra could theoretically eliminate all enemies previously marked with the curse in an instant. As Fang Jie felt the green glow of death energy coalescing around his wand, a dangerous yet satisfied smile crept across his face. Chapter 64. Wormtail. Early the next morning, a flurry of urgent knocking broke the silence of Fang Jie's office. Upon opening the door, he found Ron standing there, his face a blend of excitement, anger, and a hint of fear. Without uttering a word, Ron handed over the soul stone containing a creature. "Professor, I've captured that unreal entity you mentioned." Ron's voice trembled with excitement. Fang Jie accepted the stone, gazing at the panicked mouse imprisoned within. He gestured for Ron to enter and poured him a cup of hot cocoa to help calm his nerves. Holding the warm cup, Ron recounted the events of the previous day in detail. After receiving the extraordinary otherworldly glasses from Fang Jie, he felt as if he had struck gold. With the glasses on, Hogwarts transformed before his eyes. He could perceive the flowing magic within the castle walls, see the aura of souls surrounding Peeves, and even detect the magical glow emanating from the prank items hidden by Fred and George, much to the twins' dismay. He reveled in this extraordinary insight throughout the day. However, upon returning to the Gryffindor dormitory, exhausted and ready to sleep with his pet mouse, Scabbers, a horrifying revelation struck him. In his vision, the seemingly lethargic pet mouse, who had accompanied him for over a year, radiated a magical aura that starkly contrasted its appearance. This glow even outlined a balding, short man, crawling in a mouse-like posture. Ron was instantly drenched in cold sweat. He had assumed that the unreal entity Professor Fang Jie mentioned was merely a precaution against potential monsters lurking within the castle, never anticipating that the most significant unreal entity would be sleeping right beside him. Suppressing his fear and disgust, he feigned ignorance, gently stroking Scabbers' gray fur as if nothing was amiss. Just as the mouse relaxed, even emitting a contented squeak, Ron swiftly pressed the prepared soul stone against it. With a flash of white light, Scabbers vanished from his grasp. "That's how it happened, Professor." Ron exhaled deeply. "I brought him here this morning." "Well done, Ron," Fang Jie praised, patting his shoulder. "You are far braver than you realize." Understanding the necessity of having Harry and Dumbledore witness this, he instructed Ron to summon Harry from the Great Hall, where he was having breakfast, while he himself opened a portal to the headmaster's office. Inside the office, Dumbledore was overwhelmed with a stack of paperwork from the Ministry of Magic concerning the affairs of the rebellious fairies. "Good morning, Albus," Fang Jie's voice resonated. "Forget those papers. I have an extraordinary surprise for you. Come to my office. It will be worth your while." Shortly thereafter, a still bread-laden Harry was pulled excitedly into Fang Jie's office by Ron, followed closely by Dumbledore, who had operated in. Fang Jie lifted the soul stone and released Wormtail onto the floor. With another flash of light, a plump gray mouse appeared on the carpet, immediately scrambling toward the corner in a panic. However, Fang Jie was prepared, casting a precise transformation spell that elongated and morphed the mouse into a short, balding man. As he reverted to human form, a deep crimson ribbon shot out like lightning, binding him tightly. Peter Pettigrew? Dumbledore gazed at the familiar face, his gentle smile vanishing in an instant, replaced by an expression of profound seriousness. He had believed that Peter Pettigrew was the heroic figure who had valiantly sacrificed himself 12 years ago to protect the Potter family. But now, Fang Jie. What on earth is happening? Dumbledore inquired of Fang Jie. Do not be anxious, Dumbledore. Fang Jie gestured for him to observe. Stepping forward, the eye of Agamotto adorning his chest gradually opened, emitting a brilliant beam that enveloped the still struggling Peter Pettigrew. The eye of Agamotto, besides being a vessel for the Time Stone, was itself a formidable artifact, possessing the ability to see through disguises, dispel illusions, glimpse into hearts, and summon images of past events. Although the Time Stone could not exert its power outside the Marvel Universe, the intrinsic capabilities of this artifact remained largely unaffected. Peter Pettigrew. Fang Jie's voice, imbued with the authority of the all-seeing, resonated with undeniable gravitas in Peter's ears. Reveal all that you have done. Fear filled Peter's eyes as he shook his head desperately, attempting to resist. Yet, before the power of the eye of Agamotto, which unveiled the true heart, all his lies and facades melted away like snow in the sun. His mouth opened uncontrollably, and he began to stammer out his secrets. I fear him. The Dark Lord. He is too powerful, he confessed in a voice laced with terror. It was I who secretly aligned with him. I revealed the hiding place of the Potter family to the Dark Lord. I used a powerful explosion curse to kill those 12 muggles, and then framed Sirius. It was I who severed my own finger to feign death. He unreservedly divulged all his betrayals of dear friends, his espionage, the framing of Sirius Black, and his survival at any cost. Harry stood nearby, listening to it all, his body trembling with rage. He finally grasped the truth behind the tragedy of years past. He realized that his godfather, Sirius Black, had endured 12 years of wrongful imprisonment in Azkaban. As Peter Pettigrew uttered his final word, Fang Jie retracted the power of the eye of Agamotto. He loosened the deep crimson sash and handed Peter over to Dumbledore. Dumbledore, the rest is now in your hands. Fang Jie said. By the way, it is time to clear Sirius's name. Dumbledore regarded the pitiful, cowardly traitor before him, then glanced at Harry, nodding with reassurance. Certainly. With Peter as living evidence, combined with the recent achievements against the rebellious goblins, I believe it won't be long before Fudge will be eager to conduct a fair trial for Sirius. Chapter 65. Opening the Neville-side quest in the third week of the new school year, the fervor for the Charms class remained unabated. During this session, Fang Jie introduced the young wizards to some peculiar plants from his world. He presented tangible specimens to the students, showcasing everything from the purple fruit that randomly teleports one upon consumption, to the sinister withering rose that emits an aura of malevolence, capable of harming those nearby. These extraordinary plants, never before seen by the young wizards, sparked their boundless curiosity. After class, as Fang Jie leisurely sipped tea in his office, a gentle knock echoed at the door, hesitating momentarily before a series of knocks followed. Come in. The door was cautiously opened a crack, revealing a timid boy who peeked in. Mr. Longbottom. Fang Jie recognized him. What brings you here? Upon receiving permission, Neville awkwardly stepped inside. He nervously fidgeted with his backpack straps, his head bowed as though he dared not meet Fang Jie's gaze, his mouth opening several times, yet failing to produce any words. Observing his anxious demeanor, Fang Jie understood. He picked up an invigorating incense and discreetly placed it in the incense burner on his desk, igniting it. A fragrance that could stimulate courage and determination began to waft through the room. As Neville inhaled the aroma, a warm sensation surged from his chest, dispelling his fear and trepidation. Taking a deep breath, he finally summoned the courage to raise his head and, with unprecedented clarity and volume, articulated his request. Professor, I am deeply fascinated by the plants you discussed in class. May I ask you to allow me to explore them further? I wish to understand their growth habits, cultivation methods, and everything about them. His pure and profound love for plants triumphed over his introverted nature. Fang Jie smiled as he took out the plants, patiently explaining their characteristics while contemplating a far more significant matter. Ancient magic was rooted in emotion and intent. He looked at the boy whose eyes sparkled with enthusiasm over discussing plants and couldn't help but recall his parents. Isidora Morgana, from Hogwarts Legacy, initially ventured down the perilous path of forcibly extracting others' negative emotions to alleviate her father's suffering. Yet now, if approached less drastically. Perhaps a gentler method could aid Neville's parents in escaping the torment of the Cruciatus curse. Fang Jie pondered to himself. As long as he did not act as extreme as Morgana, extracting all negative emotions, but merely targeting the specific agony inflicted by the Cruciatus curse, it should pose no significant issue. This thought took root and flourished within him. Just as Neville was about to leave, satisfied with his newfound knowledge of the plants, Fang Jie called out to him. Mr. Longbottom. Fang Jie's tone turned gentle yet earnest. I may have a way to heal your parents. Neville's smile froze instantly. He gazed at Fang Jie in disbelief, his lips trembling slightly, his eyes quickly glazing over with unshed tears. Is that true, Professor Fang Jie? I am 90% certain. Fang Jie replied, reassuring himself that he had the Angel's Heart potion as a backup. However, this treatment may entail some side effects. Specifically, I need to discuss this with your guardian, your grandmother, in person. You might want to write to her about this. If she is willing, I would be glad to meet her. I'm going right away. This time, Neville's tongue stumbled not from shyness but from exhilaration. With the lingering effects of the invigorating incense still in the air, he turned and dashed out of the office, eager to return to the Gryffindor common room and share this momentous news with his grandmother. The following day, a serious-looking elderly woman clad in a deep green robe hurriedly arrived at Hogwarts via the Flu network. She was Neville's grandmother, Augusta Longbottom. Under Dumbledore's introduction, she engaged in a lengthy conversation with Fang Jie in the office. Professor Fang Jie, Augusta's tone, though steady, betrayed a hint of undeniable urgency. Neville mentioned you have a way to awaken my children? Indeed, Mrs. Longbottom, Fang Jie candidly explained. I possess an ancient form of magic that can precisely extract a specific emotional segment. However, this treatment does carry certain risks. He locked eyes with Augusta, detailing the potential side effects. What is extracted is not only the pain, but also all emotions associated with that painful memory. In essence, upon awakening, they may exhibit a greater indifference towards certain matters than the average individual. Of course, the emotional turmoil experienced during the few hours of torment by the Cruciatus curse constitutes a negligible fraction of their entire existence. Augusta fell silent, her mind recalling the visit to St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries, where she encountered her son and daughter-in-law, their behaviors reminiscent of children, their memories and consciousness obscured by anguish. It is of no consequence, Professor Fang Jie, she declared with unwavering resolve. As long as they can awaken, as long as they are liberated from such torment, even if they lose some emotions, what does it matter? At the very least, they will still be themselves, and Neville will truly have his parents back. I understand, Professor Fang Jie. Augusta rose, bowing deeply before him, her voice imbued with heartfelt gratitude. Regardless of the outcome, the Longbottom family shall forever cherish your kindness. They subsequently agreed upon a time. The following day, coinciding with Augusta's weekly visit to her family, Professor Fang Jie would personally journey to St. Mungo's to treat Neville's parents, Frank and Alice Longbottom. Thursday arrived, shrouded in the familiar gloom of London's weather. Fang Jie approached the entrance of St. Mungo's Hospital. From the exterior, it bore no distinction from the surrounding structures, resembling an antiquated department store constructed of red brick. Its dust-laden sign proclaiming Tao Tao Limited. A few oddly posed mannequins adorned the display window, and a sign announcing renovations hung from the door. In contrast, the adjacent electronics store bustled with activity, pedestrians streaming past incessantly. Today, Augusta Longbottom had donned a more solemn black robe, anxiously awaiting at the entrance. Believing that Fang Jie, having only encountered the British magical community in August, might be unaware of how to enter St. Mungo's, she had chosen to greet him. Professor Fang Jie, you have arrived. Upon spotting him, Augusta rushed forward to extend her greetings. She had already informed the therapists at S.H.I.E.L.D. Mungo's about Fang Jie's intention to employ an ancient form of magic for the treatment. Leading him to a mannequin adorned in a green nylon skirt, she lowered her voice. Addressing the figure, we come to visit Frank and Alice Longbottom. This is Professor Fang Jie, who will be treating them. With that, Augusta led the way, stepping through the glass display, disappearing from view, with Fang Jie following closely behind. Beyond the glass, a bustling reception area awaited, filled with witches and wizards moving to and fro. Several therapists, having awaited their arrival, approached with curiosity about Fang Jie's unprecedented method of treatment, eager to derive insights that could aid those similarly afflicted by dark magic and derangement. Accompanied by the therapists, they ascended to the 5th floor, designated for curse damage. This floor was markedly quieter than the one below, with a series of closed patient rooms lining the long corridor. They halted before one such room. Through the small window in the door, they observed Neville seated at his mother Alice's bedside, awkwardly feeding her pudding. Alice's gaze appeared vacant and numb, her countenance unkempt, bearing the signs of profound weariness, a stark contrast to her former grace as an auror. Yet, as she looked at her son, her lips struggled to curl into a smile, and she hummed what resembled a lullaby, endeavoring to bring joy to Neville. Witnessing this scene, Augusta pressed her lips together tightly. In moments devoid of hope, she could accept reality with composure, yet now, with hope flickering, her heart was filled with trepidation. She turned to Fang Jie, bowing deeply once more. "I entrust this to you, Professor. It is of no concern, Mrs. Longbottom," Fang Jie reassured her. "It will soon be well." He pushed open the door to the room and stepped inside. Approaching Alice, who lay on the bed, he withdrew his wand and gently placed its tip against her forehead. Invoking the ancient magic, Fang Jie began to traverse her memories in search of that painful segment. Ever since being driven mad by Bellatrix Lestrange's cruciatus curse, Alice's memories had become alarmingly singular and fragmented. The majority of her time had been spent within the confines of this small room at St. Mungo's, reliving the same monotonous existence day after day. Yet, amid these dull memories, Fang Jie could still distinctly feel the profound love buried deep within her soul for Neville, Augusta, and others. Soon, the mundane recollections reached their conclusion, and Fang Jie precisely located the segment tortured by the cruciatus curse. "This is it," Fang Jie concentrated, carefully extracting all negative emotions from that memory within Alice's soul. From then on, she would retain the knowledge of her torment, but as if she were a detached observer, able to empathize without suffering. As the last remnants of dark energy were drawn forth, Alice's once tense body relaxed immediately, her eyes drifting closed as she succumbed to slumber. Fang Jie felt it prudent to administer a bottle of watermelon juice to her, aiming to heal both her spirit and body simultaneously. During this process, the room remained eerily still, everyone holding their breath. Neville, filled with anxiety, rushed to the bedside, gripping his mother's hand tightly, his eyes brimming with hope and fear. Time seemed to stretch into centuries, yet also feel like a fleeting moment. Alice's eyelids fluttered slightly. After a while, she slowly opened her eyes, her previously vacant and numb gaze now regaining clarity and lucidity. Although still somewhat bewildered, her first action upon sitting up was to turn and look at the boy at her bedside. "Neville," she softly called, her voice still imbued with tenderness. She then enveloped Neville in a tight embrace. Witnessing this moment, even the typically stern Augusta could no longer contain herself, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Following this, Fang Jie employed the same method to heal Neville's father, Frank Longbottom. When Frank awakened from his 11-year nightmare, he embraced his wife and son tightly. This once fractured family finally welcomed a long-awaited reunion in that moment. After a considerable time, the Longbottom family solemnly approached Fang Jie. At the forefront, Augusta, having bowed for the third time that day, addressed him. "Professor Fang Jie, words fail to convey our gratitude. You have not merely healed my son and daughter-in-law. You have rescued the entire Longbottom family." She straightened, promising with solemnity, "I shall immediately recommend you for the Order of Merlin, First Class, to the Ministry of Magic and the Wisengamot. This honor is rightfully yours. Moreover, on behalf of the Longbottom family, I vow that henceforth, should you require anything, at any time and place, the Longbottom family will exert every effort, without hesitation." Shortly thereafter, Frank Longbottom, having just regained his senses, bowed as well, speaking with profound sincerity. "Professor, neither wealth nor honor could ever measure the depth of your kindness. I am willing to offer you half of the family fortune as our modest token of gratitude. Please do not refuse." Alice, still cradling Neville, approached and expressed her heartfelt thanks. "Thank you, Professor. Thank you for restoring a complete home for Neville." Finally, it was Neville's turn. He wiped away his tears and approached Fang Jie, mimicking his father's demeanor, and respectfully bowed. With his clear and resolute eyes fixed on Fang Jie, he earnestly stated, "Thank you, Professor. I will strive to become a powerful and kind wizard like you." In response to the heartfelt gratitude and generous promises of the Longbottom family, Fang Jie merely smiled and replied, "It was a small effort. There is no need for such formality." Despite his words, the Longbottom family would forever remember this kindness. From this moment on, the entire Longbottom clan would become Professor Fang Jie's most loyal allies. Chapter 67. The Golden Cup's strange hero. Saturday finally arrived, a day of respite, and the time agreed with Dumbledore to search for Horcruxes had come. They planned to first deal with the Horcrux hidden in Gringotts. To avoid drawing attention, Fang Jie ventured alone to the leaky cauldron. He found a seat by the window and called out to old Tom, "A glass of mead, please." Ever since arriving in this world, he had never tasted this drink, favored by the old bees. The mead was soon served. Fang Jie took a sip, the rich sweetness sliding down his throat into his stomach. How does it taste? A familiar voice suddenly resonated beside him. Dumbledore had taken the seat next to him, a relaxed smile on his face. Not bad, Fang Jie replied, setting down his glass, though it is a touch too sweet for my taste. Noticing Dumbledore's apparent good mood, he curiously inquired, "Is there something that pleases you, Dumbledore?" "One could say that," Dumbledore replied, his eyes twinkling with delight. "I have handed over Peter Pettigrew along with all his incriminating evidence to the Ministry of Magic. That fellow Fudge, in light of the information I provided regarding the rebellious pixies, has readily agreed to re-examine Sirius Black's murder case. If all goes well, Black shall regain his innocence by next week. Such speed is virtually unheard of within the Ministry of Magic. It seems Fudge is quite pleased with this accomplishment." They exchanged smiles before shifting the conversation to the day's pressing matters. "Gringotts," Dumbledore said, stroking his long beard, his expression turning serious. "I know Tom Riddle's character exceedingly well. He is arrogant, suspicious, and possesses an insatiable thirst for glory. The location he chose to conceal his Horcrux must be one he deems the safest, most reflective of his identity. It could either be an incredibly secret place, known to none, or somewhere with strict guardianship, or filled with malicious traps," Dumbledore analyzed. Fang Jie guided him with a thought. Might he have hidden the Horcrux in the vault of the Gaunt family, or in the vault of a Death Eater he trusts implicitly? The former is impossible. Dumbledore shook his head. The Gaunt family has long since declined, their wealth squandered, and their vault in Gringotts has been closed. However, your latter conjecture is very plausible. Voldemort would undoubtedly entrust his precious Horcrux to his most devoted and fervent followers. This family must also be sufficiently wealthy and ancient, ensuring their vault in Gringotts has the highest level of security. Dumbledore continued with a series of analyses. "The issue remains," he continued, "that for whatever reason, the goblins would never allow us to search a private vault. If such a thing were to get out, no one would dare store treasure in Gringotts again." "That can be easily arranged," Fang Jie replied, a confident smile gracing his face. "Do you recall the 20 million galleons I have stored here? My vault has the highest level of security and is likely adjacent to those of the ancient pureblood families. At that time, we can use my vault inspection as an excuse to enter. I will leave a magical doppelganger to feign an inspection within the vault, while my true self explores the entire area through the mirror dimension. Dumbledore, you merely need to provide cover and ensure that the guiding goblin does not notice anything amiss with my doppelganger." "Excellent idea," Dumbledore nodded in approval. After finalizing their strategy and settling the payment, the two rose and made their way through the back of the leaky cauldron, arriving once more in front of Gringotts. The goblin Griphook, noticing these valuable clients, immediately abandoned his work, beaming with smiles as he approached. "Ah, the esteemed Mr. Fang Jie and Professor Dumbledore. What brings you both here today? How may I serve you?" "Nothing of great importance, Griphook," Fang Jie replied in his usual tone. "I merely wish to inspect my vault and ensure my galleons are being well safeguarded." As he spoke, he produced the golden key Griphook had given him earlier. Griphook took the key and inspected it carefully, confirming that Fang Jie and Dumbledore were neither using Polyjuice potion nor magical disguise, after which his smile grew even more obsequious. Of course. You may inspect your property at any time. Please, this way. I shall personally escort you to the mine cart." He led them through the hall, arriving at a track leading underground. A magical mine cart awaited silently. The three boarded the cart, and Griphook pulled a lever. The cart raced into the tunnel, the tracks stretching beneath them, passing through vast subterranean caverns, and even speeding through a waterfall that dispelled magic. Ultimately, the cart came to a halt in the deepest recesses of Gringotts, the area housing the vaults with the highest security. Griphook used Fang Jie's golden key to unlock the vault's grand door. As it swung open, a cascade of golden light burst forth from within. "Please, go ahead," Griphook said respectfully, remaining at the entrance. "I shall wait here." Dumbledore and Fang Jie stepped into the vault, where mounds of galleons were piled high. At that moment, Fang Jie created a magical doppelganger in the form of an Akin, perfectly assuming his position and continuing the inspection of the Golden Mountain. Meanwhile, Fang Jie's true self instantaneously slipped into the mirror dimension. Within the mirror dimension, Fang Jie began searching for the vault of the Lestrange family. He knew that Helga Hufflepuff's cup was hidden within that vault. However, merely knowing the name was insufficient to pinpoint its exact location. There was, however, a crucial clue. The Lestrange family's vault was guarded by a Hungarian horntail. Vaults guarded by a Hungarian horntail were exceedingly rare, significantly reducing his workload. Fang Jie observed the entire area through the mirror dimension. Soon, he located the vault, chained and guarded by the dragon. He passed through the vault door. which was ensorcelled with duplication and burning curses. Any would-be thieves would be crushed beneath a torrent of frantically duplicated items or scorched to death. Upon finding Helga Hufflepuff's cup, he directly transferred it into the mirror dimension. Once the cup was removed from the vault, it was no longer protected by the vault's defensive magic and was easily stowed away by Fang Jie. Having accomplished his task, Fang Jie's true self silently returned. Resuming the position of the doppelganger still staring at the mountain of gold, he exchanged a knowing glance with Dumbledore. Dumbledore understood and cleared his throat. Addressing Griphook at the entrance, "All done, Griphook. We have completed our inspection. The security here is commendable." With that, the two turned and departed the vault.